Order. I will begin with the orders of the day, starting with the daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to present a petition which reads, whereas over a quarter of those who are homeless for the first time are over the age of 60, and whereas nearly 6,000 people are on the wait list for public housing with an average wait time of 2 years, therefore be it resolved that the provincial government ban evictions of seniors whose incomes would qualify them for public housing until there is a place in public housing for them to go. This has been signed by a number of residents of Churchill Drive, Roosevelt Drive, and Phillip Street in the constituency of Halifax-Chebucto, and I have also signed it.
The petition is tabled. Any further presenting and reading of petitions? Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In consideration of something which I will quote in a member's statement later, I beg leave to present a document entitled Nova Scotia's Political Class's Flawed View on Housing Disregards Human Rights, an essay written by Alex Stratford and published in the Chronicle Herald.
The report is tabled. I too would like to present with regards to pursuant to Section 18, Subclause 4 of the Auditor General's Act, I am tabling the following reports of the Auditor General to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. 2023 financial report, value for money, development of transitional care facilities, value for money of over budget spending, and report on misuse of public funds at the Liberal Association of Nova Scotia. The reports are tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In your gallery, I am very happy to welcome members of the Nova Scotia Road Builders Association Executive. As Minister of Public Works, I am so pleased to work with the Road Builders Association. They are such an important partner in our government's goal to build a better Nova Scotia. I would ask them to rise as I say their name. Grant Feltmate, Executive Director. Mark Underhill, President. Bruce Wood, Vice President. And Jeff Sullivan, Past President. And I'm proudly wearing my tie today, which Grant had given to me as a gift, so I wanted to make sure I wore that. I also want to recognize Don Maillet, who's here today. Don is the Executive Director of Highway and Engineering Construction at the department, and he previously served with road builders in 2007, and I know he works very closely with the road builders. So I ask my colleagues to please join me in welcoming the members of Nova Scotia Road Builders. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here today. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Nova Scotia Road Builders Association and its members play an important role in connecting our communities by building quality, safe, and efficient roads. And whereas the association has represented the industry since 1947 and for the last 77 years has held their annual general meeting to learn from one another and discuss shared opportunities and challenges. And whereas the association holds fundraisers each year to raise money for community organizations across the province, and to date has donated over $1 million to community organizations. Therefore, be it resolved that this legislature thank the Nova Scotia Road Builders Association for helping to pave the way for our province and for providing significant support to community organizations through their fundraising efforts. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolutions. Resolution. Whereas critical minerals are important for renewable energy technologies like wind turbines, electric vehicles, batteries, and solar panels, as well as food production and healthcare, and whereas global demand for critical minerals that we have here in Nova Scotia, such as lithium, graphite, and copper, are expected to increase significantly as countries work to reach net zero emissions by 2050, and whereas the department released our critical mineral strategy yesterday, and our staff are sharing it today with potential investors at a major mining conference in Toronto, with a focus on Nova Scotia's commitment to environmental stewardship and economic prosperity. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House recognize Nova Scotia's potential to use our vast resources of critical minerals to support a global transition to net zero while creating a more resilient and prosperous economy for generations of Nova Scotians to come. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll move on to introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Certain Financial and Other Government Measures.
The Honourable Member of Finance begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Certain Financial and Other Government Measures.
Bill 419, an act respecting certain financial and other government measures.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act.
Bill 420, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Nova Scotia Housing Corporation.
honourable member for Bedford South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Nova Scotia Housing Corporation.
Bill 421, an act to establish a Nova Scotia Housing Corporation.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010, the Finance Act, respecting accountable appropriations.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010, the Finance Act, respecting accountable appropriations.
Bill 422, an act to amend Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010, the Finance Act, respecting accountable appropriations.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, before I begin, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Yeah. In the gallery today, I'm honored to introduce Don O'Connor. Don was an important member of our team for more than a decade at Department of Health and Wellness before he moved to Community Services, where I know they will appreciate him as much as we did, but I don't know if they'll love you as much as we do. So if you would please rise and get the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, enjoy your visit. I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I rise in my place today to acknowledge a loyal and dedicated colleague, Don O'Connor. For the past 12 years, Don was the first face visitors saw as they got off the elevator at the Department of Health and Wellness. He managed various responsibilities at the security desk with grace and integrity and helped countless individuals navigate their way through that big department. Don ran a tight ship and always did so with such a pleasant demeanor. At the beginning of February, Don moved on from his post at Department of Health and Wellness and joined the team in Dartmouth with the Department of Community Services. We wish Don the very best and hope he knows the value he added and how much we miss him. Please join me in thanking Don for his ongoing dedication and service to the people and province of Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Yes, please do.
Today we are joined in the gallery by the team from the AIDS Coalition of Nova Scotia, which is soon to be renamed, so stay tuned for that. But I'd like to welcome Hanley Smith, Olivia Kerr, Michael Davies Cole, and Chris O'Coin.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the work of the soon-to-be-renamed AIDS Coalition of Nova Scotia for their delivery of more than 4,000 HIV self-tests in Nova Scotia over the past 16 months. As Chris O'Coin, their Executive Director, said, access to sexual health testing services are abysmal in Nova Scotia, with long wait times for basic tests and a lack of readily available treatment options outside of specialized care settings. Just to be seen can take weeks for some people, both symptomatic and asymptomatic. Program data showed that many people in the program were first-time testers between 18 to 25 years of age. Youth are a priority population to reach in public health who often have had limited agency over their own health, and they are going through this important transitional period. In the program, staff led peer support sessions and could share more health-related information, such as information about PEP, PrEP, condoms, and more. The federal FAC funding for staff ends on March 31st, but they will continue to have free self-testing kits. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to help the AIDS Coalition of Nova Scotia in improving sexual health in Nova Scotia by spreading the word about these kits, and I have some available for everyone to take home.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, Brian Knight, a stellar municipal politician, epitomizes dedication and selflessness in serving his community. With unwavering commitment, he tirelessly devotes himself to the betterment of his constituents, leaving no stone unturned in addressing their needs. Whether spearheading initiatives for infrastructure development, advocating for improved public services, or championing social assistance programs, Brian's proactive approach ensures that the community concerns are not just heard, but promptly acted upon. His tireless efforts extend beyond the confines of his office, as he can often be found at local gatherings, lending a compassionate ear to residents' issues and offering practical solutions. A beacon of accessibility and empathy, Knight's desire to assist others knows no bounds. Whether it's assisting a struggling family with navigating bureaucratic hurdles or mobilizing resources for disaster relief efforts, Brian's selflessness shines through in every endeavor. His open-door policy and willingness to engage with constituents on a personal level has cemented his reputation as a true leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction before my statement.
Yes, of course.
I'd like to bring the members' attention to the Speaker's gallery. Madam Speaker, I'd like to direct everyone's attention there so that I can introduce Kevin Penny, who is in this House as we recognize International Wheelchair Day.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Kevin Penny grew up in Hants Border, a small town located in the Annapolis Valley. However, one day in 1991, there was an incident that changed Kevin's life forever. A catastrophic accident resulted in a severe spinal cord injury. Overnight, Kevin went from an active 15-year-old teenager to becoming a lifelong wheelchair user. Kevin describes himself as an eternal optimist. It is this unwavering attitude that enables him to pursue living his life as fully as he can, participating fully as a member of Nova Scotia society. He is actively employed, enjoys competitive and recreational sailing as a member of the Sail Able, and is an intrepid adventurer. I want to recognize that it is because of Kevin's attitude he has the courage and strength in advocating for improvements to the living conditions of Nova Scotians with disabilities, which there's still a lot more work we need to do in this province to support. We thank him for the passion he brings as our province continues to make accessibility advancements in moving towards 2030. We await to see how the resulting changes will enhance greater participation of disabled Nova Scotians of all ages across our province. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate Alex Stratford on the publication of his insightful essay, Housing Requires a Rights-Based Approach, in the Chronicle Herald on February 20th, which I have tabled. In the essay, Stratford, chair of the Nova Scotia Action Coalition for Community Wellbeing, effectively argues that the government's current approach to housing and homelessness inadequately incorporates an understanding of housing and shelter as basic human rights. A truly human rights-based approach, he outlines, would regulate the entire rental market and not exempt new tenancies, as was done with Nova Scotia's own rent control until the 1990s. And a rights-based approach, he explains, would follow the lead of British Columbia and limit the use of fixed-term leases so as to prevent them, as takes place here at the moment, from undermining the rent cap. Stratford takes issue with what he calls the government's false narrative of balance about housing. The right of a property investor to a satisfactory ROI is not to be balanced with, but is rather trumped by, the right to warmth, dignity, and health. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester-Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good to be back, folks. Madam Speaker, March the 3rd was World Wildlife Day, and today I would like to take time to recognize the Shubenacadie Wildlife Park. The park, which began in the late 1940s as a sanctuary for orphan deer, continued to expand and officially opened as a wildlife park in 1954. That means 70 years of working with injured and orphaned animals. It is also 70 years of teaching our students through active learning and hands-on activities. The Shubenacadie Wildlife Park has continued to expand over the years and now includes the Green Wing Legacy Centre. This centre is a collaboration between Ducks Unlimited Canada and the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables. Of course, the Shubenacadie Wildlife Park may be best known for Shubenacadie Sam. Every Groundhog Day, Sam lets us know whether or not we're going to be in for a long winter or an early spring. If you have never been to the Shubenacadie Wildlife Park, I would encourage you to come this year. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in thanking the staff and volunteers of the Shubenacadie Wildlife Park for all their excellent work and congratulate them on 70 years of success in our province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to my place today to recognize an important announcement that was made yesterday by the federal government, but also want to recognize Bill Kachivanis and a number of dedicated volunteers and community leaders who yesterday in Sydney announced the repurposing of the old Centennial Hockey Rink, which many folks would remember that was a big part of Sydney history, into the first solar-powered sports complex for youth. This is a huge step for the community. It's going to provide a vital space for court sports for kids of all ages, and a lot of work went into it, a lot of time went into it, and this has been a conversation for years. So I rise to my place to congratulate Bill Kachivanis of Sydney. Bill's a great guy. This has been a dream of his, and I want to send thanks to the federal government who made a significant contribution yesterday towards that facility, and I hope that this government takes a look at it as well. It's important infrastructure for kids in the greater CBRM. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Community YMCA Panthers U12 girls basketball team. This weekend, they played their championship game against Bedford. They have played these girls during the season, and boy, are they a good team to play. The girls put their heart out on the floor on Saturday, and they played hard. They left it all out there, and that's all that you can ask for. The game was close for a while, but the shots by Bedford pulled them ahead. The U12 girls played an amazing game that morning, and I am proud of all the work that they did this season. I would like all the members to help me to thank Coach Jazzy Kane, all the parents and community and families that have supported these girls throughout the season, and I'd also like you to congratulate the U12 Community YMCA girls basketball team, the U12 team, for a great season. Go Panthers, go.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate organizers of the 5th annual Reindeer Run, held as part of the season of Father Christmas Festival at Mahone Bay this past December. On the evening of Saturday, December 2nd, 420 participants donned their funky festive best, including antlers and flashing red noses, to join a 3-kilometer run past beautifully decorated homes and businesses. There were carol singers, a band, shantymen, and a 20-foot inflatable reindeer at points along the route, and there were treats for all at the finish line. It was magical, and it raised $6,000, which was donated to 2 charities, the Mahone Bay and District Fire Department and Shoes for Kids. Madam Speaker, no one in this chamber is going to believe I ran this event, and they'd be right. I was one of the walkers, and I'm not going to say I'll even be ready for 2024, but I will be back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the sad news that former county councillor for District 2 at the time, Helena Poirier, passed away on February 23rd at the age of 96, and I attended the service this morning. Helena moved to Timberlea in 1937 at the age of 10 when her parents purchased a large farm on the shores of Governor's Lake. She attended a one-room schoolhouse and made lifelong friends in Timberlea. She also enjoyed going to Prospect Village and visiting friends. She was convinced to run for municipal council and spent 15 years as the councillor for the Beachville Lakeside Timberlea area for the former county of Halifax from 76 to 91. She worked hard for her constituents and was a force to be reckoned with. She was responsible for bringing the Lakeside Fire Hall to our community, and her singular achievement was bringing the water and sewer to the community, which really transformed the BLT community for future generations. She actually ran for the Liberal Party in 1981 unsuccessfully, but she continued on with her life and contributing to her community. She had a real zest for life and enjoyed a healthy lifestyle. You could be seeing her walking well into her 90s on the Bay Road, and she was diagnosed with ALS the week of her 95th birthday, but remained at her home for many months after her diagnosis. In my last visit, I recall going to see her. She used the whiteboard and the marker to communicate, but she definitely had her wits about her. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in remembering Helena as a strong, vibrant woman who had a long-lasting impact on the people she touched and all that she did for Beachville Lakeside Timberlea. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, may I welcome a guest?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I was not aware a few moments ago when I was speaking to the writing of Alec Stratford that, in fact, Alec is visiting us in the House today. Alec is here in the East Gallery. Alec is the chair of the Nova Scotia Action Coalition for Community Wellbeing. He is also the Register and CEO of the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers. So I invite everybody to welcome Alec Stratford to the community.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, Alan Collins is an established filmmaker living in Dartmouth North whose work explores themes of identity, culture, and art. Alan's films have recently been the subject of a retrospective held at Christ Church in downtown Dartmouth on the last Friday of every month, followed by a question and answer with the director himself. Featured so far in this roundup of Collins' work is 1989's One Warm Line, The Legacy of Stan Rogers, The Beauty of My People, and Drowning in Color, about Nova Scotia abstract artist Wayne Boucher. Coming up in the series is My Life So Far, about Alan and his wife Violet's daughter Cassandre, whom they adopted in Haiti, followed by a very Dartmouth film, Terminal, which documents a day in the life of the Dartmouth Bridge bus terminal in 2014. The retrospective will wrap up with the documentary Searching for God in India, and then Relative Happiness, based on the novel by best-selling Cape Breton novelist Leslie Crew. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Alan Collins on this rich retrospective and thank him for his contribution to Nova Scotia through film.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, today I would like to acknowledge Riverside Elementary School on their latest project to get students into the great outdoors and foster a love of physical activity among our youth. This year, Riverside opened the second outdoor rink in the Cape Breton Victoria Regional Centre for Education. Skating is now being incorporated into the physical education program and is also open to the community when the school is closed. For many students, this is the first time they've ever been on the ice. This addition to the school will mean many students who've never learned how to skate will get the opportunity to learn and love this activity. I'd like to acknowledge the school principal, Suzanne Brown, and the Cape Breton Victoria Regional Centre for Education for their work on this great project. I would also like to recognize the Riverside Home and School Committee for their overwhelming support. The committee spearheaded the fundraising campaign through pancake breakfasts and donations. A group of parents built the rink on New Year's Day, and the Albert Bridge Fire Department has been generously flooding it. Madam Speaker, this project demonstrates what can happen when a community comes together to accomplish something great. I hope that other schools will follow Riverside. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to shine a spotlight on entrepreneur and community volunteer Audrey Couvelier, owner of From Sea to You Sea Glass Jewelry. Audrey's beautiful creations, including jewelry, lanterns, and framed art, showcase her talent and passion for handmade craftsmanship. Audrey's creations can be found at the Fairview Clayton Park Farmers Market, seasonal craft markets around Halifax, and online. Each piece is meticulously hand-picked and handmade, reflecting Audrey's commitment to quality and authenticity. Beyond her entrepreneurial endeavors, Audrey is deeply involved in our community, generously donating her creations to organizations like the Fairview Food Pantry and the Parkinson Society. Additionally, Audrey dedicates her time to volunteering with Square Roots, Fairview Clayton Park, continuing to enhance the lives of those in need in our community. Notably, Audrey recently reached a milestone last year with Canadian Blood Services, making her 50th donation, further demonstrating her dedication to helping others in need. Madam Speaker, let us applaud Audrey Couvelier for her entrepreneurial spirit, her creativity, and her commitment to serving others. Her contributions enrich our community and inspire us all. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Jackie Hardy of New Waterford unveiled his tribute to the King of Rock and Roll, Elvis Presley, several months ago during a karaoke night at the New Waterford Legion Branch 15. Jackie has autism spectrum disorder and hopes to inspire people with his Elvis tribute act. He told the media, quote, "If you're on the spectrum and if you like what you're doing, go out there and show them what you can do," end quote. In addition to his regular Tuesday night appearances at the Legion, Jackie hopes to perform at birthday parties, weddings, and community events to show that people with autism can follow their dreams. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the South Shore United Under-15 AA boys soccer team, who took the Nova Scotia Soccer League Indoor Championship on Saturday in Halifax, winning in a dramatic shootout after a nail-biting 0-0 game against Halifax County. I'd like to give a shout out to the teammates, Aiden Mason, Parker Jarvis, Jackson Jones, Luca Caceres Montgomery, Ben Hughes, Cullen Druin, Ash Kennedy, Liam Henley, Riley Smith, Ethan Nogler, Vincent Mossman, Colin Robar, Moet Knowles, Ethan Q, Eisen McDonald, Connor Rafuse, Josh Rodden, and to coach Dennis Yurtsever. Madam Speaker, this proud mom asks you to invite members of the legislature to join me in applauding the South Shore United Under-15 AA boys team on their incredible win.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'd like to recognize the achievements of the CPA boys basketball team, who this past Sunday beat Citadel 84-68 in the final of the Division I provincial championships to win their third straight provincial title. Yes, fantastic achievement for the team. It's a long season from October till early March. A lot of games, a lot of work, and to win 3 years in a row is something that hasn't happened in many, many years. So I want to congratulate all the members of the team. Head coach Steve Harris, who I know well, who's a fantastic coach and an even better person. So again, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the CPA boys basketball team on 3 titles in a row, and hopefully I'm here doing this again next year with number 4. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the invaluable contributions of the Zonta Club of the Amherst area in Cumberland County. Their efforts in supporting women, men, and families affected by sexual assault and family violence are very important. Through advocacy, education, and direct assistance, they have been very supportive to our community, providing vital resources and empowering survivors to reclaim their lives. The Zonta Club's dedication to ending gender-based violence by bringing awareness, but also facilitating tangible change, creating a more inclusive and secure environment for everyone, is so valuable. Let us extend our deepest gratitude to the Zonta Club of Amherst for their dedication and compassion towards those in need. Together, we can strive for a future free from violence and discrimination. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on an important health issue. Many folks in the community use pre-exposure prophylaxis, or PrEP, to all but eliminate their risk of contracting HIV. It is also used to treat HIV and AIDS for people who have the virus, often with great success. PrEP has an astronomical out-of-pocket cost in the hundreds of dollars monthly. In Nova Scotia, it is covered under the Family Pharmacare program only after submitting an exception status request and a burdensome amount of physician documentation. I also hear from folks without a family doctor or a nurse practitioner who struggle to even get a prescription. Wait times at sexual health providers are long and staff are under-resourced. Madam Speaker, I ask that my colleagues in the House resolve to increase access to and education around PrEP. As this government continues to address inequity in our health system, we should all keep this issue in mind.
recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Village of Port Williams recipient Tyler Rovers as the Provincial Volunteer Award recipient. Over the last 10 years, Tyson Rovers, has been active. Can I just start again on that? I mispronounced the name.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North. Please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Village of Port Williams resident Tyson Rovers as the Provincial Volunteer Award recipient. Over the last 10 years, Tyson Rovers has been actively engaged in two significant projects: the preservation of the Farnham Marsh Body, a 192-acre marsh located in Port Williams, and the Tides Project, focusing on enhancing Nova Scotia's dike system. Tyson Rovers has raised more than $35,000 for our community. Beneficiaries include the Port Williams Elementary School Nutrition for Health Committee, local sports teams, the Annapolis Valley Honor Choir, Port Williams Lions Club, Christmas hampers, and winter clothing for children of Kings County. Please join me today to congratulate Tyson Rovers as the 2023 Port Williams Volunteer Award, Provincial Volunteer Award recipient. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak about a notable community business leader, Al McPhee. Al has been in the auto industry since the early 60s. And believe it or not, when he turned 80, he was still putting in 60 hours a week at his dealership. He was the owner of McPhee Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC Limited, the largest General Motors dealership in Nova Scotia and the third largest dealership in Canada, located on Portland Street, Dartmouth. Al had a celebrated career in the car business as the past chair of the Canadian Automobile Dealers Association, past president of the Nova Scotia Automobile Dealers Association, the Halifax Dartmouth Automobile Dealers Association, and during his career, he served on almost every General Motors advisory board and communications team. He's also known for his philanthropy, donating all he earns on a yearly basis to charity. He and his wife, Mary, are involved in the McPhee Centre for Creative Learning. He has been a huge supporter and board member of the Dartmouth General Hospital Foundation. Al's employees, friends, family, and Nova Scotians have all benefited from his infectious optimism, love of Dartmouth, and unwavering commitment to his community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. I draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we are joined by Christian Bacon, who I'll ask to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House. Christian is in the Dal Housing Political Science Department and is currently interning with the NDP Party Office. So we said you could see the 2 hours that give you the two sides of this place. So he'll be here for daily business and also for question period. Welcome to the House, Christian.
Welcome. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Quintrell Provo, founder, CEO of the Stop the Violence brand and movement. The movement started after the tragic death of his cousin Kaylin Diggs in 2012. In 2015, he started the Stop the Violence clothing brand geared towards spreading a message of love and standing against violence. Through this work, he became known for his Stop the Violence message in Nova Scotia and propelled the movement across the country. In June 2016, June 10th was declared Stop the Violence Day in the province of Nova Scotia and proclaimed by the Premier. Quintrell continues to spread the message of love over violence and raises awareness throughout Nova Scotia, Canada, and the world. I would like all members to join me in thanking Quintrell Provo for all his steadfast work to stop the violence, spread the love.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We know the impact that sporting events have on our communities. They bring people together, stimulate local economies, and promote a sense of pride for our home teams. This past weekend, Madam Speaker, I was pleased to attend the Division II Boys Hockey Provincial Tournament at the Mariner Centre in Yarmouth. And of course, I was cheering on my former high school team, the Parnell Sharks. For the second year in a row, Madam Speaker, the Sharks captured the championship banner after a 3-1 win against West Kings. Way to go, boys. I'm very proud of your accomplishment. I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating the Parambas Sharks on their championship win, as well as all teams that participated in this year's championship tournament. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding efforts of the dedicated local group of volunteers, the Board of Friends of Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes, Marianne McGrath, Eleanor Humphreys, Diana Whalen, Dale Smith, Caroline Roberts, Mary Ellen Donovan, Nick Buxton, Mel Early, Ray Bloord, Catherine McCullough, Debbie McKinnon, and John Bignall. A long list, Madam Speaker. This pristine wilderness area at the age of HRM is 1,782 hectares, extending along the 4 provincial riding in Halifax West area. Madam Speaker, throughout the winter months, the Friends of Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes have continued to work hard in getting residents of HRM to enjoy the beauty and serenity of these protected lands. The cold weather does not stop them from enjoying the park. They are holding free guided winter hikes. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to join me in recognizing this dedicated group of volunteers who are the driving force behind an ongoing efforts to establish the area as one of Canada's largest urban wilderness park. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, Bannock Canoe Club is a beloved institution in Dartmouth and has been for generations of athletes, families, and community members. If you've been along the shores of Lake Bannock lately, you'll notice that the Canoe Club is currently hoisted in the air, undergoing major renovations. The iconic red buildings have been showing signs of aging, at risk of sliding into its namesake lake, and are not physically accessible to many with disabilities. To fund these ambitious and much-needed alterations, the Canoe Club launched the Paddles Up Capital Campaign, a $5 million capital campaign to breathe new life into BCC while respecting the building's heritage. At this very moment, the Paddles Up campaign is running a raffle for a $10,000 Micmac Mall shopping spree, which closes on March 8th. I encourage everyone to support Bannock's revitalization efforts through the Paddles Up campaign and hope that these efforts help ensure Bannock Canoe Club is a vibrant part of our community for another 100 years and more. Thanks.
I recognize the honourable member Kings West.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great day when a high school has a varsity team playing for provincial championship. But this past Sunday, West Kings School had not just one, but 3 teams playing for Division II gold all over Nova Scotia. It started with the boys hockey team earning a silver medal in Yarmouth against Parambas after a final hard-fought game. But it got better. The boys basketball team won the gold medal in Halifax, defeating Forest Heights in a thrilling 72-69 final. And last but not least, the girls basketball team defeated Amherst Vikings 64-56 in Amherst to earn the title of provincial champions. The team was led by its seniors Amelia and Hallie Blatch, Gab Loxamana, Marissa Smith, and Chloe Clutch Palmer. It was the end of 12 straight years of 3 Palmer girls wearing the black, red, and white, Mr. Speaker, and it couldn't have ended any better. I want to thank all coaches, parents, and volunteers who work to make high school athletics a rewarding time for all of our children. It's been one heck of a ride, Mr. Speaker. Go Wolverines. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank a young man from Ferrisview Elementary, Max McMillan, who raised $400 for the North Sydney Food Bank by selling his original drawings, Mr. Speaker. So for a young person to take this initiative on and raise money knowing that there's a cause out there that can benefit many people, I want to commend Max for his hard work and dedication to the community and look forward to the future that Max and his classmates will provide for Northside Westmount. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the organizers of the Whitney Pier Community Hockey Fundraiser, which was created to help save the Pier rink. Two of the organizers, Rory McDonald and Kyle Mullins, are fighting to keep the Whitney Pier rink open to ensure present and future generations can continue to make new memories. The residents of the pier began their fight to save the rink last year when they organized a tournament in March 2023, an auction and a GoFundMe campaign. In January, the adult tournament organized by the Pier Community Hockey Fundraiser raised $99,847.45. Hope the Minister of Community Services, or CCTH, is listening to that. Thank you, Samula. Thank you to all the organizers and participants for such a great event. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Blair Avis of Sackville on his recent appointment to the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission. Blair's been a very active member in many of the community organizations in Sackville involving CIOE Community Radio, Sackville Rivers Association, Sackville Community Development Association. Just in fact, in December of 2022, Blair was officially acknowledged for his time spent volunteering within the community as a recipient of the late Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee Medal. Speaker, I'd like to express my profound gratitude to Blair, an avid community supporter who is now able to advocate on behalf of all Nova Scotians. I want to wish him the best on all future endeavors and congratulate him on the appointment. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Les Productions Le Moulin as they celebrate 20 years of bringing exceptional musical talent to our community. Founded in 2005 by Paul-Émile Comeau, a dedicated educator and music enthusiast, this organization was born from a desire to present a high-quality musical experience. Les Productions Le Moulin has curated 113 performances ranging from renowned bluegrass bands to emerging classical virtuosos. Their efforts have brought joy and cultural enrichment to our community while supporting the larger artistic community. I ask that all members join me in expressing our gratitude to Paul-Émile Comeau and Les Productions Le Moulin for their dedication and contributions to our community. Let us wish them continued success as they embark on their 20 years of delivering exceptional concerts. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to bring honor to my husband on his 60th birthday. On March the 3rd, yes, on March the 3rd, James Murray McCrossan was born to Rita Robichaud Lapadula. She was 41 years old and made the difficult but brave decision to give him to another family to raise. When he was only a week old, he was adopted by Bill and Mariette McCrossan of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, who raised him with much love. His mother, Mariette, is 86 years old now, and when she talks about the day that she brought him home, she still cries and weeps. He has made his parents so proud and has earned the respect of our 4 children and myself, of course. He works tirelessly for his patients, often helping people through their most difficult times in their life. And today, I just want to wish him a happy birthday and let him know how much I love and respect him. Happy birthday, my husband.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate owner Brendan Pippy and the staff of one of Shelburne's newest restaurants, the Emerald Light. This team won 6th annual lobster roll competition with the best lobster roll against some very worthy competitors. Since coming back home, Brendan has worked diligently to guarantee his customers an exceptional dining experience, and he has also introduced local competitions working with restaurants throughout the county, starting with a burger competition in which each participating restaurant donated a portion of their money raised to a charity of their choice. Madam Speaker, I ask all members, join me in thanking Brendan for his dedication to our community, as well as waiting and watching for the next big event. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the congregation of All Saints Anglican Church in Bedford for their recent actions to help those in our community experiencing food insecurity and poverty. As we know, homelessness and hunger are on the rise in our province. This past weekend, members of the congregation came together to provide shepherd's pie to 149 guests at the soup kitchen at St. George's Church in Halifax. Members of the All Saints congregation came together in a variety of ways to donate, shop, prepare, deliver, and serve the meal. As well, the previous Sunday, February 26, was Undie Sunday at All Saints, and that's when a representative of Shelter, Nova Scotia attended a church service to receive the men's undergarments and personal care items that the congregation had gathered during the months of January and February. The donations were then provided to the guests of Metro Turning Point Shelter for Men. I want to thank the leadership and members of All Saints Anglican Church for their thoughtfulness and action at this critical time for so many.
Are there any further statements by members? I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Coffee and Chat Group. The goal of the group is to provide residents in the Preston Township communities of East Preston, North Preston, Cherrybrook, and Lake Loon a place to interact and take in activities that help to support social and emotional interactions. There have been presentations on topics such as healthy eating, identity theft protection, personal budgeting and investing, and government services and programs. This group started in 2021 and is open to all ages. One of the highlights is the annual Christmas social, where groups from all of the communities come together for a time of sharing, fellowship, and fun. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to please join me in congratulating the organizers of this group for this great initiative and its continued success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to take this opportunity to wish the member from Sackville-Cobequid a very happy birthday today. He has strong ties to the Fairview Clayton Park community with his partner, Deb McKinnon, who is one of our best community volunteers and advocates. And it's always nice to see him pop his face into the community and show that cross-partisanship and party politics don't always have to cause strife. They can actually merge and make some really good movement forward for different communities. So on his birthday, I hope that today is a wonderful day for him and that he is showered with love. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Anne-Marie Bagnall and David Jong, the innkeepers of Seawind Landing Country Inn, on the recent expansion of their business. Seawind Landing is located in Charles Cove, and since they purchased the business 16 years ago, Anne-Marie and David have been welcoming visitors from around the world to their beautiful seaside resort. Tourists and locals alike come to relax at this pristine country inn and enjoy its second-to-none hospitality, not to mention its incredible food. This past fall, they completed a 1,000-square-foot extension, which is now home to a new dining area where they're able to host larger events such as receptions, celebrations, and meetings year-round. The focal point of the extension is a huge porthole window which frames a backdrop of Charles Cove. Tourism is an important part of Guysborough County, and this inn is certainly a gem along Marine Drive. Anne-Marie and David are committed to their community as they provide employment to local residents. They're active on the Tourism Association and Guysborough Business Partnership Boards and are advocates for rural Nova Scotia tourism. Madam Speaker, I ask that members of the House join me in congratulating Anne-Marie and David. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take a moment to recognize the Good Samaritans, the Knights of Columbus, the Northside Gals, Holy Family Parish volunteers, and the families from Nigeria for cooking an amazing breakfast last Sunday for the residents of the North Side. It was great to show the fellowship and have everyone together and share a wonderful breakfast. So thank you for providing breakfast for the residents of the North Side, and I look forward to attending future events. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm once again honored to rise to my place to recognize another deserving resident of Victoria the Lakes, Lyle Donovan. At an event held on January 23rd, Lyle was one of 18 current and former paramedics who were present to receive the Emergency Medical Services Exemplary Service Medal from His Honour Lieutenant Governor Arthur J. LeBlanc. Lyle has served as a paramedic for more than 30 years and continues to do so. He's also the EMO coordinator for Victoria County. I respectfully ask all members of the Assembly to join me in recognizing Lyle Donovan for his continuing contributions to our community and thank him for his many years of service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last weekend was busy for our Ravens Nest. U11B played West Hants, U13A played Western Valley Spartans, and U15A played West Hants again. All three teams won the semifinals. All of them. The Ravens Nest rocked it right out of the park. Congratulations to the U11B, the U13A, and the U15A for advancing to Scotia Minor Day of Champions. They'll all play in Queen's Place on March 23rd. So congratulations to all the players, the coaches, and the parents that are there dedicated to their children learning this wonderful sport. And yay Ravens, and my subby's on one of those teams, so I'll be there in Queen's Place. I'm hoping Kim might, or the Minister of Transportation might visit.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
I just wanted to say hi to Keenan and Rosie Young and stay engaged in politics.
Order. The time is now 2 o'clock, and we will begin questions put by members to ministers, recognizing the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this Premier ran on an election platform commitment to increase support for buying things locally here in Nova Scotia. However, Madam Speaker, the Premier is now going to use taxpayers' money, Nova Scotians' money, to subsidize the importation of cheap grape juice from other jurisdictions across the country and the world, which, according to our wine sector, our grape growing sector, will have catastrophic effects on that sector, which contributes $250 million a year to our economy and employs over 1,100 people. My question to the Premier is, why is he using taxpayer money to subsidize the importation of cheap grapes juice to compete against those that are actually growing grapes and putting money and their blood and sweat in the soil here in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we have great respect for our wine industry, for our grape growers as a province, as taxpayers have invested significant amounts of money in supporting them. They produce a great product. I believe in that product. I speak about that product pretty much every speech that I give, Madam Speaker. But the reality is that Australia raised a trade issue with the World Trade Organization and said we can't keep doing things the way we were doing them anymore. So under the settlement agreement, things have to change. The markup process has to change. There are huge opportunities for all sectors of our economy, but certainly for all segments of the wine industry. And we're believers in them. That's why we're trying to help them through this change in process.
I recognize the leader of the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, that's the issue. The Premier says one thing and then does another. This is not a trade issue. Other provinces in this country, BC, Ontario, provide subsidies to those that are putting their money in the ground, their capital in their province, that are growing goods, that are employing people in their own provinces. BC and Ontario do that. There's no trade disagreement there. There's no rules in the trade agreement that says you have to subsidize with your taxpayers' money imported juice from other parts of your country. There's no other province that's doing that. This is a precedent-setting event, and our question is why? Why is the Premier throwing aside the incredible work that's happened in the wine sector, something we're all proud of, something that's contributing hundreds of millions of dollars here, to use taxpayers' money to subsidize the importation of grape juice from other jurisdictions that are already subsidizing the production of that juice? It does not make any sense.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, as interested as I am in the learned member's advice on international trade compliance, I think I'll go with the international trade lawyers on their advice on making sure that Nova Scotia as a province is trade compliant. We were found not to be in compliance with the trade regulations. That was a policy, of course, that his government developed, and now we're trying to clean it up. We'll work with the industry. We support the industry. We want to help the industry. There's lots we can do to support them, but Madam Speaker, we'll be here to support Nova Scotians through this process, but we have to respect the international trade laws. I know this party, the Auditor General told me last week, they're not interested in the law. We are on this side, Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, this government is pretending this is a trade issue. They've tried to make it a trade issue by moving the subsidy from the Department of Agriculture to the Department of Finance. This was done on purpose, and we want to know why. The other provinces where there's no trade compliant issues with their subsidy to their grape growers, like Ontario, Quebec, and BC, do it through their agriculture department. We want to know why this government moved this subsidy program from agriculture, which could be in line with trade agreements, to finance, where they're making this more of a trade issue. It doesn't have to be one. And the Premier said he's consulted with the industry. We heard from the industry that's not true. He urged his Minister of Finance to meet with grape growers 3 days after he was seen photographed with Carl Sparks at an event hosted by Carl Sparks. My question to the Premier, is this coming from one person who he's closely associated with and who's done fundraising for him?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
It's an absolutely ridiculous assertion, Madam Speaker. The member might be interested to know I get photographed probably 100 times a week with Nova Scotians, and I'm proud to do it as their Premier, Madam Speaker. And the reality is that in June, Madam Speaker, Australia will get to have a say on whether or not they believe Nova Scotia has come into compliance. Everything that member just said is in support of Australia against the Nova Scotia industry. It's an absolutely ridiculous position for the member to take, and to bring that to the floor of the legislature and harm the entire sector says a lot about that member. In fact, Madam Speaker, it confirms what the Auditor General said last week when the Auditor General said, it concerns me the lack of integrity in that party. Right there, Madam Speaker, in full display.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Let's talk about integrity, Madam Speaker. Let's talk about doing what you said you would do. I have a list of organizations and municipalities voicing deep concern about this government's refusal to act on the coastal protection that we so badly need in this province. The list continues to grow. We now have the Tourism Industry Association of Nova Scotia, we have the Ecology Action Centre, we have the Atlantic Coastal Action Program, we have the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, in addition to towns and municipalities not limited to Clark's Harbour, Lunenburg, Digby, Bridgewater, Kentville. This is, of course, on top of the countless Nova Scotians, including the ones that that mysteriously got lost, who have spoken against this act. Why is the government not taking these concerns seriously? Why won't the Premier listen to Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're taking this issue very seriously. This is an issue that is near and dear to all Nova Scotians. We have 13,000 kilometers of coastline. Nova Scotians love their coastline, the beaches, the cliffs, the hiking trails. It's something that defines us as a people. We love our coastline. I also love and believe in Nova Scotians and their ability to do the right thing when they have appropriate information. That's why we are not giving up on protecting our coast. We will never give up on protecting our coast, but we will put faith in Nova Scotians. If we provide them the information, they'll make the right decisions. I believe in Nova Scotians. Maybe that member can tell me who she believes in.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
I only wish the Premier would tell us who he believes in, because it's not all of the Nova Scotians who support this act, including every member of this chamber, including the Premier and the Leader of the Opposition, who were in the chamber at the time and supported this act. The Minister's explanation that a map and an app will take the place of a legal framework doesn't cut it. People have apps for budgeting, but it doesn't mean that they use them. And it's worth pointing out that coastal developments, like seawalls, aren't individual decisions. They are things that can have harmful, eroding impacts on neighboring properties, on the beloved coastline of Nova Scotians. Governance of coastal protection, Madam Speaker, doesn't work like an app. You don't just download it like this government has done. If this government loves our coastline so much, why do they insist on leaving Nova Scotians and that coastline reckless, vulnerable to reckless development?
The Honourable Premier.
I completely disagree. I completely disagree. And it might be okay from downtown Halifax to dictate to what Nova Scotians should do on their property across the rural parts, across the rest of this province. I don't believe that a blunt instrument like dictating what somebody can do on their land is necessary to get people to do the right thing. I support Nova Scotians, and I will work with them to help them have the power to do the right thing. And I know the crew that wants to force the blunt instrument on Nova Scotians is very loud in the chamber right now, but they're not loud out in the real world in Nova Scotians that I talk to, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Thank you. Again, Clark's Harbour, Lunenburg, Digby, Bridgewater, Kentville. That's not HRM. That's not people in urban municipalities dictating coastlines. These are municipalities who are begging for a legal framework that this government refuses to give them. In the newspapers, on the call-in shows, in the 800 letters that sat in junk mail, public opinion is roundly in favor of this act. People want comprehensive political legislation. It is not a sledgehammer. It is a framework. The reason all of these consultations have happened, the hundreds of thousands of dollars of consultations, is to figure out what goes in the regulations. How are they sensitive to each jurisdiction? So these hundreds of thousands of dollars that this government has spent, most recently a few months ago, have been spent. The act has been denied, and the government will not tell us what people said. So will the Premier commit to releasing the results of the consultations he did with his beloved Nova Scotians about their beloved coastline?
Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the money that the member says was spent on consultation. It's actually an investment in hearing from the voices of Nova Scotians. We listen to those Nova Scotians very intently.
Order. Order. Please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We listen to those Nova Scotian voices, and they're across the spectrum for sure. It's our coastline. It's something that people care deeply about, so there are deeply entrenched positions on both sides of this. There's no question about that. We, as government, are looking for the most reasonable, common-sense outcome that supports Nova Scotians, supports the protection of our coastline. I'm very proud of the work the Minister and the team at the Department have done on this process, and I believe we have found the right balance that protects our coastline, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, it's not just myself and our party that don't think this is a trade issue. Folks from the wine sector know it's not a trade issue. We've had those folks say that there's no trade issue here. This, in fact, is not true at all. This issue isn't related to the Australian complaint. We've also had members of the wine sector who are all very connected, who have said this is happening. Again, these aren't my words. This is from the wine sector, because of the Premier's personal relationship with one individual who has fundraised money for the Premier and who is a close associate. My question to the Premier, if he wants to brag about putting Nova Scotia businesses first, supporting Nova Scotia's local development, why is he making a decision to use taxpayers' money to subsidize the importation of grape juice from across the world just so he can then call it a Nova Scotia wine?
The Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, this is a trade issue, and the member might not accept that. But I'll just provide a little information for the member. Of the wines that are currently sold in the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation shelves, currently there on the shelves today, 3% are craft local Nova Scotia wines. 65% of those wines are bottled outside of the province, most of them in Quebec. That's an incredible opportunity for our province. I believe that wine should be bottled here. It's already for sale on the shelves. We're going to find a way to help the industry, protect the growers. We want those grapes from Nova Scotian wines for sure. That's why we're looking for ways around the wine authority and stuff. But for the member to make the types of assertions he makes, to endanger the trade relationship internationally, it's absolutely ridiculous and it's reckless on that member's part, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but it's not reckless to defend an industry that creates $250 million a year in economic revenue. It's not reckless to defend an industry that puts their capital, their blood, sweat, and tears in the soil here in Nova Scotia, that employs 1,100 people from one end of the province to the other. What's reckless is putting that entire sector in jeopardy to help a friend out. That's what's reckless. The Premier knows if he looks at BC, Ontario, even the federal government, there's no trade compliant issues with subsidies to agriculture programs because it's run through the Agriculture Department, not through the Finance Department. Can the Premier please tell us, in his statesmanship all glory, why he has moved that subsidy program from agriculture to the Finance Department, bringing in this trade issue that he says exists?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, what the member is speaking about, it's all rooted in a trade challenge that Australia made, and it was made against Canada. And I think what a lot of people need to realize is that when trade disputes are brought forward, they're very serious. They can actually affect the export of lobster from our province, the export of other goods from our province. So it is critical that we comply and that we satisfy the trade complaint to ensure that the complainant, Australia in this case, feels that we have eliminated the policy which they've raised to be unfair, which was not compliant with the trade laws that our country has agreed to.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Madam Speaker, there's provinces that subsidize their local grape growers. In fact, there are jurisdictions that subsidize those grape growers that now we're going to double subsidize with the importation of that juice that are trade compliant. The federal government's program is trade compliant. BC's program is trade compliant. Ontario's program is trade compliant. Quebec's program is trade compliant because they are providing agriculture subsidy, not providing subsidy through the Department of Finance. This is how it used to happen. My question to the Minister of Finance: why have we created a larger trade issue here, if there's even one, by moving that subsidy program from the Department of Agriculture, again, where it would be compliant by all other evidence in the country and every other single jurisdiction that does it, into the minister's own department?
The Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is not a complicated issue. This issue was noticed by Australia because we have the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation, a crown corp of the government, which is unique compared to other provinces in the country in that the government is selling alcohol, and there is only one way to sell alcohol, and that is through the government by way of the NSLC. So the complaint was raised that there were margin preferences given to Nova Scotia alcohol producers, and we must address that, Madam Speaker. There is no getting around that. Nova Scotia had been allowing Nova Scotia producers to get preferential markups. That cannot exist anymore because it is not trade compliant.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, what happened was there were subsidies given to local farmers to grow and build an industry that is now worth $250 million from one end of the province to the other, that employs 1,100 people from one part of this province to the other. It was to subsidize people that were putting their capital in the ground here in Nova Scotia, that were building vineyards and wineries that are now the envy of the world, that are bringing tourism here. And this minister is justifying the indefensible here. My question to the minister: did this direction come from the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission Board? Is he moving on a direction from them?
The Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, I'm not justifying the indefensible. What was in place was indefensible, and that's why we lost the trade challenge. Australia made this complaint. It was not something done through the Department of Finance. It was a pricing, it was a margin preference through the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation. It was not trade compliant. We don't get to decide that. We also didn't get to decide what was in the free trade agreement that involved both Canada and Australia. But we have to respond to the complaint. Otherwise, we could affect other exports in the province, things like lobster and anything else really that's exported, because a country that's put up a dispute can start to take actions against other products that we might export.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Madam Speaker, there are other provinces in Canada, and there's the federal government as well, that provides an agriculture subsidy to those that are putting capital in the ground, that are building jobs locally, that are growing vineyards, and that are producing grapes. That's a different issue than pricing markups. Why is this minister now providing that same level of subsidy toward Nova Scotia's money toward companies that are importing juice that's produced in other jurisdictions from where that jurisdiction is actually subsidizing that production? Does this actually make sense to the Minister of Finance? And can he please answer my question? What's the Liquor Commission's viewpoint on this? Did they tell the minister that he had to do this to be compliant with trade rules? Can he please tell us?
Just a gentle reminder, too, when asking questions, to speak through the Speaker and not directly to ministers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the member is speaking of agricultural subsidies. That was not the issue at question here. The issue at question here was preferential markups at the NSLC, not agricultural subsidies, Madam Speaker. As I've said already, Nova Scotia is somewhat unique. Not every jurisdiction sells alcohol entirely through a government-run store system. But in this province, we do, Madam Speaker, and that's why it was noticed, because Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation was a large buyer of wines. And this problem has nothing to do with agricultural subsidies. It has everything to do with margin preferences that were not trade compliant.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, right, we're unique that we have a provincial liquor corporation. Clearly, the minister has never heard of the LCBO in Ontario. Clearly, he's never heard of that. Ontario is trade compliant. They do not. We are the only province that is putting tax dollars on the line to subsidize the importation of juice produced in other provinces. No other province does that. This is precedent setting. The reason why it's dangerous is because we're going to put a wine sector out of work potentially, where there is a $77 return on every single dollar invested in it, and promote a model where there is a $7 return on every dollar that's invested. This is going to be an economic disaster for this province, and I think we've got to get better answers from the Minister of Finance and the Premier than just saying it's a trade issue, when obviously there's serious disagreement here that it's not.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, the members put a lot of theories on the floor of the House today. I don't know if he's been following the news, but Ontario made a monumental decision in the way it retails alcohol in that province not so long ago, Madam Speaker. Very much a different system than the one we have here in Nova Scotia. So if the member wants to put other theories on the floor, he can, but I'm going to tell Nova Scotians that we had a trade issue because we have what's called the NSLC, and I know most people in Nova Scotia are very familiar with the NSLC. They can't buy their alcohol through any other sales channel than the NSLC. That's what the trade complaint was about, was a margin preference for alcohol, wine in Nova Scotia. And I'm out of time, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Finance. For 2 years, the Auditor General has been calling attention to the massive amounts of taxpayer dollars being spent outside of the budget process without oversight. And for 2 years now, this government has ignored her recommendations and refused to do anything about it. 86% of last year's over-budget spending remains unspent by recipients. That means there is plenty of time to go through official democratic channels. Past governments have spent out of budget, but never at these vast amounts, and never against the recommendation of the Auditor General. Why is this government so opposed to transparency?
The Honourable Minister for Finance.
A simple answer, Madam Speaker, because the model of transparency was one the NDP put in 2010. It's the exact same model that was put in 2010 when I actually sat, I think, Madam Speaker, in the very chair that member is sitting in. But the difference between that member and I is that I didn't have a problem with it because I knew that it is transparent. I knew that I would have the chance to raise issues in the House. I knew I would have the chance as a finance critic to raise them at the news conferences government would have, introducing the additional appropriations they were making.
The member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So, Madam Speaker, we've been through this before. So 2010 was a long time ago. We've been told to do better. We know how to do better, and we should do better, and we can do better. But this government doesn't want to. This government continues to spend with less oversight and only results in money wasted. Funding agreements are being rushed through, and in this rush, the government doesn't have answers for questions like, how will this money be spent? And what happens with unused funds? Like the Auditor General, I'm curious. What does the government see as the downside of increasing accountability and transparency of how they spend Nova Scotia's money?
The Honourable Minister for Finance.
The answer to that is because there is another element of accountability, and that's in the ministries that are responsible for the groups that are receiving funding. I'll answer the question, Madam Speaker, if they'll let me answer it. Ministries are responsible for these groups. At the end of the day, there are many organizations in Nova Scotia, and it should be no surprise to the members of the opposition because they're the very groups that they would have worked with when they were in government. Good people, Nova Scotians, who care about people. Things like helping people with the cost of energy, Madam Speaker. Academic institutions that we are trying to get them focused around healthcare because we need more healthcare workers. So ministries have a layer of accountability.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government ran on a plan to build a Nova Scotia loyal program that would incentivize the purchase of local goods and food, something that we've only seen decals on a truck driving Tories around in parades on from one of the province to the other. And here we have an example of a government that is willing to subsidize the importation of juice produced in other provinces and other countries, to subsidize that with taxpayers' money at the cost of local producers. Again, I will table a letter that's been submitted to the ministers and the Premier from the Wine Growers Association where they say this could be catastrophic to their sector. My question to the Minister of Agriculture, how has he allowed this to happen? How has he allowed taxpayers' money to be used to import juice to compete with local producers here in Nova Scotia? How is that doing a better job for Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We believe in the quality of Nova Scotia grapes. We've been there to support our wine industry through the years, millions of dollars of investment in the last number of years, Madam Speaker. You know, we look at the Nova Scotia wine quality standards. That's legislation that this government brought in. We look at polar vortex funding after that devastating cold snap that happened in February of last year. Industry asked us to sort out EWIRP and come up with a new trade-compliant program. We've done that, Madam Speaker. We're working with industry, and we'll continue to work with industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, that minister is willing to throw away all that investment to benefit 2 bottlers in Nova Scotia that aren't producing grapes here, that aren't putting as much money in the ground, where there is a fraction of the return on public investment. $1 leads to $77 return when wine is grown here, when grapes are grown here and wine's produced here. $1 yields a $7 return by comparison on wine that's bottled here. Madam Speaker, we've got a Minister of Agriculture who promised Nova Scotians that he would support local production, that he would encourage them to buy local, who's allowing his government to subsidize the importation, again, the only province that's doing this in the country, of foreign grapes. And we want to know why he's allowing that to happen to our sector here and putting our sector in jeopardy when it's so valuable.
Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned, we're supporting the wine industry and the grape growers of Nova Scotia. I talked about the Nova Scotia Wine Authority. That will incentivize grape growers to use, or wine growers to use, Nova Scotia grapes in their products. We are working with the wine industry to set up those standards. We're ready to go. The wine industry asked us to hold off while we sorted out EWIRP. We've done that, but we're ready to go. We're going to take their input, and we're going to set up a wine authority that incentivizes wine growers to use Nova Scotia grapes in their products. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
I'd like to ask a question to the government accountants on why it makes sense to import $1's worth of juice to make a bottle of wine and give them a subsidy of $5.15.
I recognize the honourable minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, as I said before, the opposition has put a lot of theories on the floor of the House this afternoon. And math. Yeah, they put a lot of math on the floor too, Madam Speaker.
You've seen your math before.
What I would say is that the industry is obviously important for the very reasons they've stated, Madam Speaker, and we have until the end of June to work with the industry on a solution that is trade compliant. And that is one thing it must be, Madam Speaker, is trade compliant.
The honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A question to the government. The government has received 2 letters from the wine industry, one on January 10th, one on January 12th. There has been no response and no meetings. Why will the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Agriculture, or the Premier sit down with the wine industry that is on the edge of a cliff because of this decision by this government? This will be catastrophic to rural Nova Scotia. And why? For $6 million in the pocket of one friend of the Premier. Talk to the industry.
I recognize the honourable minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I'm not so certain that the last comment is actually parliamentary. But I will, and perhaps you'll address that in a moment. But what I would say, Madam Speaker, sorry.
I kindly ask the member to just retract that statement, making an assertion that the Premier. I recognize the honourable member for Kings South. Sorry.
I will retract that statement. I would like to hear answers of why they're not talking to the industry.
Okay. I recognize the honourable minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I would say to the member that we are speaking with the industry. I know there have been phone calls happening as recently as this week. Madam Speaker, we have sat down and met with them. We do have until the end of June. And I certainly aim to be myself, and I know the Minister of Agriculture, we certainly aim to be sitting down with them again soon.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Finance inform us whether any checks have been cut to the 2 companies that will receive money under this program?
The honourable minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, what we put in place that must be trade compliant has to treat all producers of alcohol the same that are selling through the NSLC, whether they're from Australia or whether they're from Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for King South on his final sub.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it seems clear that $6 or $12 million have been spent. Is this an additional appropriation this year?
I recognize the honourable minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, as I said, we have until the end of June to come up with a solution for this issue. And it is something that Australia is going to have to, they're going to have to review what we've done, what we've changed, to ensure that it falls in line with what is compliant.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the minister responsible for residential tenancies. Last week, the final tenant was evicted from a 9-unit Dartmouth North building after the landlord refused to renew a series of fixed-term leases. As a result of having to move, Keely Corrigan saw her rent more than double. It went from $754 to $1,525, and I will table that. Without the abuse of fixed-term leases, Keely could have stayed in her rent-capped unit instead of moving into a unit she will struggle to pay for. So the question is, does the minister believe that this is the intended and appropriate use of fixed-term leases?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, recognize that when a tenant does face the end of their lease, it does put them in a very difficult situation and does cause a lot of stress, Madam Speaker. Again, I've spoken at length about the intended use of fixed-term leases on the floor of the legislature. There's a time and place for them. And as a member of this government, continue to support that intended use. Madam Speaker, we know that the low vacancy rate in the province is causing a lot of stress in our housing market. And that's why, as a government, we're focused on the true solution. That's adding more housing stock to the housing market, Madam Speaker. $1 billion investment over 5 years to add an additional 40,000 units, and that's why I'm proud of the leadership of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Speaker, this is not an isolated incident. This story has played out time and time again in my office and surely many others around the province. Residents are being displaced from affordable units, often into unaffordable or precarious housing, or in fact into homelessness. This government seems to think that handing over funding to developers and landlords will result in trickle-down affordability. We've had nearly 3 years of this philosophy, and all we have to show for it in Dartmouth North is a series of renovated buildings that have doubled in price. Why is this government failing to preserve the precious few affordable housing units we have left?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I certainly don't want to speak for the Minister of Housing, but again, I'd go to the true solution within that we're faced with is that we're focusing on more housing, more places that Nova Scotians can call home. We're not, contrary to what the member opposite is saying, we're making a number of investments in the housing market, whether it be modular public housing, whether it be in new public housing, Madam Speaker, whether it's supporting student housing projects across the province, whether it's new affordable housing projects, Madam Speaker, whether it's removing the provincial HST portion on new construction for a multi-purpose, purpose-built multi-unit apartments, Madam Speaker. We know we need more housing. That is the solution to the housing crisis.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, we've done an incredible job over the last 10 years growing our vineyard sector, our winery sector. There's been a compounding impact of that with tourism. It's been so good, the Premier brags about it in the one speech he gives everywhere he goes. My question to the Minister of Agriculture, this is an industry that's worth $250 million a year that employs 1,100 people. They are telling the public, the government, and us that this decision will be catastrophic to them and their businesses, and that we could see some of these venues shut down, which again would have a compounding negative effect. Does the Minister of Agriculture share the economic concerns as that the wine sector has?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I share the value that the wine sector brings to this province for sure. And as I mentioned, we've supported them through the years through a number of ways. One that I neglected to mention earlier through our new policy that replaced the emerging wine region policy is a green box funding that's designed specifically for the wine sector, Madam Speaker. $700,000 in this budget to help wine industry move forward. They can help develop the programs, and it is there to support them. That's just another way that we're supporting them, Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Again, and here's the issue. The Minister of Agriculture brags about $700,000 that's for the whole sector, over 55 wineries, and yet this one decision is going to give 2 companies in that sector $6 to $12 million. Clearly, there's something wrong here, Madam Speaker. This is not the time for the government to be patting themselves on the back for supporting a sector that is telling us they are on the verge of collapse as a result of how this government has handled this situation. Is the minister concerned about the economic impact to rural Nova Scotia, to tourism, to the same level that the sector is concerned about the economic impact? Can he please answer?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, I'm concerned about the wine sector in Nova Scotia and that they are in compliance with trade agreements, because they cannot move forward successfully without being trade compliant, Madam Speaker. So that is the goal. We have to be trade compliant. We want to get them there, Madam Speaker, but we also want to see them flourish.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's been a lively discussion today about the wine industry, and the wine industry has reached out to us and to others to advocate on their behalf, and it's an important industry for this province. But my question to the Minister of Agriculture is, he had 2 letters. Why wouldn't he meet with the wine industry?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was, in fact, 3 meetings that took place, one with Finance and Treasury Board officials with the wine industry. I believe that was in early January. The Minister of Finance and I met with them on 2 separate occasions in the middle of January. And I've been back and forth with the Chair of the Wine Growers Board, Madam Speaker, on a weekly basis. So I understand their concerns. We're listening and we're working, and we're going to continue to work with them toward a solution.
The member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And when we hear that there's letters not responded to, whether it's the Minister of Agriculture or any ministry for that matter, it's a concern for us because stakeholders count on their ministers when they need them, when they have concerns. We know that there were letters that were sent, there were letters that weren't responded to, and it's a concern for me that the wine industry wants to meet with their minister and they couldn't. So will the minister, through you, Madam Speaker, will the minister commit to meeting with the wine industry as soon as possible so they can have a voice?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And letters are certainly one way to communicate. They've sent letters to us. We've sent letters to them. The Chair of the Wine Growers Board knows he can contact me directly. He's texted. We've called. Grape growers, same thing. We talk at events. We're open to dialogue, and yeah, we will meet with wine growers again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Economic Development. I'm wondering if the minister is concerned with this decision and its economic impact on the Annapolis Valley. I talked just the other day with a restaurant owner who was raving about how his summers were completely different than 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It's completely flipped. And what unprompted, he said, it's because of our wine industry and the vision of Hans-Peter Stutz. This decision will affect the tourism sector significantly. Is the Minister of Economic Development concerned about this decision?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. It is the absolute foundation of the Department of Economic Development and my belief as minister that I am communicating with businesses across this province. So absolutely, when there are concerns, I have a concern that these are dealt with. However, I am very aware that my colleagues across government, notably the Minister of Agriculture, is on this. I am also, through the journey of Nova Scotia Loyal, I am very aware of the pitfalls that relate to transgressions in trade law, and what has been explained today is absolutely legitimate.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Will the minister commit to meeting immediately with the wine industry to learn about the importance of this industry to the Annapolis Valley? The Minister of Economic Development and Tourism should be completely concerned about this decision, and she should meet, the minister should meet with the industry as soon as possible. Will she commit to that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising in my capacity as Minister for Tourism, Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage. And it actually gives me a unique perspective, Madam Speaker, because I am responsible as Minister of Finance for the NSLC, but I also know how important the wine sector is for tourism. And the experiences people have when they come here, one of the great experiences you can have when you come to Nova Scotia is you can visit a winery and you can enjoy the experience of knowing the product you're consuming was made right here. So we want to be supportive of Nova Scotia wineries, Madam Speaker, and we need to be compliant, but I also want to ensure we're supportive of them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Community Services, who has consistently minimized this budget's freeze on income assistance for recipients without disability. But there is nothing to minimize in the fact that single parents are having their assistance income frozen in this budget for the third year in a row. We are not asking about what the government might do in the future. We are talking about what they are doing right now. Why did the minister agree to freezing single parent incomes for the third year in a row?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. It does give me an opportunity to talk about what we are doing right now, which is a lunch program. A lunch program, and I want to thank the Minister of Education, is something that's going to help. I see members shaking their head. It is going to help families right across this province, including families that are on income assistance. And the only people minimizing anything is the members across who are minimizing the $150 that is being put in the pockets of Nova Scotians right now.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but that's not what we asked. May 2021 was the last increase in single parents' income assistance rates in Nova Scotia. Since that time, food and shelter costs have gone up by 20%. Which means single parents are being forced to try to provide for their children on 1/5 less the income they had the last time the assistance rate was adjusted. Will the minister explain why he agrees with inflicting this pain on the single parents of Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. What I do agree with is the investment in diabetes for Nova Scotians. That is going to save Nova Scotians thousands of dollars. What I do agree with is the more rent subs that are coming out because of this budget. What I do agree with is that $150 is a lot of money that's going to help Nova Scotians right now. There's more to come. Buckle up.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
It's a strange place, Madam Speaker, sometimes. So my question, and the Minister of Economic Development mentioned it, so it'd be nice to get an update on it, I guess, because it isn't here yet, and that is Nova Scotia Loyal. I make the joke that the better paycheck guarantees in the back of one of those deckled trucks going to the dump, because these were both staple commitments by the government, and we're into now the end of year 3, and Nova Scotia Loyal is still in development. So my question to the Minister of Economic Development, will we ever see the Nova Scotia Loyal program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And genuinely, thank you to the member opposite. As to this point, it's been, dropped remarks about trucks and parades. In fact, Nova Scotia Loyal is out there. We have done a ton of work with our growers, our makers, our manufacturers, our vendors, and our consumers. And I don't know about the members opposite, but our Premier tells this side of the House that we should be out on the weekends in our communities. And if you were, you would be attending some of the events, the 57 strategic events that we've been out in communities, 24 just since Christmas, in places like Wolfville and Sydney. So there's lots of work taking place and much more to come.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Sydney, that's news to me. The only thing that people in Sydney saw from this government was to be insulted when 200 centimeters of snow hit the ground. So there's no loyalty in Sydney right now from the government. So Madam Speaker,
Order. We're coming to the end, everyone. Let's try to make it. So I recognize the honourable member of Sydney, member 2.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. This has been my concern with Nova Scotia Loyal from day one. A lot of money's been spent, a lot of promotion's been spent, and there's been no direct benefit to any of the businesses that are here locally in Nova Scotia. We don't see any of it on Cape Breton Island. We don't see any promotion of the program. I don't even think we've seen a truck on the island. We might have seen it in a parade, but my question is, after 3 years, one of the major political staples for them is not done.
Question.
When will it be finished?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, again, thank you for a gift of a question, because Nova Scotia Loyal, in a sense, will never be done, because the whole idea is to begin a movement, Madam Speaker, that will lift people up. So we have already, at this very moment in time, we have an online discount program taking place with Cape Breton Food Hub, Prospect Food Hub, and the Wolfville Farmers Market. We have been in stores this past month with the Fruit Growers Association promoting Nova Scotia apples, and now that we're in March, it's Maple Month. We have been working in the pre-Christmas marketplace, where we went to 10 events where we encouraged Nova Scotians to think local as they were buying for Christmas. With about $100,000 in vouchers, we leveraged.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Being loyal to Nova Scotian fruit growers would be to actually support them and not import juice produced in other provinces and other countries. My question to the Minister of Finance, we've referenced the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission. It's an independent board. Could he please articulate what their position is on the changes he made that we believe will have a catastrophic impact on grape growers in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, I want to be loyal to every industry in Nova Scotia and to ensure that we are trade compliant and that we don't cause problems for other exporters in this province. That's who I'll be loyal to, Madam Speaker.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a point of clarification at the end of QP. I'm just curious whether the member of King Salt was what he was asked to retract in his statement, whether it was unparliamentary, what was unparliamentary about it, and was it a procedural thing? So just a point of clarification.
Certainly, I'll get you the exact words and why I asked for him to retract it. So we'll get that to you. Thank you. I do now recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
The motion is to resolve into Committee of the Whole House on Supply. It is now carried. Thank you. We will take approximately... Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just an honor to get up and say a few words as we move back into estimates on the budget. Some of the highlights that I thought were good, and some of the things that are still a concern for me, and I think some of the challenges that government will still face moving forward. I do want to, estimates is always an interesting exercise, and we're going to go through a number of days of it, and it will give us all an opportunity to ask various questions about departments. I was, interested in hearing the departments so far. I look forward to having some questions around some of the municipal affairs piece later today, and had a chance to ask some questions to advanced education last night, which is kind of an interesting file. If you look at advanced education, just based on the federal government rules around international student recruitment and how that's going to impact institutions, it's going to be interesting to watch, because it's really a lot of that also is intertied with housing and some of the vacancy rates that we're seeing in Sydney now, which are at historic lows, which I'll talk to the minister about as we get into estimates. But I do want to talk. I'll start with some of the things that are very positive to me, and I'm very proud of my caucus over the years that have been advocating for a school lunch program, which everybody in this House, as I said in my member statement after the announcement was made, was a very positive step, regardless of what side of the floor you're on. Can you grab some water, please? And now schools are excited for that. I think it was years in the making. I'm happy that the government finally decided to do it because, there was this argument over the years that, we had to wait for the federal government. We had to wait for the federal government with money. So the government finally made the decision on their own, which they could have made a number of years ago. And, I will give the department a little bit of leeway because I was part of those conversations early on too. But ultimately, governments have to make a decision based on what's in the best interests of our kids. As I said, I'm really proud of our, thank you so much, Kelly, appreciate that. I said your name and I shouldn't have said your name on the microphone. So the lunch program is important. Absolutely, it's going to help a lot of kids. It's similar to childcare or some of the other programs. It really puts kids on a level playing field. We all know we get those calls about families that are struggling right now, especially more so than ever. And we've had this conversation here. You never want a child to have to ask for food at school. So now this gives every child a chance to have a healthy breakfast and a healthy lunch. I think that's wonderful. And something that everybody's been pushing for, not only in here, but the advocates. And you always got to think that the folks in the community that have been pushing for this for a very long time. So I think that that's good. Ending bracket creep was something that we pushed for years as well. I'm proud of my colleagues, my friend from Northside, Westmount, and others who saw this, and the premier calls it, and I give the Minister of Finance credit. He was more humble in his approach to it because it's not really a tax break. It's aligning Nova Scotia with the rest of the country, and so the savings may grow over time, but politics being what it is, it's the government wants to call it the biggest tax break ever, and we don't think it is. We think it helps. It aligns Nova Scotia with Canada. We were the last jurisdiction to do it. But the HST also plays in it. You could have cut the HST, and you could have did this, and you could have indexed income assistance, and then you're talking about the biggest tax breaks in history. But that didn't happen. But something that advocates and the business community and folks all over the province finally asked for the end to bracket creep. And it happened. So there's some of the benefits. You're looking at, I look at Cape Breton. And there, there's money allocated for projects in Cape Breton. which are important. These were all announced years ago. And, you know, you're starting to see, you know, it's wonderful to see the construction that's happening in the community. A lot of those decisions were made way back when, and governments continue to invest in them. You know, it's exciting to see that the community college is going to open this year at some point. It's exciting to see. It's exciting to see the construction at the hospitals and the construction of the schools that were all announced. There's some long-term care facilities that the minister, I know, is working on that will be built in the greater CBRM area in the coming years, which is wonderful. I'm glad that the government continues to invest in them. And as the finance minister said today, this is an important point because we get into some pretty heavy debates in here in question period, and you know the government will say that we didn't do this or we did that, but ultimately there are a lot of people behind the scenes that are doing the work, and those same people are doing the work for this government. So I always say that when we're in question period and the government decides to say something along the lines of, well, this never happened under your mandate, they're working with the same people, so it doesn't insult me. I think it's more insulting to them, to be honest. But I've had the privilege of working with lots of folks throughout different departments in government, and they're all wonderful. And no matter who's in power, they do what's right to help folks. So in Cape Breton, what I'm seeing is a lot of investment towards a lot of projects that have been ongoing or under construction. I would have loved to have seen. I'm kind of looking for what the next move is for the island, in the sense that the government has supported all of the hospital, finally the hospital redevelopment. I wish some of the newer members were around back in the day when we actually made those announcements, and they absolutely tried to destroy our credibility and the credibility of healthcare professionals in Cape Breton. So I'm happy to see their work continued. As I said, I'm happy to see the community college well on its way to opening. But I'm not seeing new projects. What's new for Cape Breton? There's some announcements around some community facilities. But what I'm looking for is what's going to be the next big move for a community that has for years declined and is now in full growth. And with that growth comes challenges. We have, I heard the minister say that. I never even said, I was getting there. It's okay. I always give the government credit. I think that was an excellent announcement, the medical school. But what's the next move? Our vacancy rate is the lowest in the province now in Sydney. It's at 0.08. So this is the conversation I want to have with the minister later, Madam Speaker, about what's the plan for the greater Sydney area. And we heard a bit about this last night from the Minister of Advanced Education, who actually changed his message, in my opinion, very much about the state of affairs at Cape Breton University. And we have a lot of students that are there. Everybody celebrates that. It's been wonderful for our community. The minister's message in the past was, well, that's their decision. They make those calls. But last night he was raising some flags around living accommodations and some transportation issues, which is an important conversation. And I was happy that he answered some of my questions last night. But this is what we're going to be looking for in the budget. Our community's in a huge growth mode right now. We have thousands and thousands of students. And as I said earlier on in my comments, it will be very interesting to see how the breakdown comes when a number of international students is kind of distributed for enrollment through our institutions. But there's a lot of strain on infrastructure. And this goes back to the conversation that we've had about sustainable growth. Like, we need growth in this province, there's no question. And the growth in our community has been wonderful. I lived, I grew up there, lived there my entire life, and what I saw was two major industries go down, and we saw decades of vote migration. And now we're at a point where we're seeing this new entrepreneurial spirit. We're seeing lots of newcomers come in. We're seeing a whole new creative economy come in, and it's been wonderful. But CBRM needs help. And in this budget, this government, who's had more money than any government in history, and I'll get into that list in a minute, They've received even more equalization money, and they didn't distribute it to the municipalities. And what I've also heard is that this government, after negotiating an MOU with everyone, said, we will meet with the Cape Breton Regional Municipality and we will develop a charter and we will do all this. Not one meeting has happened since that debate. Not one. Think about that. We're going to go home and we're going to write a charter, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Not one meeting happened. And now more equalization money is coming in. More money's coming into the coffers for the government. They told the CBRM they'd meet with them, and they didn't. There's been no new negotiation. There's been no talk about the future. I'm hearing this from councillors at home. It's like that debate happened, and this is it, and so be it. And that's what it is. And that's really unfortunate, because now the government has even more equalization money that they could be looking at the CBRM, and they begin saying, okay, you know what? Your population's growing again. We have additional resources. Let's look at your transportation system, because you're one of the few municipalities that is running a full transportation system. You're a regional municipality. Let's look at some other important infrastructure projects that we can look at that will help support economic growth, community growth. Like yesterday, for example, that announcement that was made about the youth facility, it'd be the first one in the province. I don't want to misquote. That's a great group. They've been fighting for this for years. Like, those are the conversations that I hope the government will have with stakeholders across the community, because CBRM I've traveled every municipality here. It was wonderful to go on tour, and everybody's unique. But I will always argue that the CBRM was developed and agreed to, and it was born at the same time as the HRM, under the same umbrella of principles as the HRM. That it was a regional municipality. You had a huge collection of communities come together. There was no vote. We're amalgamating. You're amalgamating. You're going to be super city, and so be it. So at the time, there was a lot of talk about what resources would come as a result of that, and many would argue that it wasn't treated as such. So you have all these other beautiful communities across the province that are a tenth of the size. And CBRM is just a different unit, it's just so much bigger, and it's so much more complex. And it's our second regional center in Nova Scotia. So, part of why I wanted to get up today is really that premise that, there's been no follow-up about charters or anything with the regional municipality since all of that debate and everything that was said. There's more equalization money that has come in from the federal government, along with all of the other revenues that have been coming in. I'm not seeing any real additional support, whether it's for the local government and or other projects outside of what the minister has said to, which is the medical school. I'm always going to fight for the island. So I want to see more. So I know this is, 15 minutes goes quick. So here's what I'll say. I look forward to estimates. We'll have lots of questions. And the government tries to say, and I'll go back to the tax break. This is the biggest tax break in history of the universe. It's like fireworks and all that stuff. But there's other firsts. This is the highest ever. But there's other number ones. Here's another number one. This is the highest doctor wait list we've ever had. These are the highest tax rates, or power rates we've ever had. This is the highest level of poverty we've ever had. This is the longest wait times for housing we probably ever had. There's a list, and the list gets, this is the most money a government has ever had. This is the most equalization that a government has ever had. But these are some of the worst outcomes a government has ever had. So we'll go through the budget. There'll be lots of discussion, but I'd be careful saying that that tax break, which it's on, it only aligns Nova Scotia with the rest of the jurisdictions that will save Nova Scotians a few bucks, but they call that number one. There's lots of other number ones, and they're some of the worst measurements this province has ever seen.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction before I make my speech into supply.
Yes, please do.
Joining us in the gallery, I think perhaps behind me, and I would invite him to stand up, is Liam Colby. Liam is a third-year political science student at Dalhousie University and is completing an internship in my office through the Dalhousie Political Science Society. And also helps me draft this speech. So,
welcome. Go ahead, the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. So this speech into supply is actually focused on post-secondary education and advanced education. And of course, we had a chance to have a fulsome discussion with the minister last night. But I think we all share, as Nova Scotians, we're all proud. We're all proud to boast that we have one of the highest university per capita rates in the country, not even including our provincial network of Nova Scotia community colleges. We know our colleges and universities are long-standing integral pillars that uphold our communities, and they are one of the things that makes Nova Scotia such an attractive place. Students from Nova Scotia, from across Canada and around the world flock to our universities and colleges in search of some of the best education that Canada has to offer. Our graduates have long provided the know-how upon which our province is built, and they will continue to do so, especially in the face of our generational crises in health, housing, and climate change. Whether they come from Nova Scotia or another continent, they are essential to our communities. And it's our responsibility to make sure that students feel welcomed, cared for, and treated as the crucial members of our province that they are. At the risk of sounding cliche, they are our future. But as essential as students are to Nova Scotia, they are mired with challenges, facing rising tuition costs, untenable costs of living, and disproportionately low wages. These issues are amplified for the many international students in this province. Domestic tuition costs in Nova Scotia are nearly 40% higher than the rest of the country, and they continue to rise. These tuition rates are not sustainable. In response to the budget, Nova Scotia corroborated that the impact of rising tuition is having a negative effect on student experience. And of course, we also have low wages and the minimum wage well below the estimated living wage for someone to live comfortably across this province in many different centres, as well as the challenge of finding accommodation. And of course, I have, I think, 4 universities at this point in my riding. And so when I go door to door, I certainly get a chance to meet lots of students from Nova Scotia, from other parts of the Maritimes, and international students. And I can attest that students are often living in very poorly maintained units. They're living in units that are overcrowded. So in order to be able to afford a place to lay their head, there's actually like 5 or 6 students in a 1-bedroom apartment, for instance. And as well, students are disproportionately affected by fixed-term leases. And I believe I've shared previously a letter that I received from a young person who said that they basically regret coming to Nova Scotia to study, that they were going back to Toronto because it was going to be less expensive and easier, and they wouldn't have to move every year. So it doesn't seem particularly sustainable. Nova Scotia students are not receiving the help they need. Increasing costs have a huge effect on students' mental and physical well-being. They are forced to make difficult decisions between living costs and tuition that can impact their personal lives and academic futures, stuck between a rock and a hard place. The ultimate goal should be to make life easier for students and for our colleges and universities so that they can focus on education. We cannot take them for granted. When the provincial budget was released, students in Nova Scotia immediately raised concerns about the tuition structure, about concerns that it might appear, although the minister sought to clarify this, that provincial student assistance was being reduced, and no word on a provincial student housing strategy. I was certainly happy to hear from the minister last night of his commitment to students. So in speaking about international students, talked about, of course, how welcoming international students is an important part of the plan to grow the population, that the province needs to take measures to protect students and need to make them feel welcome. However, it's hard to see how those kind words and those principles are borne out in the actions of this government. So I am particularly concerned by the fact that we have a minimum tuition increase for international students. In other provinces in BC and Ontario, BC and Saskatchewan, international student tuition fees are regulated, and even in Ontario, actually, the increase was capped at 5%. And instead, in this province, we've put the floor at a 9% increase. The minister likes to talk a lot about the true cost of education, but was unable to justify that, was unable to describe the methodology that developed the true cost of education, or in fact offer a number about what that true cost of education was. And as well, the other flip side of that is what cost, but also the benefit. And again, the minister had nothing to say in terms of what the social return on investment is for having our international students. There are some solutions to this too. So, making sure that the type of information that international students receive before coming to Nova Scotia is standardized, ensuring immediate access to MSI and not having a wait period, and having a cohort-based approach to tuition. So in this way, whether international, Nova Scotia, or domestic students, folks know that when they start a university education in Nova Scotia, they know what to expect in year one and going forward. And it's clear that we need to listen to students more. That was clear in what Students Nova Scotia had to say in their reaction to the budget. They want more engagement and consultation. They want the student housing strategy, and the minister said it was coming, which is good. But people have been waiting a long time, and the track record of this government in undertaking consultation and actually finishing what they were consulting on and or being accountable for the results is thin. So, I think this is another area where students are justifiably skeptical about what they hear. And Students Nova Scotia points out that while there's 600 and some units at NSCC campuses, that 50,000 students are still waiting for their housing strategy. The minister also talked about, having a generous student assistance program and generous debt relief. And, what I would suggest is that students would do well not having to take on so much debt and not having to access so much student assistance. And again, this comes down to tuition fees. And then on the flip side, a couple of weeks ago, before the House sat, universities received the new strategic alignment agreements from the province. 5 common outcomes for universities were identified. But even now, their definition remains unclear, despite the fact that that this government has asked universities to develop their answers to those definitions that haven't been developed by the summer. This seems like a huge data exercise. Universities cannot plan for multiple years based on ideas and nebulous goals that haven't been clarified, and they were not consulted before these plans were dropped on them. Of course, I think I've spoken to just about every university president many times since being elected and being the advanced education critic, and everyone knew that it was in the minister's mandate letter to revisit the governance of universities and that the MOU was coming forward. And universities have been right there providing the information that's been required of them in really timely fashions, and a lot of that serve data collection has been quite time-consuming. To make it really easy, the university presidents even have a council, so you actually don't have to even contact all of them. You can contact the council, who can provide some representation. But literally, they were not consulted before these plans were dropped on them. Most folks heard about it the day before. And the Council of Nova Scotia University presidents used words like devastating in their press release in response. And folks were certainly surprised. Although, as one university president joked, the consultation process was grueling because there was no consultation process. It's also hard for students to feel supported when the province hands down a rushed, inconsiderate new process for university governance. One of the measures there talks a lot about making sure that Nova Scotia research aligns to Nova Scotia priorities, or research undertaken in Nova Scotia. And I think that this also raises a really important question. Other outcomes are about workforce attachment and that sort of thing. But, I think it's very hard to determine what are Nova Scotia priorities in research, because the goal of research is to explore, discover, evaluate, weigh, debate. So I use the example of my own doctoral research on integrated youth services. When I started that actually was not a priority. This Liberal government was ignoring what was happening around the world and across the country in youth mental health services. And so in a sense, at that point, the government of the day could have argued that in fact that wasn't a government priority to do this research. This government has announced integrated youth services, and so I guess that in that sense, the research became in line with the priorities. But my point is that if we can't possibly know what we need to learn. And my concern about this very limited view of what research should be is that it's restrictive. It doesn't make the best use of the amazing academic community we have across our universities and colleges. It's also not particularly realistic. It doesn't actually reflect how research is developed and funded, undertaken and shared across this country. So it also seems a bit out of touch, which I guess if you haven't done any consultation, then it might be. We really need to see a clear commitment from this government to the post-secondary education sector. There's a lot of talk about it, but it has been the stakeholders certainly don't reflect that they feel like they've been engaged. And I think that really our post-secondary education sector is going to be in crisis over the next couple of years because of the types of decisions that this government is suggesting. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recognize that members on both sides of the floor have a job to do in the House Assembly. So I understand that this is not personal, it's politics. I get that. We're here criticizing a historical $16 billion budget. That's a huge investment in Nova Scotia. Before I get started on that, though, I do want to say I'm happy to hear that the CBRM have agreed to move forward with the charter, if that's what we heard from across the floor, because I tabled here in the House before the minister's letter to the mayor asking to cooperate with them to do a charter for Cape Breton, and I do believe that's the right thing to do. Cape Breton has a lot of exceptionalities. There's no doubt about that. But our historical investment over the summer on a bus terminal, I think we gave $26 million or something to that effect. That's an investment in Cape Breton. It's a recommendation or an acceptance of the situation they're in. But anyway, this is a strange place to echo words that were mentioned today. I find it. I've never sat in opposition, so I don't know if the light's different on that side or what. But to see a member stand up and talk about all that we should be doing, take credit for the good points in the budget, but criticize what they would like to and talk about why we should have done it years ago and have been advocating for years. Well, why didn't you do it in 8 years that you're in government? I don't get it. I don't understand it. So I'm not taking shots here today. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I do want to point out that this is politics. It's not personal. I guess that's what I have to accept. And I'm not that kind of person, so it's hard for me to accept that. It's taken a while for me to get to that understanding. When I was advocating for housing in Glace Bay and Dominion, I was extremely frustrated in looking at 2 former schools, large buildings, that I actually taught in one of them. And I couldn't understand for the life of me how we didn't convert those buildings over, and they were closed under the previous government. I do not understand how we let them come to such a dilapidated state that the only option is tear them down now. And while I had people sleeping in cars, I just didn't get it. I didn't understand that. And I'm glad to be part of a government that accepted when I came begging for housing. I'm glad to be part of a government that made historical investment. I think it's 40-some years since any subsidized housing was built in Glace Bay and Dominion. That's an amazing government to be part of, and I'm so proud to be part of it. I can't sit here and listen to constant criticism of a budget that I was reviewing and taking parts out of it. So I just decided, you know what, I'm just going to take the whole thing, I'm going to read off some points and make them close to home as I can. So that's what I'm planning on doing. I got to point out some of the life-changing policies. A $16 billion investment is a historical investment in Nova Scotia. It's an investment not only in today and what we need and the things that we're looking at now, the challenges we discussed here on the floor, it's also a testament to the future and the support that we have in this province as a future. This province is growing, not shrinking. It's not the state of closing down schools and leaving vacant buildings. It's at the state where it needs to grow, obviously. And that's what we're trying to do. So let's talk about it, helping Nova Scotians with the cost of living. So the budget includes the largest tax break in provincial history. An estimated $150 to $160 million per year by 2028. That's $150 to $160 million in spending power that'll help local business, small business. When people have money, they spend it. That's the best place money should be, where it circulates. And I love the fact that we recognize that. I realize that some opposition members want to take credit for that. Well, great. I'm glad you're on board with it. Thank you. How many times have you heard people say, every time I get a raise, the government takes more money? Well, this investment will put an end to that. By ending personal income tax brackets in January of 2025, our government is protecting our spending power. It protects what you have, so your $20 is still worth the $20 in 5 years' time. We've heard it here on the floor, the middle class is struggling. This ending income tax brackets is a step towards decreasing the rising cost of living. Now, if you put it on a continuum, the tax cut is on one side of the continuum, the liberal carbon tax is on the other side. That's what this is. That is what we're talking about here. We're talking about an extreme difference. We're talking about investing in Nova Scotians. That doesn't mean to be a dig at the opposition. I realize they're a different level of government. But perhaps they could join us in fighting the liberal punitive carbon tax. Madam Speaker, $7.8 million more for additional actions to reduce child poverty, a topic we hear on this floor constantly. Delivering the increased Nova Scotia child benefit, more support for young people leaving care at the age of 19, and expand the EDGE program, which prepares youth at risk for education and employment access. Madam Speaker, as a teacher, I gravitated to the students who were in need. They're the ones I supported mostly, because the truth is, a large majority of students will finish school without any real support or interventions. So, Madam Speaker, I focused on the 5 or 10% that are struggling. A student who will remain nameless I can recall who was put out of his home at a very young age and was put up in a boarding room. This student showed up at school. He was argumentative. He was not typically well-dressed. He was sometimes hungry. And he had no problem telling people what he thought. But you know what, Madam Speaker? That student was putting in 110% effort just to show up at school every day. That's why I took him under my wing. That's why I support him and praise him. And I'm happy to say that he's now working, doing well. They're the people that we need to look after. The 110% that he's putting in every day, that matters. And supporting youth who age out at the age of 19 and the EDGE program are just two resources now available to help a kid like that. The Abbey Ridge in Glace Bay is another option. The Abbey Ridge, I think it's for 8 children, 8 youth, up to 24. They're living with social workers. They're getting their education under control, figuring what they want to do with life. They're getting out and getting to work. One single intervention with a youth at that age doesn't just change the child's future or the youth's future. It changes everybody they come in contact with. And you know, Madam Speaker, I know that because I'm standing here as one of them. The Leader of the Opposition called me the hometown hero one time. I never did get that T-shirt done, but he's going to wear it with me. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, it was the Police Boys Club, a dog catcher, that took an interest in me and helped me through. And I give great credit for that. I speak about every chance I get. Because when we show interest and support, when somebody is struggling to stand up on their own 2 feet, when the whole world seems against them, how you interact with that person and the things you say to that person and what you do to help that person just to get them through today sometimes can really have a huge impact on the future. I'm sure Elwyn never thought I'd be standing in the House of Assembly delivering a speech. I guarantee you that. I hope he's watching me. Getting back to the cost of living supports, imagine, Madam Speaker, $60.9 million for about 200,000 families through affordable living tax credit. $144.2 million for the Your Energy Rebate Program, which eliminates 10% of the provincial tax on home heating. $2.4 million to increase rent supplements to 8,500 homes. That makes it a total of $69.2 million. And the minister already talked about how that proportion has changed drastically. I would like to see the federal Liberal send some money down to help with that and get back to the 50%. I think that's what we talked about. 5% million more for home repair and adaptation program to help more low-income homeowners. That makes a total of $23.8 million. I don't think there's any members on either side of this floor who think those programs are not making a big difference in people's lives, and that's simply what I'm saying. This budget is making a difference in people's lives. That's what I'm calling it. We should have changed the name on it, I think. Beyond the obvious benefits of physical activity that come from sports, there are a large percentage of youth that are involved in sports that stay away from drug abuse, any kind of thing like that. I spoke about it yesterday with a member statement on a basketball team, and I just gave you an example of how being involved in a community program really changed the trajectory of my life. I think that what we're doing with this budget is changing people's lives, and it's as simple as the $500 tax credit for youth and sports and activities. I think that's an amazing program. I think it matters to people. It's a $3.2 million investment, and I think it makes a difference in people's lives. Madam Speaker, I think we lose, I can't remember the percentage, but when we retire, we lose our spending power within five years, something. Yeah, I think we lose like 50% of our spending power. We have $26.5 million this year to provide the senior care grant to help older Nova Scotians stay in their home and in their communities, which is what a big part to me. In their homes is great, but in the community where they grew up matters. $18.2 million to return provincial income tax paid on more than 10,000 seniors. I don't know if the budget is so big that we lose track of these numbers. I don't know if that's what it is, but I look at these numbers, I look at these programs, and I think of the people that are coming into our office. I think of the seniors that have waited in chairs to see me to bring in cookies to thank us for the senior care grant. That's heartwarming, but it's life-changing as well, not just for them, but for me as well. $1.2 million more for a total of $10.4 million for the property tax rebate, a huge help for eligible seniors paying their own property taxes. And yes, the budget does invest in children. $18.8 million for a lunch program for public schools. Estimate to grow to $100 million by 2027, 2028. That is a huge investment in our children. We've already talked about some of the people in the House today. We talked about some of the people that's going to help. But, you know, Madam Speaker, as a teacher, I think this is a major ordeal. And I know we all look at the food implementation of it, absolutely. But coming from Glace Bay High, I can tell you that a lot of students leave the school at lunch. And you can bet at 1 o'clock you're going to start hearing the names being called up to the office. This lunch program will probably keep kids in school instead of out in the community where idle hands do the devil's work. They get in trouble. And it's just because they're out in the public in groups. It's all it is. They're not bad kids. They're just out in large groups. And that stuff happens. This program will help keep them in school where they can also take advantage of some of the clubs and stuff that are happening at lunch because they're in the building. It makes a big difference. It changes lives. It's not about, I don't know, it's not about the numbers. Forget about the numbers. We're providing a school lunch program. That's what matters. That's what matters. That's it. $42.5 million more this year in child care funding for lower fees for families, creating more spaces, enhance after-school care. What's that? That is a huge, a minute, my God. I don't know where to go now. Now I'm scurrying. Now I don't know where to go, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to go till you shut me down. When we talk about children, and we immediately think about education, $28 million more for public schools to address growing enrollment. I just mentioned 2 schools that closed in Glace Bay, Madam Speaker. We're a growing province. We're not a shrinking province. And we need to build for the future because we deserve it today, our seniors deserve it for the past they had, and our children deserve to be optimistic for the future. That's what this budget shows me most importantly. It gives the students that I just left behind in school an opportunity for the future. I was going to get into the MOST program, which is an amazing opportunity. You know, $208 million to build and renovate schools. We have so much construction on the go. I'm just so proud to be part of this budget, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I couldn't help but get up for these last few minutes to just address the member from Glace Bay and talking about the fact that, you know, all they got from criticism. When, as a matter of fact, the role of an opposition, because the member has indicated he never sat in opposition, the role of opposition is to just do that, to tell you what's good and tell you how to improve things. In this budget, we talked about the good things. We really did. And we talked about the great ideas that came forward. But we also talked about how to make things better. And last I want to address, Madam Speaker, is the member wasn't part of the government, but all of this investment, $1 billion in Cape Breton, this government voted no against all of it, Madam Speaker. Whereas now they're happy to cut the ribbons. Yes, right. Madam Speaker, so I just had to get that on the record for Cape Breton.
Order. Thank you, everyone who participated in debate. Going into supply. At this point in the time has allotted for I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to welcome a very special guest to the legislature this afternoon, Molly Chender-McClellan. Molly unfortunately lives in Dartmouth South, but we love her anyway. Her mom is pretty cool, and Molly's a great dancer, and we love having her visit us in the House. So welcome, Molly.
Welcome, Molly. All right, so at this point in time, we've ended the 45 minutes. So the motion to resolve into Committee of the Whole House on Supply is now carried, and I will remove myself from the chair.
Order. Order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Resolution E15?
We will now resume estimates for Resolution E15 for the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South with 90 seconds remaining.
I'll take 90 minutes, Madam Chair, but 90 seconds it is. 90 seconds it is, which I didn't think I had, so that's a bonus. I just wanted to make one point, really. I know we won't really have much time for question or answer in 90 seconds, but I know that the Minister's department kind of interfaces with Service Nova Scotia on the rent side. I know that's not solely the Minister's purview, but rent is certainly something that is out of control, not just in Halifax, but in all of Nova Scotia. It's increasing dramatically year over year, and I think it's a matter that we have not seen adequate responses from this government. I would also urge the Minister and the department, and I'm sure they're aware of this, but there was a report released, I believe today, from the Task Force for Housing and Climate I have here, Blueprint for More and Better Housing. There's a section here about things that provinces can and should be doing to deal with the housing crisis, like legalizing more density, abolishing parking minimums, pre-approving CMHC designs. I know the federal government's working on that. Province-wide zoning standards, that's something that British Columbia is doing. Innovation in home building, factory-built housing, modular housing, incentivizing that as much as possible. And then one thing that we've proposed as well, setting housing targets annually for municipalities and providing a fund if they meet those goals. I think those are all worthwhile. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Order. The time for the Liberal caucus has now ended, and it is time for the NDP, and I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up on the matter of the estimated 80 to 100 million that will go towards a 10% HST rebate on the new construction of purpose-built multi-unit apartments. In 2023, the Premier stated, in many ways, I hope the cost goes up because that means there's more housing starts and more construction happening. So I'm just wondering, I know that the Minister spoke previous about it's a combination with federal money and there's not really a criteria in place by the federal government right yet, but I'm curious to know, is there a cap at 1 million, or is this government prepared to go over budget on this program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, before I begin, I just want to acknowledge my staff. There's, I think, 15 I count of my staff in the gallery, and I just want to say how much I appreciate working with them on housing for Nova Scotians and on municipal affairs and on EMO and all of the things that all of you do. So thank you very much. So. And I should say finances too. So I appreciate you know, there's lots of different functions there and very hardworking staff. So to the member's question, the program which the federal government announced in September of 2023, which we said we would follow suit, the estimate for the amount of investment on our part is really an estimate from the Department of Finance. So it's really an estimate of revenue lost. So to go back to the Premier's comment, if there are more units built within the scope of this program, then there's more revenue lost on our part. So there's an estimate of what that will be, but there isn't a particular a budget line for us. We won't say if we have, so just to explain just to the member how this works, and when a developer is building a building, a multi-unit apartment building, during the construction period, if they buy a couple sticks of 2x4 at Home Depot or whatever, they pay HST like we do, but because they're a business, they can claim that back as they're building. At the end of the process, the rules as they were that the developer had to estimate the actual market value of that unit. So say it cost them $400,000 a unit to build, but the actual market value, if they sold that building, each unit was worth $500,000, they had to immediately pay the government 15% HST on the estimated value of that unit. The logic of that was that's a one-time payment to the government to sort of account for the fact that they got all their GST or HST back as they were building, and tenants never pay HST. So no renter, you don't see when you're paying your rent HST added on like you do if you go get your hair cut, right? Or you buy a meal. So this was sort of a one-time thing from the federal government to balance out. But for the developer, the builder of that unit, it's a hard bill to pay because they pay every possible cost to get that building built. And when they're all done, they got to pay quite a bit more, 15% of say a $500,000 unit. That's $75,000 times, you know, if there's 100 units in the building, that's a lot of money. So this was something that the federal government had committed in their platform, I believe, in a previous election to do, which they did. We signed on to that, but we don't know how many builders will use it. We really don't. We know there will be some, for sure, and the estimate of 100 million, not a million, but 100 million, the big number, is really something that the federal government has, through their federal Department of Finance, has provided us with. That's where that number has come from. It'll take a bit of time. You know, a typical building takes 2-3 years to build. We started this program in September of 2023, so you know, some of them will get built quicker. So we'll start to see that cost. Maybe the end of this year, we'll be able to say, oh, that's the first one who's made a claim on that. Meanwhile, the other reality is the federal government has not given the program guidelines. So what's the application process? We don't know. But what we've said is we're dovetailing in with the federal government on the guidelines. So developers in Nova Scotia who would like to know what's the details before, you know, are waiting for those details. They're asking us for them, but the reality is we're all waiting for the federal government to provide the details. They announced the program in September of last year, so we're already 6 months out. Should be adequate time to generate a set of program guidelines, but we're still waiting for them. And they're very important. Those guidelines will be an important factor. So that's sort of how that program works. We don't know if it'll be, and to go to the Premier's comment, if it's more than $100 million, then that means there were more apartments built, you know, in Nova Scotia. The reality is that, you know, building apartments is an expensive enterprise, and rents have to cover the cost of building. So part of the cost of the building was always this GST, HST charge, which was a lot of money. So if that cost isn't there, that building becomes more competitive. And I can tell you the #1 complaint we've heard is from people who started their build in August of 2023, and they're not happy because at the end of this, their build is going to be more expensive, and they won't be as competitive in the marketplace. They'll have to charge a higher rent to cover their costs, right? So we're hearing from them, and you know, that's one thing I can say. We've said that in Nova Scotia we would mirror the federal guidelines, so I'm sure the federal government's hearing that too, right?
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that. My next thought would be, will this government bring the matter to the debate in the legislature if the program were to exceed $100 million? So at some point, when we receive, the total cost at the end of that, and it does exceed 100 million, I'm just curious to know, will we be debating that here on the floor of the legislature?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Housing and Municipal Affairs.
So just to reiterate, the program is an estimate of lost revenue. So the revenue would be the HST. If presumably if nobody builds a multi-unit apartment building that qualifies for the program, there'll be no expense for us. So but it's lost revenue, right? That's what it is. The sign up, the rate of sign up will depend on how much revenue is lost.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nonprofits have a proven track record of providing quality, affordable housing to low-income Nova Scotians. However, many of the projects receiving funding through the Affordable Housing Development Program are going to private development companies. Can the government explain why this is the case?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So appreciate the question. I mean, you're asking, what I understand the question is that you're asking about projects that we are doing with developers versus projects we're doing with not-for-profits. And basically we're doing a lot of not-for-profit, we're doing a lot of work with not-for-profits. We've done, for instance, the North End Community Health Centre, we did 11-unit project for $613,000 with Department of Community Services support. We did another project with them for 32 units, North End Community Health Association, for $3 million. Another one for 31 units with the North End Community Health Association for $2.7 million. Another project with the North End Community Health Association for 6 units for $420,000. We've done work with the Needham Housing Co-op for 22 units for $250,000. Another one with the North End Community Health Association for 28 units for $250,000. We did a project with Longhouse for 20 units for $1 million. The Mi'kmaq Friendship Center, 21 units for $1.9 million. So these are all projects that not all of these get announced. Sometimes they don't get announced because the proponent doesn't want the location. We might say we did it, but we don't announce the address, okay? We've done a lot of other projects. So the exact program you're talking about, if I look at the list, it's about 50-50 not-for-profit versus private sector in terms of the number. In terms of the dollars, it's probably quite a bit more with the not-for-profit sector, just in a quick glance, but I can read some of them to you. We've done a project with, and I apologize on the pronunciation, Widjicombe Housing Commission Society, a not-for-profit in Truro. We did a $600,000 contribution on 11 units. I mentioned the Dartmouth Non-Profit Housing Society in Cole Harbour, $4.5 million on 18 units. One called the Stephen Jamail Property Rentals Limited, which is a for-profit in Sydney, $600,000 on 11 units. Future Growth Co-op, non-profit in Sydney Mines, $1.6 million on 22. That's a not-for-profit. Tata Holdings Incorporated, private sector. Tata McGush, $1.2 million on 21 units. 6 Point Star Homes Limited. This is for a private sector in Amherst for $600,000 on 8 units. Atlantic Edge Properties, a private sector one in Guysborough for $1.3 million for 36. And these are all what we would call purchasing affordability for a certain number of years, which range from most of them are 20 to 30 years, one or two of them. One is anyway 15 years. This is a program that you would be familiar with, the Per Door program that started. The first ones we've seen in this started in 2009 in your government at the time. And it was really a federal program that which the NDP government utilized, the Liberal government utilized, we're utilizing it. In the beginning, the per door was $50,000 per door. It's more than that now. If you do the quick math here, you can figure that out per door. $50,000 is no longer enough per door. Some of them are still $50,000 or in that range. Sometimes it's a bit more. But we did a 30-year program with the Housing Trust of Nova Scotia, which is a not-for-profit. We did $20 million in that. SODA, South Shore Open Doors Association, $2 million, non-profit. AHANS, we've done projects with them. This one in particular, I know we've done more than but the $200,000 project in HRM, a not-for-profit. Compass, a $500,000 project for 57 units. So we've done a lot. I'd say it's at least 50-50, non-profit or maybe more. Certainly the dollar values are quite a bit higher to the non-profit sector than the for-profit sector if you added them all up, for sure. So we're working hard with, if anything, you could say we've had really, I think, more of a focus on the not-for-profit sector than the for-profit sector, actually. And in other programs as well, if you look at our making land for housing available, most of the ones that we've made land for housing available have been in the not-for-profit sector. We've had a focus on that. So we've really lifted the boat of many of these organizations which I've mentioned to you, and we've done a tremendous amount of work with not-for-profits like the North End Community Health Association, for instance.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just curious, after hearing all of that, with the cost of housing going up, and like you said, it's more than $50,000 a door now, and you mentioned that there's a 20 to 30 year, I don't know if we want to say a contract, but a 20 to 30 year process, extension. I'm just curious to know, is that the longest that 20 to 30 years, or is there a longer time to be able to hold that affordable housing within those organizations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, the length of, I mentioned there was, when I look at this list of what we did in 23-24, there was one that was 15 years affordability, and most of the rest are 20, 30, or 50 years. There's one in that list that was 50 years affordability. If I look at what we did in 22-23, which I didn't mention, again, it's about 50-50 not private sector versus not-for-profit sector. But there's a number of them. There's 3 of them that are 50 years affordability, a number of them that are 30 years affordability, and 2 of a list of about 12 that are 15 years. So what we mean by affordability is the members should know that this is a program that is run in partnership with the federal government, somewhat defined by the National Housing Strategy, I believe. And affordability is a federally defined number, which is, I believe, 80% of average market rent in that area, as defined by Statistics Canada. So what's meant, that's 80% is correct, yeah. What's meant by in that area is a little bit of a different thing. We might think average market rent might mean Nova Scotia, but it doesn't mean Nova Scotia. It's a locally defined area that is defined by Stats Canada. It might mean part of Dartmouth, it might mean Cole Harbour, and actually average market rent in any one area, we wouldn't, it's something that we have to go look up every time. So depends on where the site is. It depends on how Stats Canada defines an area, right? And it depends on what Stats Canada has for average market rent in that area. And their definition of affordability is 80% of average market rent in that area. So I think I told the member that this program started in 2009. And at that time, I think even then it depended on the developer, and I think I shouldn't say, but I know for sure that there were some for-profits then. There probably were not-for-profits in 2009 too. Definitely for-profits, definitely some that were 15 years. So if you think about 2009, 15 years, that's now. So the 80% of average market rent, we're starting to see us come to the end of some of those programs that were purchased in 2009. Some of them will have 20-year, I'm sure, and maybe there's some that have more than that, I don't know. But certainly one of our goals as a government is to try and make the 20, 30, and 50 years, that's a long time, 50 years. So we're trying to buy or trying to incentivize affordability for longer periods than 15. We're trying to get 20 or 30. And we're mostly successful, but not in every case, right? So, but certainly when this program started, there were some that were 15 years, and we're starting to see some of them come to an end.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that was why I was asking, because I know like 15 years, if we think about 2009, that is now. And so what happens to those affordable units at this point when their time is up? Are we going to continue on and add an additional 30 years? Like, I'm just kind of thinking about how do we save the stock of affordable housing that we do have so that it doesn't go to a point where folks can't afford to live where they have been living for the past 15 or more years. So that was my question, but I'll let you think about that and maybe we could get back to that. With the Affordable Housing Development Program, affordability is defined as 20% below market rent, and the minister did say that. With the average rent continuously increasing, 20% below market rent will still be too expensive for many. Are there any funded projects delivering more deeply subsidized units? And if so, how many units will have more affordable rents?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So what I can tell the member is that the average market rent target is 80%. We try to get more than that. We have averaged ourselves in terms of how we've run the program out. My deputy tells me a lower number, 70% of average market rent. So we're actually doing better because that's one of our goals, to try get more affordability. So that's our average. So sometimes it might be 80, sometimes it might be lower down, it might be 60 if that's our average. So the other thing in terms of the terms of the program are what you would call a forgivable loan to the builder of the building, the developer, for a set amount of time to hold this rent at a percentage of average market rent. So the developers who signed on in 2009 for this program with the former NDP government would have agreed to a 15-year period. And so at the end of 15 years, they've achieved the requirements of the forgivable loan. And they no longer have to pay the loan back. If they were to be in default of that forgivable loan, then they would have to pay part or some of the loan back. But there's really no more. They've then completed what they signed on for in 2009, if you understand what I'm saying. So we don't really have any more responsibility to them, and they don't have any more responsibility to us, if you understand what I'm saying. Okay.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the Affordable Housing Development Program, how much is budgeted for this program in 24-25, and how does this compare to last year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the question because I'm learning too. The number we show for the Affordable Housing Development Program is $20 million this year. That represents I think I mentioned just a few seconds ago that as the loans that are given are completed, they're written off, right? And actually, so that represents the write-off of the loans that have come to maturity. As far as how many loans we will put out this year, that's a loan program. We have, so to speak, a bank. We will loan out based on the number of applications, but there isn't really, in theory, a limit. You know, we would like to put out more. So the number you see of 20 million is based on the maturity of the loans that were made in the past and written off, right? So this, presumably, if we were to make a $20 million loan this year to builder XYZ for 20 years, then 20 years from now, there'll be a line in the budget saying affordable housing development, $20 million. But if I know my staff correctly, I would guess that it's written off little by little, year over year. That would be correct, right? So it's not each year that, if you can understand what I'm saying, if you had a 20-year period on it and a $20,000 loan, or say, just for argument's sake, it would every year that they've fulfilled their commitment, 1/20th of the loan is written off, right? So it's annualized over the years. So that represents the amount that has been written off. So that number, as long as we continue to add new people to it, and continue to have people fulfill their 15 or 20-year term, that number will continue to change, right? But as far as how many more we would do in that program, we'll respond to the applications.
I recognize the Honourable Member of Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask about the Fall River South Special Planning Area. You know, as the announcement said, there was housing coming to Fall River, 120-unit project area. It can now move ahead under provincial legislation. In 2022, the Regional Council did not approve of that planning. I'm just wondering, can the Minister explain why it wasn't approved in 2022?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So appreciate the question. I can tell you some things about the Fall River Special Planning Area. I can tell you that it was compliant with municipal planning strategy. So it met the criteria of the already existing municipal planning strategy. It was recommended to go forward by HRM staff, and it was compliant with local bylaws. And what I can't tell you, because I don't know, is why HRM Council, or the Community Council, I think it was, turned it down. I don't know why they did that. But I can tell you that it met the criteria that we have, that anything that we would make a special planning area does meet municipal planning strategy, is compliant with the municipal planning strategy.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that. So I spoke to the councillor of that area, and I spoke to the councillor of my area, who voted against it, and I also spoke to community members and watched the municipal council videos, and it was because the infrastructure the infrastructure wasn't there, and there was no services or any transit in that particular area. Water and sewage was a really big issue because of water. Halifax Water weren't there at that time, like they're not on that site at that time. And what has changed? Nothing. Actually, when I spoke with the counselor, and as well, I spoke with my counselor, nothing has changed. Water and sewer is continually to be not an issue. There isn't any, and as well, there are no infrastructure built available around that area. So, and community didn't feel that that it was the right place. So. In saying that, I'm just curious to know, like, why would we continue to push through? I understand the it met the criteria of municipal planning, and it's the special planning area. But I just would be concerned as to why we're not listening to the folks that are living in the space, and as well the counselor in the area that says that it's not a good idea to move forward. So, in saying that. My question is, how long will it take for this special planning area of the 120 units to be built if they're going to move forward?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So just to say what I said previously again, municipal planning staff recommended the project go forward. And they would have done due diligence on the provision of these pieces of municipal infrastructure such as water and sewer. So we were confident that if the HRM's own planning staff felt this project could go ahead, that it could go ahead. As far as how long it will take to develop it, that goes into the hands of the private developer, and I can't predict how long it will take for the units to be built out. That just depends on the sort of pace at which they choose to build.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I'm switching up to municipal affairs. So, despite what the Premier said about a PR stunt, climate, we are having, once in a lifetime storms after once in a lifetime storms after once in a lifetime storms. And just recently, the CBRM got clobbered with 200 centimeters of snow. And so I'm going to start off with some climate questions with regards to municipal affairs. There was a line in the PC platform around ensuring that municipalities have what they need for climate adaptation. What is the department doing to promote local and community-specific action on climate change at the municipal level?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I thank the member for the question. Really, the truth is we're doing a lot across a lot of across the department in all the various ways. So we have a program called Flood Risk Infrastructure Investment Program we do with our municipalities. And we've done, I believe, in the last couple of years, 9 projects for, it's an application-based program, Flood Risk, FRIP, we call it, Flood Risk Infrastructure Investment Program. We are doing through Invest Canada, ICIP, the Invest Canada Infrastructure Program, which is a partnership with the federal government. We are doing a number, really millions and millions of dollars worth of work. Some of that work relates exactly to strengthening municipal infrastructure for flood risk and wastewater, stormwater, separating stormwater and wastewater, because that's a big issue. That's, the member may know that in some places in the province we have the storm drains tie right into the municipal sewage. So when there's a big flood event, what happens is the municipal sewer system, the municipal is overwhelmed and just releases to the ocean, right, which is not acceptable. So we have to separate out stormwater and wastewater. We're working on that. We work regularly on EMO training for when we have these big climate change events. All our municipalities have their own EMO centers, emergency measures. So one of the things we're doing in response to increased storms is we're doing, we regularly do training every 3 months with all of our EMOs. The primary EMO response on the ground is at the municipal level, which we manage through our Provincial Coordination Center. In terms of the Coastal Protection Action Plan, we're providing flood risk mapping. We have about a third of the province mapped now. We think we'll be finished about 26, 27 or 27, 28, mapping the entire project for province for flood risk with what's called with LIDAR, which is a type of radar, which is very accurate mapping. You fly over and do this type of radar. So that's underway now. We will be doing more with our municipalities through the Coastal Protection Action Plan to help them with flood risks. We do have, we've done quite a bit as a department to make our public housing units more energy efficient. In fact, in CBRM, there's a pretty massive project with our public housing units in CBRM to have more energy efficient, more CO2 reduction, a CO2 emissions reduction from our public housing. We have also just recently, and I don't know, we haven't rolled out all the announcements, but the member may know we had the Municipal Capital Grant Program, excuse me, which was $32 million on our part, $32 million to subscribe to from our municipalities, which was oversubscribed by a substantial amount. And we raised our contribution to $102 million. So there's $102 million from us, $102 million from the municipalities to do over 60 projects, which are just being announced right now, many of which have got to do with wastewater, stormwater. Again, to make municipal infrastructure more stronger. The funding in that program will provide 25 kilometers of water and wastewater pipe and reduce flood risk for 638 properties. And if you look at and I know Department of Agriculture is up right now, I think, and you're here, but if you talk to the Department of Agriculture, they would tell you that they're doing an extensive program on our dike system in Nova Scotia. We have about, my memory serves me correctly, somewhere between 250 and 300 kilometers of dikes. And they're doing a lot in the Department of Agriculture, which is their responsibility, which actually does impact our communities, maybe not so much up in the members area, but most of the communities in the Minas Basin and on the Bay of, in particular on the Minas Basin, have an extensive number of dike systems. For instance, the town of Windsor, town of Wolfville, town of Kentville. All of these are being worked on or will be worked on in turn when their turn comes for for the types of thing that the member is talking about, these very large storms that we have, whether they produce a storm surge or inland flooding. So we're very concerned about the reality is we know the weather's changing, we know the climate's changing. We have, I mean, really as a PC government, we can point back to the EGSPA Environmental Goals, Sustainable Prosperity Act, brought in my memory serves me, the early 2000s by then MLA Mark Perrant, which was a leader in Canada on climate action, and the new climate EGCRA goals, which we brought in recently. My colleague from Dartmouth, really the most substantive and ambitious goals in the nation on adapting to on climate change reduction. And really, Nova Scotia has a lot to be proud of from those two pieces of legislation, which have really made Nova Scotia a leader in the nation on climate action. That being said, no doubt there's more to do. We will do more, and we know there's more to do. And this problem isn't going to go away. We recognize that. We need to do more. We will do more.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in my next question, I'm just looking for an amount. So just a specific amount across the board. How much is in this budget for climate adaptations for municipalities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I thank the member for the question. The reality is I named a number of different things which are current, which in some cases have a climate action component in them and some don't. So adding up the number is actually complicated. I'm certainly willing to task my staff with providing you that number in a couple days. And you know, so I don't have that number right with me, but we can certainly provide that. But I can tell you that it also touches other departments as well. I mean, we have pretty substantive program to get people off of furnace oil for home furnaces, right? And there's a lot of different things across government that are working on this. So, but I just can't. I can commit to ask my staff to provide you that number from the point of view of municipal affairs and housing, but it'll take a day or two. All right.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I'd ask the Minister to table that when they can regarding the amount for, particularly that's going to municipalities for adaptation. I'm not concerned about any other departments except for municipal affairs and housing. I'm not, so I want to ask the Minister with regards to federal funding as well. Are we getting the maximum we can from the federal matching funds, leaving no money on the table? And how much of this is there available to reduce our own budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the answer is we are maximizing every federal dollar. Let me give you some examples. The rent supplement program, which was a dollar-for-dollar match program, we're no longer dollar for dollar. We're now at about $50 million. We will be at $50 million. The feds are about $10 million. So we're overmatching the rent sup program by a fair bit. We have addressed that a number of times with the federal government, asking them to step up. In terms of the national housing strategy, we're dollar for dollar. We're not leaving any dollar on the table. The federal government has a program called the Housing Accelerator Fund. You may have heard of that program. What's that? So but this is federal dollars. I want to explain federal dollars coming into Nova Scotia. Sometimes we are asked on a Housing Accelerator Fund project to contribute, which we do. But the reality is the federal government, if we look at Atlantic Canada, we have about 7% of the population, and we've gotten about 5% of the Housing Accelerator Fund money. 2% might not sound like a lot, but it's a lot of money. It's a couple $100 million more that should have come to Atlantic Canada in the Housing Accelerator Fund if it was being done. The normal way the federal government distributes money across the nation is on a per capita basis. So we know whenever there's a federal program, Nova Scotia should expect to receive about 3.5% of that money. So, and we are maximizing the federal dollars available through the National Housing Strategy. But in terms of the Housing Accelerator Fund, the federal government has focused more on the big cities, and Nova Scotia and the rest of Atlantic Canada is more rural. We are starting to see some of those Housing Accelerator Fund programs come out to some of our communities. There's been some recently announced in Cape Breton and in Pictou County and, of course, Halifax. And sometimes there's a request for us to match that, and we normally do.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was an answer to some. It wasn't an answer to mine. I was asking about municipal funding, but I'm going to move on because time is of the essence here. One thing we often hear about climate adaptation at municipalities is that there's not enough opportunities for them to come together on applications. Does legislation need to be updated to allow municipalities to collaborate more across district lines?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I'm happy to tell the member that there's no legislation required, that I can give the member current examples of municipalities working together already that get funding from us. For example, King's Transit in the Annapolis Valley, which has a service area of 125,000 people, represents at least 5-6 municipalities, I don't have the number right off the top of my head, all working together to provide a transit system for the Annapolis Valley, and which receive funding from us and the federal government. There's no reason municipalities can't choose to work together. Another example would be, again, going back to my valley roots, Valley Waste Resource Management, which is the same municipalities all working together on garbage collection and recycling. So there's lots more examples of that around the province, municipalities that combine their resources. Another example would be there's more examples than just Kings County, but in Kings County, 5 municipalities share one EMO office. So, or 4, pardon me. The 3 towns, Berwick, Kentville, Wolfville, and the municipality of Kings, 4 municipalities have one EMO office. I know there's other municipalities that are sharing EMO offices as well. So we do have a municipal infrastructure municipal innovation program, which we would provide funding to municipalities to do studies if they want to look at working together. So we actually encourage them to do it, and that municipal innovation program would fund a study if a municipality decided they wanted to work in partnership with another municipality to make things more efficient in the ways that I've just described.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 5 years ago, the Coastal Protection Act was passed unanimously in this House by all sides. And now it has been scrapped by this government, and instead this government is downloading more responsibilities on municipal units, in which we just heard in law amendments from a PC member who actually said that there are times where they can't even find, find the expertise needed with regards to buildings and inspectors. We also have heard this on multiple occasions. The minister just stated that there are municipalities that share EMO. They share EMO most of the times because of financial restrictions. We hear of municipalities who often have 3 or 4 municipalities and share inspectors because they cannot find the full expertise that they need in their municipalities. So with all of that, with all of those things that are working together, working against municipalities, and the fact that it's a full shared coastline, and the fact that the coastal walls are also problematic, and for the fact that almost every single municipality we have talked to has stated they want the Coastal Protection Act, not a plan, nothing downloaded on them, that they want the government, the provincial government, to govern that act. Why is this government scrapping the Coastal Protection Act when the municipalities across this province are begging for it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So to the member, first of all, the shortage of building inspectors has been noted. We are through labor skills and immigration, we are investing money through the Building Inspectors Association, we're investing more money in training of building inspectors. We know we're short building inspectors across Nova Scotia. It's a huge issue. It doesn't just affect the municipalities, but it affects homeowners who are building. And as you can appreciate, a building inspector, it's complicated. The building code is complicated. There's a lot to know. Every building's a little bit different that you go into. So it's an extraordinarily important thing to have enough building inspectors. We realize the impact that's having on our municipalities. as well. You know, in a municipality that can't find enough building inspectors, that function kind of resides with them, and it has an impact on the pace of construction. And so that's a very important issue. We've invested a lot of money in acquiring more building inspectors. So in terms of the Coastal Protection Action Plan, there are a number of things that we are doing. We are providing a coastal hazard map, which will show what the scenario looks like for each property in 2100 and 2100, just 75 years from now. Because as we all know, there's a projection that sea levels will rise. What will that look like? We are also providing floodline mapping for our municipalities so they can better understand what's happening. And we know that the ocean level rises might sound counterintuitive, won't be the same everywhere. You might think, oh yes, it should be the same everywhere, but the other reality is parts of the province are sinking, maybe parts are going up, I don't know, but sounds strange, but the level of the land changes too. So, and we are, through environment and climate change, flood management and adaptation, lead and stormwater engineer positions.
The time for the NDP party has now lapsed. We will now have an hour for the Liberal caucus. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's great to stand, and I guess what I'm going to be challenging the minister. I've heard a lot of comments about finances and money, but I guess I'm going to challenge you on the actual vision that the province has when it comes to, and quote you, growth is a good problem to have. And you said that. So it is, but it must be managed and planned strategically so taxpayers are not negatively impacted by the need for capital infrastructure, and you mentioned such as water and wastewater. Population growth needs to be matched with economic growth. And Nova Scotia's net debt to GDP went from 32% to 38%, which indicates that our population has grown faster than our economy. The One Nova Scotia report recommended a goal of Nova Scotia's net debt to GDP ratio by 2024, and it's 2024, it be 30% or less. The report is called Now or Never, and there's a reason why. We are there at 2024, and it's now. When do you expect the goal of 30% net debt to GDP will be realized, and what steps are being taken to achieve that goal?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I appreciate the question, I don't want to necessarily, I think some of that might be more appropriate to the Minister of Finance, but I will answer some of it. First of all, in terms of climate change adaptation and addressing climate change, Nova Scotia has been a leader in Canada, really based on the EGSPA Environmental Goals and Sustainable Prosperity Act, brought in by my predecessor in Kings North, MLA Mark Parent, which was groundbreaking in the nation, and has been followed up recently by the EGCRA goals, which have been updated by my colleague from Dartmouth, Dartmouth East. So, I mean, we're very, we stand out in Canada as being a leader in CO2 emission reduction, absolutely. In terms of what we are doing as a government, and we do have a goal, as the member knows, to, which is a very long-term goal, to have double the population by 2060, go to 2 million people, pardon me, by 2060. So we're investing across government in many areas, which what I would call having come through 8 years, I would call areas of deferred maintenance where we're investing in healthcare, we're investing in housing, we're investing in infrastructure. The member mentioned infrastructure. The reality is we're in a gap right now between the federal programs. Or ICIP is not available this year to apply to. The Build Canada Fund's not available this year for municipalities to apply to. We're waiting for the next version of those programs, so we have a gap year right now. So we did our Municipal Capital Growth Fund, which we provided $32 million in, and which was oversubscribed by a long shot, which we provided another $70 million for $102 million on our part, and most of those projects are just being announced now. And they affect municipalities right across the province, including HRM has been a subscriber of that. There's some projects in HRM. So we're investing in many different things. Healthcare, as our province grows, everything has to happen at once. So we're investing in the growth and the future of our province. We're seeing debt to GDP climb slightly, but the reality is we've made tremendous investments in the last 2 years, projected deficit budgets the last 2 years, and saw that those budgets came out with very small surpluses. So at the same time, we know that we know that that's through many factors, including our management, but not only that, other factors too. So we're very pleased to have had that happen. We know that we don't know the future. We don't know what the future holds for the province in the sense of will that continue? But we know that as a government, we want to maximize the growth in Nova Scotia. People coming to Nova Scotia from parts of the world, war-torn countries, really, the Ukraine, the Middle East, parts of Africa. That model of people coming here will continue. My family came here in 1958 from war-torn Europe in what was really near the end of the Dutch diaspora across North America. But so that model, we're investing in the province. I think that's the best way that we can say, and we're investing in the province after what I would maybe politely term deferred maintenance, where we didn't see those investments for a number of years, but our world has changed. That's the reality, and we feel we need to make those investments to see this province grow.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Well, it's interesting. I was trying to get, planning and the economy in Nova Scotia, but I went on a safari trip to Africa, so I guess thank you for that, Minister. Faster is not always better. So municipal affairs, my understanding, guides the municipalities across Nova Scotia. In the One Nova Scotia report, the year 2024 that we are in was set as the province's planning horizon. And here we are on the horizon, which is a critical point for this government to be, how are you going to finally arrive at, given that the original report, the one unified Nova Scotia approach, was first presented to the provincial government in the 1930s. It was reintroduced in the 60s, and a few other reiterations have been passed to the government since then. And in 2013, once again, Now or Never was presented to the government. Is the minister and the government using the Now or Never report as a guiding document for growth? Has it implemented any of the goals identified since forming government in 2021?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for the question because I remember the One Nova Scotia report, the Ivany Commission, which I believe was an NDP government commissioned report, which came in early in the McNeil government mandate, and I don't think we've talked about it in a few years, really. I think if you look, if what I can recall of that I would say we have a more ambitious population growth target than the Ivany report did have. Right now, with our goal of having 2 million people by 2060. In terms of what we're doing, I mean, we have the 5-year action plan for housing, which also has very ambitious goals of adding an additional 41,000 units. Really, it's going to be a goal that requires a response from not only us as a provincial government, but from all of our municipal partners, from the federal government, and even ordinary Nova Scotians who sometimes talk to me. I talk to some of them about that, who can step up. So we have very ambitious goals as a government. In terms of health care, I know and I remember the 2013 election fairly well. There was health care goals in the government of the McNeil government at the time, but the reality is that we've said we're working very hard as government on health care. We are continuing to invest at record levels in health care, at record levels, at unprecedented levels in housing. Recently, this budget that we're debating, which isn't really part of municipal affairs and housing, but we're bringing in the school food lunch program, which has been talked about. So there's an enormous number of good things we're doing in the budget. We're investing in all those things, so we see the province at a time when we see true growth. And I will just tell you one story. When I was elected in 2013, somebody gave me the biography of George Nowlan, who was the Minister of Everything, very famous individual in Kings North. And when I started to read it, every single problem he was facing in 1930 was the exact same problems we were facing in 2017. Rural decline, out-migration, the decline of Nova Scotia, Nova Scotia's demographics getting older. We saw for the first time in 102 years our median age dropped last year. So as a government, we want to do everything possible we can to invest in the infrastructure and in the health care and the education system and in the housing of Nova Scotians to achieve the growth that we're seeing. And, you know, we're seeing the debt to GDP ratio grow slightly, but maybe not as much as we projected, because when you see GDP grow, that's a big factor. So we're seeing actual growth in our provincial GDP, which is unprecedented, and that's because more people are here. And that's why we want to invest in people in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Municipalities are facing many challenges and financial pressures, such as upgrading water and wastewater, protecting coastlines, protection of wetlands, and environmental regulations. How will all municipal units across Nova Scotia be supported under these financial pressures? There was an announcement in Pictou County yesterday by the Premier to support improvements to that municipality's pressure to upgrade its water and wastewater. Will other municipalities receive similar treatment?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're investing in our municipalities. That's a reality, and the member may recall that we renegotiated the 1995 MOU. Last session, we brought that in, which was, I think, over 25 years ago. A lot of things changed since 1995. The internet didn't exist in 1995. But that renegotiated MOU, we took off of the hands and expenses that our municipalities had of the net operating losses of our public housing, which was about a $10, $11, $12 million bill each year, and the corrections cost, really, which added up to about $40 million more in our municipalities each year in their pockets, which they could choose to use as a tax break or put that money into other services. But it's real money. We also provisioned, I think I just mentioned a few minutes ago, the Municipal Capital Grant Program of $32 million in the past year, which we added another $70 million into for $102 million, mostly for municipal sewer and wastewater. The announcement you're referring to is, I believe, what is an ICIP program. I told you there was no portal this year for ICIP, but some of these are announcements that were approved last year that haven't been announced yet. So that was, I think, the announcement you're referring to in Pictou County, but there will be announcements in most of our municipalities for this Municipal Capital Grant Program, which is 100% us. We're investing in our municipalities. So we've really done an unprecedented investment in municipalities as a provincial government that's never happened before at this scale, certainly in terms of dollars, probably in terms of real dollars, actually, like, if you don't understand what I'm saying. So it's unprecedented. The reason we're doing that is we recognize the importance of our municipalities in addressing the housing crisis, to have better water, wastewater, sewer, better infrastructure. Some of the program we're doing is for flood risk in terms of our municipal capital growth program. So we're making an unprecedented investment in municipalities because we recognize how important our municipalities are to the true growth in our province and the role that our municipal leaders have. So, and I think you'll recall the incredible endorsement of that we had in the last session when we had more than 35 municipalities send in letters of support for our renegotiation of our MOU. So our municipalities are seeing that. They're an important partner for us, and we recognize that.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
With regard to coastal protection, this government is now relying on the municipalities in Nova Scotia to do proper planning to address coastal erosion on private properties. What role is the government taking to ensure there is not a piecemeal approach across the province, and will financial assistance be provided?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Chair, the Coastal Protection Act, Coastal Protection Action Plan, which we are bringing in, we're doing a number of things for our municipalities. We're going to work in partnership with them, that we're going to provide an interactive map which property owners and our municipalities can see what the projected 2021 coastline will look like, to help them make better decisions in construction. We're going to provide accurate floodline mapping through which we are about a third done now. We project a couple more years to be finished that. We're certainly funding through our FRIP program, Flood Infrastructure program. We're funding municipalities on that. We're going to provide municipalities with example bylaws for their own areas. So the reality, if you think about our province as a whole, we got 13,000 kilometers of coastline. Some of it's very rocky, mountainous coastline with very little tidal surge. Some of it is, where I come from, the Annapolis Valley, we have rocky coastline, but we have very erodible coastline with the highest tides in the world. So we have an incredible range of tides in Nova Scotia, from very minimal to incredible. We have a range of of coastline from highly erodible to very, very rugged and solid. We also have a very big range of the built environment on our coastlines, for we have many of our communities were built right on the coastline. I think of my own communities, Port Williams, Kentville, Wolfville, Windsor, and Truro were built right on the coast because 200-300 years ago, accessing the ocean was the means of transportation. So that's the reality we have. So for us as a government the reality is we know that our municipal partners know their own circumstances the best. We need them in the conversation. We're not trying to abdicate our responsibility. We just don't know how we can make one set of rules that accommodates all of those possible situations. That's the reality. We know that in some places we have to defend against the ocean, where we have towns that have built right on the coastline. I'm sure the map in 2021 is going to show significant portions of these towns, possibly water with right in the tidal range. So what will we do? We're going to defend. We're going to build better dikes. We're not going to let these towns. We can't let these towns be relocated. We have to continue to invest in infrastructure, which we're doing through the Department of Agriculture to defend. But there's places where we have to retreat and say, no, we can't build there. So our municipal partners know their own communities best. This is a very granular process. We can't, at a provincial level, simply tell every property owner you have to back up. They have to come, that isn't going to happen. We're not going to tell that to our towns right on the ocean and our villages right on the ocean. We're going to work with them. There's significant parts of my community that are on a high tide would be underwater right now. They're protected by dikes. We have somewhere between 200 and 300 kilometers of dikes. So how do we accommodate all of those possible variables? When we look at the reality of this, we know that our municipalities know their own communities best. They're stepping up. We have climate action plans in our municipalities. And we have through finance, through the Environment and Climate Change, we have a Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, which is managed by the NSFM, to look at what communities can do. So we know our municipal partners are very, very aware of this issue. They're very concerned. They're not abdicating their responsibility. We're not abdicating our responsibility. We know the only way forward is for us to work together. It's got to be a conversation. It can't be us putting a stamp on the whole thing and saying that's the coastline in 2021 and you can't build. We can't say that to these coastal towns. We simply can't. We're already defending there in many places. We already have seawalls. We already have. So the reality is we got to work our way through the process. That's just a reality. And we recognize that, and that's what we will do. We're not abdicating our responsibility at all.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
You mentioned the interactive map, but I wanted to clarify. I think you said that the 2021 coastline, like that's 3 years ago. So I just wondered, was that an error? And before you get up to answer that, just with regards to the interactive map, will this identify hazard areas to ensure that new housing is not built in high-risk areas prone to climate impacts, in particular flooding and wildfires?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I appreciate the member pointing that out. I did misspeak. What I meant to say was the year 2100. So the interactive map will show the estimated mean sea level in 2100. So that's 75 years from now. We know projections are for the ocean levels to rise. Maybe, and I don't know the projection, but I think what I've heard is by as much as a meter, which is a lot. And so obviously that will impact what Nova Scotia coastline looks like in 2100. In terms of where people can and can't build, that's been an area of municipal jurisdiction already, right? The municipalities have had the responsibility already for a long time of deciding through their municipal planning strategy and land use zoning where people can and can't build. So we will be providing them with sample bylaws in relation to the projections of where the ocean, what the ocean and what the coastline is going to look like in 2100. The reality is in my community, there's already significant parts of the community that are built below sea level. That's the reality right now. So do we say no more development in that area when there's already significant amounts of the built environment in that area? Do we, I think we have to, the simple fact is it's complicated by every circumstance that you can imagine, and we need, just simply, it has to be a conversation. We have to work our way through it. Partners in this conversation have to be the public, and the municipalities and the province. We're not advocating our responsibility in any way, shape, or form, but we recognize that this is a very complex situation in which circumstances change. Maybe in as little as 100 meters, circumstances change, and there might be infrastructure that's been there for 100 years or more already, and does that mean we say we'll never give a building permit for you to change your building because you're in the flood zone? It's already been there 100 years. Are we willing as a government to say that? And the answer is no. We have to apply the lens of what's going to happen and what we can live with, and where are we willing to say that property in this community we're going to defend against the ocean, which we're doing now. We're doing it now in many communities. And where are we going to say we're going to retreat from the ocean? And that's a complicated question. And, that's not something that we can make a one-size-fits-all law from this chamber. It's more granular than that. It has to be done in partnership with our municipal partners. And, the reality is it'll be a very short line pointing back to the provincial government if they want to say, well, the provincial government told us to do it, fine. I mean, but the reality is it's got to be very granular. It's got to reflect what the reality is of the coastline in each circumstance, what the history is, how much of the built environment is already there, how much of the built environment is already there and already underwater, so to speak, underwater right now. That's the reality. There's communities, there's many places that a good high tide, in the absence of the dike systems that we already have, good portions of the town would be underwater. There's a number of communities in that are in that circumstance right now, let alone 2100. So how do we manage that? We've got to manage that. We've got to manage that together with our municipal partners, and obviously there's got to be massive investments, and those investments are being made in the dike systems that we have that protect homes around the province, and maybe in places we're adding to this existing seawalls, and maybe in places we're saying no, you can't put a seawall in there. You can't put rock there. So that's also a tough decision. And there's no one-size-fits-all answer to, are we protecting the natural environment or are we protecting the built environment? That's a tension in the whole thing, which is an incredibly tough tension for us to address at this level. We have to do it in partnership with our municipal partners.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cold Harbour, Dartmouth.
The minister stated in the House that he's willing to work with the federal government and HRM on the buyout of homes continually flooded in Bedford, and you spoke again about working with them. Can the minister commit to this and provide an update?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So what I can tell the member is that the current DFA guidelines do not provide a do not have a defined process, is what I can say, for the purchase of homes. However, the new federal guidelines are coming out in April of this year. And will be enacted in April of the following year, and we'll see what those guidelines have. We know some things. There's some things predicted in those guidelines, which the federal government has already indicated publicly over the last couple of years about what will be in those guidelines. But I have written the federal minister on this home purchase issue, and I haven't received a response yet. And I did raise it verbally with the minister and with his deputy in Ottawa 2 weeks ago. I think of the date, might be 3 weeks ago now. But anyway, and still I have not heard back yet.
I recognize the Honourable Member of Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
It's interesting trying to follow whose guidelines we're following on different matters, and you know, there is the acts that the province does have, and I just wondered if there was a plan going forward for a lot of these things. But the government has stated repeatedly that the answer to Nova Scotia's housing is more housing stock. And if that's the case, what steps are being taken to ensure that we're building housing stock in an energy-conscious way, not building on wetlands and adjusting the building code, etc.? Your guidelines.
I recognize the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So we appreciate the question, and we've done a number of things. I mean, we have our 5-year action plan on housing, which has a goal of 41,200 extra homes in 5 years, which we know we need above and beyond what's already being built. We've got the executive panel when special planning areas in HRM. We're making changes in the reality is we're bringing changes to the Municipal Government Act to bring it more parallel to the HRM charter in terms of some of the things that we've done in HRM. One example would, we're making adding in some efficiencies for our municipal partners in more modernization. I'd say bring in some modernization to how they function. Hopefully that'll speed them up, certainly in terms of there's a requirement in the MGA that they put in notices in newspapers. There's lots of places there's hardly a newspaper anymore. Lots of our municipalities, so we're allowing online notice. We've done a lot as a government. It's really, you asked a very broad question. I could talk at length about all the things we've done in government, but I don't know if you want me to. So if you want to make it a more specific question, I'd be happy to try and answer that rather than talk out for 25 minutes about everything we've done. I can do that too. But so maybe I'll ask you to ask a more specific question about what we're doing, or what is it that you're really getting at in this question.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
I guess specifically what I'm asking is, I know that you spoke the other day when referring to housing and how you created special planning areas, and there were some applications that were put forward that took 7 to 8 years, I think is what you said. But those special planning areas, they're supposed to be on water, wastewater, and transit, and some of them are not. And so therefore, and some of them are on wetlands. And so that's what I'm asking you, if going forward, if you, and in a leadership role, are going to guide all municipalities with regards to increasing the housing stock to do it right and in a conscious way.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of special planning areas, one of the criteria that we had on special planning areas, and we have, is that they've gone through a substantial part of the process with HRM. We've always said that our special planning areas, any development's got to be MPS, Municipal Planning Strategy compliant, and has to comply with all of the permitting that's required. So we're not trying to, we're trying to speed them up. I can tell you that I have a friend who tells me that when the Mount Hope project was first proposed, which was probably 10 years ago now, he had a friend who sold his house because he was planning to move into it a year later. And 7 years later, when we came to government, still nothing had happened. So what we saw was project tied up in an endless cycle and not getting approved. So one of the things we wanted to address with the special planning areas was that, but we never wanted to give anybody a free pass on the municipal planning strategy or land use bylaws or permitting. So I think that's an important thing to understand. Our goal was simply to speed them up in the process. Most of the special planning areas that we've announced, I think, would have been in some cases certainly recommended by HRM planning staff. So we're working hard to speed things up there. It's interesting to me personally that we see the federal government stepping into this space as well with the Housing Accelerator Fund, and again putting requirements on municipalities, not just HRM but municipalities, to make changes in their bylaws to speed up development. We've asked municipalities to look at all across the province, and they are, frankly, to look at densification. Can we have more, if we're going to meet the housing challenge, we need to live closer together. That's the reality. We've put in our secondary suite program, and it's interesting, if you follow the media, there's been recently a story about somebody who built a secondary suite but then found out that their municipality didn't allow it. So not every municipality allows a secondary suite. HRM does, but if you go around to our 49 municipalities, not all of them have provisioned that. Those municipalities are addressing that. So our municipal partners are incredible partners in all of this. We don't want to diminish, we really don't want to diminish their role. We just see the urgency of the situation such that we've stepped into this place, and in this, you'll be happy to know that in this, in the FMA, we've announced that we've given a 2-year extension to the executive panel on housing here in HRM. And it was a very telling moment for me when I was asked by media, why didn't we make it longer? I was expecting to be asked, why did we extend it? But clearly the housing needs are there, and the panel has done good work. Very proud of them. I know I have panel members in the gallery, so very proud of the work that's been done there. Our staff have worked incredibly hard, not only on the executive panel, but on all of the things that are doing. My staff have in public housing have just worked incredibly hard, and I look across the group there. So I appreciate the work they're doing there, and we're looking for good ideas. We've made public land available through our property opportunity notice process for housing, and we see BC just recently emulating Nova Scotia and giving us credit. We have our community housing acquisition program, again, a program that's gotten national attention. The executive panel has gotten national attention. So we are doing everything that we can do. We're still on the hunt for new ideas and good ideas, and we'll still do more. We'll try to do more. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm sure you can continue on. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
I guess the point I was trying to make is that, as I started off saying, growth is a good problem to have, but it has to be managed, and that's what municipalities are tasked with. And from my understanding, I think that many of the wastewater plants in HRM are at nearing capacity. And so the more that housing is permitted, the more that the wastewater plants are going to have to be addressed, especially in the regional center. And so that's what I was getting at earlier when it came and said, is this government going to be helping, as it's allowing more and more housing, is it actually going to be helping out the municipal units once the housing units are built to deal with the capacity in their wastewater plants?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I appreciate the question, Madam Chair, because we certainly recognize how critically important water and wastewater are to housing. Absolutely. And that's why we had provisioned a $32 million municipal capital growth fund to be applied for. I believe we got applications in October, November. And just after Christmas, we're looking at this, and it was incredibly oversubscribed. We looked at what can we do. So 32 million was our part. Obviously, it was a 50-50 program with our municipalities. We upped our share by $70 million, which allowed us to do a $102 million program with $102 million from municipalities right across the province. And it's primarily for water and wastewater. And my staff have done a calculation that that'll allow 7,000 new units. So we're funding that. Meanwhile, we're also funding ICIP. We've committed to 52 projects as a province.
We have the HRM number, which is $314 million from the province.
So total 860 million, which I'm told our ICIP projects are a total of $860 million. But we have 52 water and wastewater programs in ICIP, but there's other streams too, okay? There's transit, there's solid waste, there's marine improvement, there's road improvement, there's clean energy, there's social. So ICIP has a number of program streams, but if I just quickly look, the two largest streams, which are almost the same size, are transit and wastewater. And surely both of those are just incredibly important to development of housing. So we're doing a lot as government. The federal government is too in this space, and we're doing it. The reality is we're in a gap year between the Build Canada Fund and the ICIP. There hasn't been an application portal this year, but we expect the federal, we expect a federal portal on that coming soon. But the reality is that we know that wastewater and wastewater and sewer are absolutely critical to the growth of our communities, and that's one of the reasons why we've asked our municipalities to look at increasing density, because then they can make better use of existing infrastructure. Clearly, that may put pressure on the waste system at the far end where it's actually dealt with and remediated, and we'll invest in that if necessary. Absolutely, and we have. So we continue to make those investments as a government, and we know that it's very important investment. One of the other areas that we are investing in that is the separation of stormwater and sewer. We have communities where the stormwater going down the streets goes into the grates there, but then that goes right into the wastewater stream, and that's a problem because then the wastewater treatment plant is overwhelmed if there's a large storm, and that puts raw sewage right into the ocean. So we're working to address that as well. And that happens because we have infrastructure in parts of Nova Scotia that's very old, and a long time ago that wasn't seen as a problem, but it is now. So we're working very hard on that too.
I recognize the honourable member for Cold Harbour, Dartmouth.
So let me reframe that, because I didn't get a commitment, because right now, from my understanding and having been on Halifax Regional Council, I know about wastewater very well. And many of the plants now, they only have about 15% left for capacity. And the time is approaching, and I'm sure the municipality will be asking, and if they're not already asking, when the time comes, are you saying that ICIP and all these funds that you said, that you identified here today, will be available to HRM when it requires looking at rebuilding, upgrading their wastewater plants?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I appreciate the question. What I should be clear about is the federal programs, ICIP, and the Build Canada Fund. We are awaiting a new version of those. So until we have a new version of those programs, it's hard for me to speak to what we will and won't do. When we see the new version of those, then we will certainly be a participant. What those programs look like or what their focus is probably not for me to say, but I would be very surprised if they didn't have a water and sewer component. I think the federal government, too, is very focused on housing and very aware of how important this infrastructure is for the growth of housing stock across the nation, so not just in Nova Scotia. So it's my expectation that we will see future versions of these programs and we will participate. At that point, we don't control what the municipalities apply for. It'll be up to the municipality to look at what their own, and there's always a municipal share in any project, so it'll be up to the municipalities to look at what their needs are. They know their needs better than we know them, and what do they need to have done, and apply for, look at the programs available, which we will participate in for sure, and look at what can be done. So you're asking about what will happen in the future, and I can say that it is my expectation that there will continue to be opportunities to have more work done in water and sewer, and in fact, it's my expectation that this work will never finish. We'll be doing it 100 years from now, 200 years from now. Municipal and provincial governments, I hope, will still be working on water and sewer, because that'll mean, all things being equal, where the country continues to endure and grow and prosper.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Oh, I can dream of, I guess, of having a made in Nova Scotia solution, but I don't think from the answers I heard here today I'm going to get one. So I'm going to switch to municipal reform. I mean, I've listened yesterday at law amendments, and everyone that spoke, regardless of where they stood in regards to consolidation, they all agreed that municipal reform is necessary. It's identified again in the One Nova Scotia report, goal number 17 and 18. What lead role is the minister taking to guide all municipal units in Nova Scotia towards municipal reform? Will it be waiting for residents and respected elected officials to come forth, or will the government provide a framework and a directive to each county towards reform?
I recognize the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of municipal modernization or municipal reform, the reality is that we as a government look to the municipalities themselves to make these decisions and come to us. There's a framework already in the Municipal Government Act. We do fund the Municipal Innovation Program, which can be used by municipalities to decide how they want to modernize. There's a number of different examples of things that have been done, and I can point you to my own county, Kings County, which have 4 municipalities sharing one EMO office. We have 5 or 6 municipalities in the Annapolis Valley sharing Kings Transit, which services a population area of 125,000 people. We have that same geographic area on Valley Waste, so Valley Waste Resources, so the sharing of resources for Valley waste and recycling. These aren't unique to our area. There are other municipalities that also share infrastructure that work together to cooperate in various ways. So the reality is it's happening now. It will continue to happen. I know that it happens now in wastewater and sewer. There's lots of places where the wastewater sewer travels across municipal boundaries, and these municipalities simply work together to make this work. So there's lots of areas where our municipal units are working together. There's provisions for this in the Municipal Government Act, and we will, through the department, we have money for studies. If municipalities want to do studies on how they can greater cooperate, we do fund those studies.
I recognize the honourable member for Cold Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last session, the government put forward a new memorandum of understanding for every municipality except for HRM. Could you please provide an update on where this might be? How are the negotiations going, and when might a new MOU be finalized?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I certainly appreciate the question. I can tell you that our staff continue to be in conversation with HRM. These conversations are going forward and are going forward in good spirit. So when we're ready to say more about that, we will say more.
I recognize the honourable member for Cold Harbour Dartmouth.
I noticed today in the FMA bill that was tabled, there was a lot of amendments to the HRM charter, and I just wondered if that was part of the MOU discussion.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I appreciate the answer, the question. There's a number of different things in the items in the FMA that relate to the MGA and HRM charter, some to both. For example, one of the things, and some of them are responses to things we've been directly asked by HRM to do. For example, one of the things in the which applies to both the MGA and the HRM charter is requiring accommodation marketing platforms to collect and remit marketing levy fees to the municipality directly. So in other words, if you were to do a stay at an Airbnb and there was a municipal levy on that stay, the platform would provide that levy directly to the municipality and not to us. So and these marketing platforms short-term rental platforms are well enabled to do that in their software system. So we're providing for that. There's many other things. There's 4 changes to the MGA and HRM charter which relate to the code of conduct. So as the member may know, the last couple years there's been quite a bit of work done by the NSFM on a new code of conduct for municipal councillors, mayors, and wardens. And in order to enable that, we needed to make these changes in the charter, both the HRM charter and the MGA, so that.
Order. The time for the Liberal caucus has expired. We will now move on to the NDP caucus with an hour. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton, Whitney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to coastal protection. And so, again, 5 years ago, unanimous consent of this House for this legislation, and it's been scrapped. The municipal units from every part of this province has said they want the Coastal Protection Act. They don't want the plan. They don't want the government just to provide an app. They want the act because they want the government, the provincial government, to enforce
Order.
The act.
I apologize. There seems to be a lot of noise in the background. I ask that everyone respect the honourable member who's asking the questions and the honourable minister who is answering them. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, just so you know. So yeah, the municipal units all want the act because they want it enforced by the province because most of them do not have capacity in their bylaws to actually enforce them. They want it to be uniformity around the province so that one area of the province doesn't have a varying degree of protection than another. So again, I'm going to ask the minister, why scrap the act that municipal units are asking for in place of a plan that gives all responsibility and downloading to municipal units who are already having issues with bylaw enforcement as is, as well as many other issues with regards to hiring more in their departments.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I appreciate the question. The reality is that we are not abandoning the municipalities at all in the Coastal Protection Action Plan. We're going to provide them with a number of things, a map showing what the ocean levels will be in 2100, which both property owners and municipalities can see. We will be doing very, very accurate floodline mapping, which is underway now, which we're about 1/3 done, will be completed, I think, in about year 2027. We're putting additional money into this floodline mapping program. We're working with various assets through environment and climate change. And we're doing things like providing our municipalities with the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, which is a fund to help our municipalities deal with environmental change, which they are accessing now. Excuse me for a sec. Here's the reality is, when we look at the province of Nova Scotia, we see 13,000 kilometers of coastline, some of it very rocky, mountainous, some of it very low level, almost 300 kilometers of dike land, water that is land that is below sea level now that has been built on. And we see tidal ranges from very little to the highest in the world. So as a government, it's a very big challenge for us to provide a one-size-fits-all law for the entire province which addresses all of these different scenarios. We know the reality is in some places we have to, thank you, we have to defend against the ocean. We have to build up dikes. We have to build seawalls that already exist. We have to make them better. In some places, we have to retreat. There may be some places we say we're going to build out into the ocean. That decision, that granular decision, is not something that we can dictate from here in Halifax. Sorry, excuse me. We know that our municipalities know their own circumstances best. That's the reality. They already have responsibility for land use planning. They're already doing that. So the decision of where, for instance, we're going to allow people to put more rock seawall in, or where we're going to say, no, you can't do that, that has to be made at a municipal, that's a very granular decision. So when we talk about coastal protection, some people I've talked to understand it as protecting the built environment. Some people understand it as protecting the natural environment. Which is it? And that's a very difficult decision. That's a decision that's made right in the local areas. We have towns now that, in the absence of the dikes that protect them, on a good high tide, half the town would be underwater. So they're underwater now, and what's that going to look like in 2100? So the reality is, we're not going to tell people in that coastal zone you can't build in that town. We're going to figure out a way to defend, continue to build up the dike systems that protect these towns. And there's places where we have, so this conflict between defending, protecting the built environment and protecting the natural environment is inherent in making these decisions. And that is a decision that has to be made at a very local level, and it may change in 100 meters from we're doing one thing, we're doing another. And we're not abdicating our responsibility. We're providing all the tools. We'll provide sample bylaws. It's a very short distance for our municipal partners to point their finger at me. I'm okay with that. But we simply have to respect the fact that land use decisions have been made at the municipal level. We've never said that we want to make those land use decisions ourselves. We respect that level. We know it's not easy. We'll be providing the information, and we will work with our municipal partners. This is a big conversation that will carry on for a long time to come in reality as we adapt to changing realities in our province. We're making massive investments now in protecting our shorelines through building up our dike systems. We're going to continue to do that. And maybe there's places where we will defend the built environment, you know, maybe, and there's places where we'll defend the natural environment. But that decision is going to end up being a local decision, and it's going to change depending on what's there now. There's places where the built environment, homes and businesses have been there for 150, 200 years, and they're right in the coastal zone. We're not going to abandon them. We're not going to tell people you can't make any changes there. You can't get a building permit to invest in your property there. We're going to help those communities address those challenges. So that's the reality. That's the challenge we see. That's the challenge I see in the Act. That's why I think it has to be ultimately an ongoing conversation that we will have with our municipalities and with the public as this evolves. And we will continue to adapt in how we address this coastal protection action plan and how we deal with the reality of an ocean that surrounds us, which we love. We want to interact with it. Every Nova Scotian loves the ocean. Nobody lives very far from the ocean. We want to continue interacting with that ocean. How do we find that balance of allowing that and keeping our population safe and protecting Nova Scotians from the ocean? So that's a tough balance. We have to find that balance.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I disagree with the minister, as do all the municipalities, it seems, regarding that they're not abdicating the responsibility. The municipalities think they are, think this government is abdicating, and I also think they're abdicating the responsibility on coastal protection. For whom, I don't know, but I'm sure there are some lucky few which that's happening. But I am going to move on to another issue. Municipal funding. Does the minister really think that using $1996 for the municipal financial grant equalization in 2024 is acceptable? A simple yes or no would be great.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the reality is that there's a number of ways that we are funding the municipalities, and you know, when we renegotiated the MOU here last year, we put another $40 million plus out to our municipalities through simply alleviating them of bills they had to pay. One was the net operating losses on the public housing, the other was a corrections fee that they were paying, which my colleague in the Department of Justice alleviated them of, so didn't come right out of Municipal Affairs and Housing. The reality is every year we're putting another $91 million in to our municipalities in unconditional operating funding grants. I can give you some of them. There's the Municipal Financial Capacity Grant of $30.4 million, which the member knows of. There's a 5-year agreement that we would continue to top that up for municipalities that we're seeing changes in that. So that's a $3 million, $3.07 million. We have a town foundation grant of $1.5 million. We have an HST offset program for municipalities and villages of $6 million to municipalities and $70,000 to villages. We have grants in lieu of provincial property taxes of $24.7 million that go to our municipalities. We have grants in lieu of Nova Scotia Power property taxes of $22.1 million. We have a fire protection grant of $1.4 million and a farmland grant in lieu of $2.2 million. Those all add up to $91 million in the coming fiscal year. So we're investing, and that's not to mention the fact that we had a municipal capital growth fund of $32 million, which our municipalities applied for, which just very recently, a couple of weeks ago, we announced a top-up of $70 million, so we're putting in $102 million into municipalities right across the province, including the member's own municipality, most of which has not been announced yet because we just provisioned it about 2 weeks ago and the letters are going out right now. And the reality is we're investing in wastewater and sewer and flood protection and sidewalks in that program right across the province. And we know approximately enabling an extra 7,000 homes to be built through our investment in wastewater and sewer. So we have you know, there's a fair bit of money flowing from municipal affairs to our municipalities, and I think I think I would be, I think whether the reality is that will continue, I'm sure.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, housing and corrections were taken off, but education remains as part of all municipal units paying for them, which we all have learned, hopefully in October and November when I stood up here for hours, that education is going to be the highest. And yet the minister also during his conversations with the municipal units told the municipal units to continue, that they could continue to tax their residents on corrections and housing by just simply not removing it, not removing that tax. But I don't think the minister really understands equalization, and that is comparable taxes with comparable services. Using $1996 in 2014 is inappropriate. In 2024, I'm sorry. Wow. Apparently, I wish for 2013. But yeah, so using $1996 in 2024 is completely unacceptable, especially when the federal equalization payments continue to grow to this province. So, 17 municipalities are going to, in 5 years, are going to lose funding. Under this new MOU, 17 units are going to lose funding, CVRM being one of them. So with that, I'm going to ask, when this government tabled Bill 340 with regards to municipal funding, it included a revised formula. So how does the revised formula account for the recent projected population growths?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the member asks about a number of different things, so I'll work my way backward through that if I can remember. So in terms of the formula, so what will, the reality is the formula that we're using to determine municipalities belongs to the NSFM. It's more than 10 years old. It's a complicated formula. I had a 1-hour briefing on it and really realized how incredibly complicated it is. So in terms of where the municipalities will be in 5 years' time, it's impossible to say because it depends on the relative growth and the relative financial position. And those things are changing all the time as our municipalities grow. So what we committed to was keeping the municipalities at the current formula right now for another 5 years. And this was part of the service exchange agreement. The municipalities agreed to that, but in 5 years' time, we don't know. A lot will depend on what happens in each municipality. Some municipalities are growing faster than others. And so it's possible that the formula will change in unpredictable ways. We don't quite know when we put that formula through the lens of 5 years from now, the reality is we don't know where, relatively speaking, all the municipalities will be. So that will be for myself or whoever is the municipal affairs minister 5 years from now to evaluate and look at and talk with the municipalities about. So that's the reality. But we committed as a government to put $3 million in per year for the next 5 years to keep it at the current numbers. Because it had already changed. If we use the formula today, the members should know that the formula was frozen about 10 years ago. The numbers were frozen. The formula is still the formula, but where the numbers were relative to each other for all our municipalities was frozen about 10 years ago. The current iteration of it, that same formula employed right now meant that there was about a $3 million shift of municipalities losing money, and that's what we funded. 5 years from now or 4 years from now, we don't know what that'll look like, but whatever that is, we'll deal with it then. The terms of education, I do want to say a few words about education. So one of the important things that we, in this MOU renegotiation that we've taken on, is the pre-1991 schools. So what has happened in the past is that when a school has become redundant and no longer needed, it's gone back to the municipalities. Why did it go back to the municipalities? Because the municipalities at one time in the province were responsible for education and did own these schools. Now, the other reality is, if you were to ask me, give me a list of pre-1991 schools, it's a very tough thing to do, because there's also places where churches were the supplier of the school, and maybe it'll go back to a church, like or some other organization. So it's not guaranteed. Every school, the history of that school has to be looked at in terms of who it goes back to. So it's a complicated, surprisingly complicated question, in which you have to kind of go back into the history of each building. But by and large, they go back to the municipalities. By and large, they've been a pretty severe liability to the municipalities, because they've all got asbestos in them. That was a pretty big thing 50 or 100 years ago. So they've been very complicated for municipalities to deal with, and they're expensive. So this is a liability that we have taken on as a government. So the reason I'm pointing that out is that the reality of property taxes and having an education portion goes back to the fact that at one time, that's how education was funded. And the municipalities were funding 100% of education. They're no longer doing that. We're funding that through other sources as well, through provincial income tax. And we're even taking over the pre-1991 schools that come available. So the reality is that this is a municipal contribution to education that was there in history and continues. And actually, over time, we've taken on an increasingly larger portion of the education costs as a province. So rather than being something that is, I believe the member, the way the member characterized it, I would disagree with. I would say this represents a partnership in an area of increased provincial responsibility, recognizing the reality is that we want every single student in Nova Scotia to receive an education, the same education, whether you're in one part of the province or another. So recognizing that there is sort of this is an area of provincial responsibility and jurisdiction, but recognizing the history that this was something which was a municipal responsibility which we've taken on over time as a province. So we're not abdicating our responsibility, but there is a partnership there that goes back in history. There's historical reasons for that partnership.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you. I don't know what that's going to do for the 17 municipal units that are going to be losing funding in 5 years. But moving on, so for many years since I've been in this chamber, and prior to, and I was a councillor, I talked a lot about the cannabis tax, as did the member for Pictou West. Also put in a bill, I believe, on the cannabis tax. So municipal units are getting shortchanged in the disbursement, or lack thereof, of the cannabis tax revenue. Now, for those who may not know, the cannabis tax revenue, the federal government said it was going to be a 50-50 between the provinces and the federal government, a split on the cannabis tax. The federal government came back after speaking with the Canadian Federation of Municipalities and said, because of policing and other issues, that the municipalities will get 25%. So the federal government would take 25%, the province would get 75%, with 25% of the 75 going to the municipal units. So when will the department work with the municipalities to create a better way of distributing the cannabis tax revenue that aligns with the agreement made with the federal government?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So appreciate the question, and I'm unusually well served in that my deputy minister was there for a lot of that and knows history, which I wouldn't have known. So this is, the reality is the federal government made that commitment, but at a certain point asked the municipalities to provide information on increased policing costs due to the legalization of cannabis. The reality was there was no increased policing costs. Policing costs actually went down. So at that point, as I understand it, the provinces had to make a decision, and the previous government made a decision to retain the funding on it. That's the reality. So previous Minister of Justice in here, who I don't remember what his constituency was, but South Shore, if you remember. This was a decision of the previous government.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd love to be the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Okay, well, yeah, I asked this question to the last government as well. Same thing, same question. It's interesting the various responses you get, though, when you ask this question. Because every minister's had a different response to this question, including under the former Liberal government, under Steve McNeil, it was, no, we're not doing it. Under another minister, it was, I don't know, I think was the response. And another minister also tried to say like, no, well, it's ours. We're taking it, and we want to show receipts. But the fact of the matter is that cannabis tax should be going to that 25%. The only reason the provinces are getting 75% is because the feds took away their 50% to give it to municipalities. At the end of the day, that was the agreement. Again, I'm going to move along, though, because time is ticking by quickly. I want to know what is the department regarding municipal, not housing, but municipal. What funding is the department providing to municipal units to assist with local action on anti-racism and equity?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing has a director and executive lead of community engagement to assist the municipal affairs in ensuring diversity and inclusion lens is applied to our work in supporting municipalities. The Community Engagement Division is working with municipalities and provincial departments to support several provincial strategies For example, the Action for Health, Accessibility, and Population Growth. So the department is collaborating with the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism to support municipalities in meeting Bill 96 legislated obligations, including the creation and dissemination of templates, tools, and training. A welcoming and inclusive community practice for municipalities was launched in October of 2023. The municipal infrastructure team promotes project eligibility and exploration under the Sustainable Services Growth Fund and partnered with the Departments of Public Works and Community Services to successfully leverage federal funding from the ICIP to increase accessibility capacity and projects through all applicable grant programs that promote accessibility and inclusivity. Also, the department is partnering with the Status of Women to deliver the 2024 Municipal Campaign School, and the Africa Nova Scotia community was engaged during the Nova Scotia Housing Needs Assessment. Internally, the department has launched the Reimagined Diversity and Inclusion Committee, championed by the executive leadership to help build a culturally competent and supportive workplace that promotes deeper understanding of equity and diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. So we know that our municipalities are important partners in this, and we're working with them for everyone who lives in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill to dissolve the town of Antigonish and establish a new consolidated municipality acknowledge that some jobs may be lost in the consolidation process. The Transition Committee has the ability to provide early retirement, pre-retirement, termination, or severance benefits for these former town employees not kept employed by the consolidated municipality. Has the department budgeted for this, and if so, how much?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the question about job losses, one of the guiding principles that the two councils have agreed to is everybody's job is protected. So that's one of their guiding principles, so that's our expectation. In terms of funding, we know that there will be costs associated with amalgamations, and if we look back through recent amalgamations such as Windsor, West Hants, we know that the previous government did assist in the amalgamation costs in that process, and so we know that there is an expectation that we as a province will do the same in government. So the reality is we will. In terms of a budget or an amount, we don't have that number right now. We don't know that number. But we expect there to be some costs associated with the consolidation, is what I should say, process. So we will assist in a manner similar to previous governments assisting in Windsor, West Hants.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Switching to EMO. The budget notes that at the 2023-2024, the Emergency Management Office was originally estimated to have spent $12.8 million, but was actually forecast as having spent $71.2 million in the 2023-2024 year. Budget 2024-2025 again estimates that EMO will spend about $12.8 million. Given the high amount of spending last year that was not anticipated, why is the government confident that spending will only be about $12.8 million this year, given that storms have only been increasing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the reality is that the big jump in the number in this previous fiscal is related to Fiona, floods, fires, and our response to those. So the DFAA process is part of that. Will we project that the reality is nobody knows the future. We don't know what will happen this coming year, but I can assure you that if there's another similar event in fiscal 24-25, we will respond. So, we don't budget that, but we certainly, as a government, will respond if there is an emergency in the fiscal year 24-25. The reality is that 71 million is a combination of about 3,000 plus claims and through DFA portal going out to individuals, small businesses, not-for-profits, and also it's a very powerful tool for our municipal partners who have damaged or lost infrastructure. They can apply through that DFAA portal, and we know, I don't know if you recall, but we know that sometimes it wasn't that, I think it was earlier this past year, in 2023, there was talk about the 2016 DFAA claim where HRM hadn't submitted all its invoices and finished. So in terms of the municipalities, it can have a very long tail. It can take, because there's a requirement for the municipalities to have the work done. So we know there'll be some DFAA portion spent in the coming year. We simply react to that. So we hope there won't be any emergency events in 24-25. And in fact, the province went through quite a long period of time without any in recent memory, but if there are, we will respond.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think the Minister just proved my point. We are seeing, as winter storms and hurricanes and wildfires and other extreme events have becoming more common with climate change, more thought might be needed about putting this stuff in the budget and planning for it should it happen. So given all that, isn't it time to maybe look at expanding the department's budget and the mandate?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the reality is these types of reserve funds are held for that type of unexpected spending, which I hope you can appreciate can happen in other departments as well, is held centrally in government. That's the reality. Certainly, it's your suggestion is something that we will think about. I'm not saying it's a bad suggestion. It's something that, as recently as, and this is coming from my meetings in Ottawa, I can tell you, before, you may remember back to 1997, 1998, 1999, prior to those years, there had been very few disaster events in Canada. In those 3 years, there was 3 $500 million plus disasters, including the 1998 ice storm. Since then, the federal government is now seeing approximately 300 disasters a year. So it's almost happening every day from the federal government's point of view. So dealing with weather and storm and natural disasters and fire is becoming more routine at the federal level. Maybe that's happening at our level too. We'll see going forward. I hope not. If it does, we will start to look at how we manage the process as well. That's the reality. So our understanding, the fact is our understanding of natural events and our own vulnerabilities is evolving. There's no doubt. Your suggestion is a good one, has merit. It's something that for us to think about in terms of how we respond. In terms of the availability of the money, it's not an issue. The money will be there. We will react to events as they happen. In terms of it doesn't really change the response, but in terms of our evolving understanding of these events, the reality is it is evolving and our understanding is changing. So we are looking at all of that as a government. So it's a fair suggestion and certainly has merit, and we will consider it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, has the Department of EMO looked at developing a provincial vulnerable persons registry for across the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I appreciate the question. If we look across the nation, we see that these vulnerable person registries are municipally managed. And in fact, we have one in Kings County. I know HRM is moving that way. I know CBRM is considering it. The reason they are municipally managed is that it's our municipal partners who have the resources. They have the fire departments. They have the search and rescue resources. And in fact, if you look at how emergency measures is managed in the province of Nova Scotia, our primary partners are our municipalities through their EMO offices, and we have what is usually erroneously called the Provincial Command Center, but is in reality the Provincial Coordination Center, where we coordinate with all our municipalities on a response to emergency events. We also see Nova Scotia Power has a registry of those who are for whom electrical service is critical. It's typically people on home oxygen. That's one reason. There could be other reasons, I suppose. But so those are areas. So we see the primary focus of this being a municipally driven thing. We certainly are willing to work with our municipal partners on it.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you. Before I move on, I just want to maybe give some information to the minister here, and that is to say, Madam Chair, that many municipalities, oftentimes EMO is happening off the side of somebody's desk in a municipal unit. Many people do not have only maybe one dedicated EMO person. The rest of it is happening off the side of desks of other people like clerks and have you, who are doing this work. Again, they're not dedicated people. They're just people that do it off the side of their desk, with only most municipalities only have one dedicated person. So I'd ask the minister to maybe look at either increasing the budgets of municipal units so that they can afford actual full staff of EMO for municipalities, or take it in-house like most municipalities want the province to do, and have it there in the provincial government. I'm going to ask another question, and I'd ask the minister to provide the answer of, does this office support the coordination through EMO for getting people who are homeless somewhere safe in preparation for severe storms? As well as, does EMO provide this coordination across the province or in Halifax, HRM only?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So the answer is, when there's an emergency that could impact the homeless people, we would look through the service providers to those homeless people to do wellness checks. The municipalities themselves would open up a warming center if they see the need for that. That would happen here in HRM with the HRM EMO, or across the province there would be a number of community centers that could be used as warming centers, which the local EMO would activate and put the information out on, and know which ones are open, which are not. What I can say is that we have, one of the things we recognize as a result of Fiona was the fact that if a warming center doesn't have a backup generator, it's not that great, especially if the power's off for a prolonged length of time. So we did do a pretty massive investment in generators for fire stations and for warming centers across the province, for community halls, just to address this problem. So we have made a very big investment post-Fiona in that. in that program. And we certainly, in terms of the EMO response, as I said on the previous question, is a municipal response, and we see our municipalities helping not only our most vulnerable, but all our citizens with providing these types of services.
My apologies, I couldn't see if the minister is sitting down. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to clarify something with the minister, a warming centre only opens after the storm, not during. They don't do shelter. They're just warming centres. Just to be clear for any persons who might people get them confused all the time, and I don't want anyone who might be watching this to actually get confused between a shelter and a warming centre. Another question for the minister that came up during, in CBRM, during the fact that we got 200 centimeters of snow dumped on us, and that is, although Nova Scotia Public Works is in charge of plowing, they do not plow private roads. Through an EMO perspective, does the minister believe that during extreme situations, such as what we saw in CBRM, should all roads be paved after a weather event for safety reasons?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I think that in terms of snow plowing policy, I would say probably better to ask Public Works exactly what that is. I know that when people choose to live on a private road, they would invest typically in their own snow plowing kit and gear. Many Nova Scotians do. I can appreciate that the volume of snow could overwhelm that equipment. That's very possible. But in terms of the actual policies, I think I would defer to Public Works. You should have an opportunity to ask Public Works that question during this process.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, with a reminder that she has only 5 minutes and 8 seconds left.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, and I do plan on asking Public Works this question. I was hoping to get the minister's perspective, though, through an EMO perspective for emergency. Yes, we did see a lot of snow in CBRM, overwhelming amount that plows could not get through. We needed backhoes. We needed industrialized equipment to get through. And in fact, some of it took the rain to finally get rid of a lot of our bigger problems. And so it's something I would like the minister's office to consider and look at when they're talking to the Department of Public Works on these roads, because it becomes it's extremely important for safety. If an ambulance had to get through, they weren't getting through. If fire had to get through, they weren't getting through. So with the remainder time I have for this, I'm going to go to municipal infrastructure. More than 40% of Nova Scotia households get their drinking water from their own private wells. Well water should be tested every 6 months for bacteria and every 2 years for chemical contaminants. Oh my God, my brain. The test costs $30 to $50. And I would ask the minister if they would comment on whether this government is considering offering a permanent subsidization to the program for testing, and what is the rationale what would be if they're not going to, what is the rationale for not offering a permanent subsidized program as a form of preventative health care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, I mean, obviously we're having a bit of a conversation because there's a couple different angles on this. I can say that the process, the monitoring of water quality it resides in the Department of Environment and Climate Change, not Municipal Affairs and Housing. We do, as a department, invest considerable money in providing water, municipal water. You know, we work with our municipal partners to provide municipal water and sewer, so we do that. But we don't have responsibility for the body of law around water quality and how that's managed and the requirements. It's in environment and climate change. I can tell you that as the other side of that question, which we were discussing, is that we do manage the public housing in the province, and we do, as a department, we do the water testing for public housing. So, and that is being done ourselves as a landlord. But in terms of your question, I think it would be better directed to environment and climate change as a department.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I only have about 20 seconds left, so it doesn't really give much time to ask a question, but hopefully we'll be back to ask some more, and with that, I'll take my seat. Thank you very much.
Order. So the time for the NDP party caucus has now expired. My apologies. And I recognize the Liberal caucus for an hour of questions. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you. I'm still here. And I raise a glass, as you did earlier, to the water. And thank you to the ratepayers of Halifax Water for providing this today. Just going to say. And I just wanted to say that, you know, having passed 12 municipal budgets with HRM and having gone through that worrying, trying to keep the rate down because we're bound by law, by the province, to not run a deficit. This process here is beyond strange to me, because what's before us and what I'm hearing as responses, they're not really responses. And so I'm going to ask you to clarify on some of the things you've said earlier. When it comes to coastal protection, and we heard from the NDP, all municipalities want it. But now, rather than take a leadership role as a government, as a province, here at here in Province House, the government is placing the responsibility on each municipal unit. Some municipal units, as we've said, we know HRM probably has the resources to do it, but others don't. There are at least 10 or more municipal parties in the province that simply cannot take this on. How will this be addressed? Will you assist them? And I wanted you to clarify on what you said earlier, that coastal protection not being dictated here from Halifax. What exactly are you referring to? And who?
Okay. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, to be specific in my comment about Halifax, I probably misspoke. What I meant was our government. I didn't mean Halifax, the city, being dictated from the Halifax, the city. I was referring to our government is not going to dictate. The reality is that the previous government required all municipalities to have land use planning. for their entire municipality, for every square inch, I guess, is what you could say. So I believe that was in 2017, 2018 that happened. So the reality is that that process, if not 100% done, is at least 98% done, is almost completed. I can't categorically say that every municipality is done, because we have, when we've been asked for extensions, we've provided them. So, but the reality is the land use planning is in place in all our municipalities. So in terms of the Coastal Protection Action Plan, we will assist them in providing the high-resolution LiDAR mapping that will tell them where they're vulnerable. That'll be current mapping. That is mapping the province, which is about 1/3 done now. We have another 2/3 to do. We think will be done around 2027. We will assist not only the municipalities but the public in providing them an interactive map that will show them what the coastline, what the sea level rise is projected to be in 2100, the 75 years from now. We will provide the municipalities with sample bylaws that they can use. We will put more money into municipal floodline mapping. We will we are also providing the municipalities through something managed by the NSFM called the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. So we're doing a fair bit to help municipalities. We recognize, the reality is we recognize that we've got 13,000 kilometers of coastline in Nova Scotia, and that varies from very rocky, mountainous to very low, highly erodible to not that erodible. We have a lot of, in that 13,000 kilometers, an extreme range of tidal possibilities from very little to the highest in the world. So and we have in that 13,000 kilometers, we have the built environment going back for the last 300 years in some communities where we've been building right on the coastline for 300 years. And we have communities that have that built environment that's already below sea level now, because it's been there 300 years and there's been dikes there for 300 years. So how do we make a one-size-fits-all coastal protection law that from our government does from right here in Province House? How do we do that to meet every one of those conditions? And that some people expect the Coastal Protection Act to protect the built environment. Some people expect it to protect the natural environment. So which is it? Is it protecting homes or is it protecting the natural environment? So, and that comes right down to, are we going to let somebody build a rock wall in front of their coastal property, or are we going to say which protects the built environment but damages the natural environment? Or are we going to say no rock wall because we're protecting the natural environment, not the built environment? So this is an incredibly complicated question for us to put in a one-size-fits-all set of regulations right from here that respects the fact that Nova Scotians have a 300, 400-year relationship with the ocean. As a province, we are seafaring people. We've been a seafaring people. We have a love affair with the ocean. People absolutely love being out on it. They love living near it. They love watching it. So that's another part of the equation too. How are we fair? How can we be fair as a government to everybody? The other reality is that the municipalities have had the responsibility for land use planning for a long time. That's an area of municipal jurisdiction. We've never said as a government that we didn't respect that. Even in the HRM executive panel, we've always said we respect the municipality's role in land use planning, the municipal planning strategy. We respect that. So how do we take that responsibility in this area and put it on us when it's so local? The answers to this question are in every part of these 13,000 kilometers are a very local question. And how do we tell somebody in one of our towns on the Minas Basin that if it were not for the dike that's already there, on a good high tide, half the town would already be underwater, right? How do we tell them you can't build on that empty lot in between those two businesses? How do we say that when we know they're already underwater? So the reality is, in some places we're going to defend against the ocean. We're going to build bigger dikes. That's the reality. We're doing that now. That's being done through the Department of Agriculture. We're investing millions of dollars in dike infrastructure across the province. It's a challenge the Department of Agriculture, which has the primary responsibility, takes very seriously. So we're defending against the ocean now. We will continue to defend against the ocean. And there are places we're going to retreat. And that decision is a local decision. And homeowners will have better information themselves. And we can't not make it a conversation. It has to be a conversation that happens between us as the provincial government and the municipality, and between the municipality and the citizens. So what is the decision in any given spot? The municipality and our government and the federal government may choose to continue to invest in building things like the Gabarou seawall, right? That's been rebuilt several times. There's seawalls in other parts of the provinces that have been invested in. We're going to continue to invest in building the dike infrastructure. But there's some places we're going to go, no, we're rationalizing this dike infrastructure. We're going to cut it off and give that back to the ocean. And that's a reality. There'll be places that we do that. So it's not an easy question to answer when you really look at what is the challenge here, how can we make this work for the property owners of Nova Scotia. I did hear a comment made by one of your members. So the province does not want to tell property owners what to do. And I would say that is correct. We want to work together with them to come up with solutions and work together with our municipalities. It's not a matter of us telling people what to do. It's a matter of us having the big conversation with our municipal partners, with the public, on every single location, recognizing 300 or 400 years of history of a built environment in that spot or not, recognizing the hazards in that location, which may be there or not, recognizing what's going to happen by 2100 in that location, and how do we accommodate all of that. The reality is we have to do that location by location, and that's bylaws. But we're not abandoning our responsibility in any way. We're going to provide municipalities with the tools, including the sample bylaws. So we have no intention of abandoning our responsibilities, but this conflict between protecting the built environment and protecting the natural environment is something that has to be decided literally property by property almost. So that's a reality, and we have to do that with our municipal partners.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in that regard, because you talked about the built environment, and you mentioned, is it homes or is it land? Is that not the province's decision to make in that regard? Because I'm getting the understanding that you, in one way you're saying it is, and another way you're not sure. And why was the year 2100 chosen as the actual point of when you got to do something by? Because as we know, there are many environmental and rain events, and flooding is happening more often. So why 2100 being the end goal for it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So what I can say to the member is that we are absolutely seeing the municipal role in municipal planning strategy and municipal bylaws, and that goes back to the previous government's decision in 2018, I believe, to require every municipality to have every square inch of its jurisdiction have a municipal planning strategy on it. So, and our municipalities have been doing that. So your government made that decision too, that our municipalities be required to do land use planning and a municipal planning strategy. We certainly respect that. We know that they've worked hard on that. And we respect their right to make those types of decisions. We want to work with them. In terms of why the year 2100, there's a couple of reasons why 2100 has been chosen. One reason is that if you were to build a house today, you would have a reasonable expectation of it lasting 75 years. Certainly there are homes in the province that are 200 years old. That's the reality, or more. But in terms of the sort of lifespan of a typical asset, that was a consideration. It could be that that's not long enough. In terms of the general conversation around climate change in our world, 2100 is sort of a marker that is discussed in terms of sea level rise, is often referred to as what will it be like in 2100. So that's probably the reason why that was chosen. It is often referred to by people who try to put an estimate on sea level rise. So in the general public, this is a conversation. And often it's projected in terms of what's the worst case scenario for 2100. And I think that in terms of I think that you'd have to ask environment and climate change more specifically about that, about why that is chosen as a marker. In terms of our need to reduce our pollution in the world and our greenhouse gas emissions, that's seen as being needed to be done right now. In terms of 2100, that's seen as, if we don't get it done right now, that's what it's going to look like in 2100. That is something that is commonly in the general domain as something that is under consideration by people who study this. But I would say, to get a more fulsome explanation, I would recommend you ask Environment and Climate Change.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you. And you mentioned the year 2018. Prior to that, and while I was on regional council in Halifax, the province head of planning came to HRM and asked us if they could borrow some of their planners to actually help smaller municipalities create land use bylaws. How many planners does the province employ now, and will those planners be assisting the smaller municipal units who do not have land use bylaws?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, you know, it's interesting when we talk about staff, because my staff are all up there, and I do want to acknowledge the fact that we've had an enormous increase. We've pretty well since 21, the fiscal year 21, doubled the amount of money we're spending, and I think if we haven't doubled the amount of work, we've probably almost doubled the amount of work, and we haven't actually added staff. So you're all doing, I know we have added some in public housing, but you're doing a lot of work. I want to acknowledge that. We have on staff in Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing 4 planners who evaluate the planning work done by municipalities across the province. So, but we will be working, those planners will be working with environment and climate change to develop sample bylaws to provide our municipalities. So the reality is that most of the planning function resides within our municipalities across the province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you. So now I will continue on some comments I was making and questions about municipal reform. And having listened for many years from residents on the subject of amalgamation, as I was an elected official in an amalgamated municipality, so the topic naturally came up. But it was obvious and evident that there's confusion around the need to consolidate, as we're calling it today. And will the minister take the lead role and treat municipal reform in a unified manner to clarify the need to consolidate, so the burden for change is not simply placed on the shoulders of municipal leaders in Nova Scotia? Because if this government truly sees consolidation as beneficial, why would it not take the lead?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So what I can say, and I don't know if the member probably did read my mandate letter 2.5 years ago, which was an ambitious and aggressive mandate letter on many fronts, but not on municipal modernization or amalgamation. It was silent on that topic, and as a government, the reality is we respect our municipal partners and the municipal decision. So it's not per se, and I realize that's not quite what the previous government was, much more pro making this happen or getting involved. That's the reality. We have been much more, if that's what our municipalities want to do, we'll do it. We'll help them. So in terms of what do we fund in that, we do fund the Municipal Innovation Program that municipalities can access for many different purposes, including how best to work with other municipalities, and whether we see that municipal cooperation in transit, in water and sewer, in waste management, in many areas where municipalities work together. But in terms of the decision on whether a municipality consolidates with another municipality, that is entirely a decision of the municipality itself, and not one which we are in particular funding to encourage. We'll, as the previous government did, we'll fund the process if that's the decision that's made. but it's something that is a municipal decision, and we respect that.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
I believe you mentioned earlier about Kings County. Are other municipalities and possibly Kings currently looking to amalgamate or consolidate?
I recognize the honourable minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So to the member, I just want to clarify my comments related to Kings County were how they were working together on EMO, on sewer, on transit, and not only in some cases within Kings County, but also with Annapolis County. It was not a comment about municipal modernization or amalgamation in the context of Kings County. I can tell you that I'm not making any comment about Kings County in that regard, and I'm not even suggesting that's happening in Kings County. So what I am saying is that it is an area of municipal choice and municipal decision, and if it comes forward, we will address it wherever it does come forward.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
On the subject of mandatory education funding as part of the MOUs, all municipalities in Nova Scotia have been paying a high mandatory education tax to the province, and this is bound by the Education Act. The Act itself is bound by the province to educate each and every child. The municipalities are not tasked with educating each and every child. My question is, how much revenue did the province receive from this tax this year, and what percentage is the mandatory education tax on the total property taxes?
I recognize the honourable minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Chair, what I can say is that the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, I don't have that number in my budgets. That's probably what number is probably best asked to the Department of Education, Education and Early Childhood. What I can say is the reality is when we renegotiated the 1995 service exchange, we did several things which really benefit our municipalities in this equation. And one is we put over $40 million back into our municipalities through alleviating them of paying our net operating losses on public housing and a corrections fee that went to the Department of Justice. The other thing we did was we said we would take over the pre-1991 schools, which were a municipal responsibility in general. The reason they were a municipal responsibility was because at one time in the province, the municipalities had responsibility for education. So the schools were the municipalities' schools. So we're taking them back, but I mean, we've taken over that responsibility from the municipalities, and this municipal education tax portion is the municipality's recognition of that history. Things slowly evolve into processes. Will that change? I don't know. But that's the reality. That's how we got to where we are now.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you. Nova Scotia property taxes are based on property assessments, which are based on the real estate market. Property assessments across the province have all risen in assessment, resulting in huge increases in mandatory education and other funding received by the province. Is this government reviewing the means in which increased assessments are resulting in increased funding to the province for education and etc.?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So again, I would suggest the member refer that question to the Department of Education and Early Childhood in terms of the calculation of that number. What I can say is that PVSC, Property Valuation Services Corp, is something that's been enabled by our legislation at some point, a legislature some point in the past, but is managed by, is a creature of is owned by the municipalities, has a board of directors that manages it. The rise in property values remains subject to the cap, and municipalities themselves have seen substantial increases in revenue as these numbers rise, and will continue to, given that we continue to see property values rise and the actual PVSC numbers lag by about a year. So the reality is that we have seen a very large increase in property values. I know that might sound like a good thing, but really it's a problem for most Nova Scotians because it's a problem to purchase and the increased values of homes. It's a problem for Nova Scotians to pay increased taxes on those. We recognize that. The thing that we are trying to do as Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing is find ways to make housing more affordable. We're doing that through for rentals through a $100 million investment in estimated $100 million investment in partnering with the federal government on taking the PST, HST off of multi-unit apartment buildings. We're working through a down payment assistance program to help new home buyers. We're working through a program to help senior citizens and vulnerable Nova Scotians stay in their home by investing in furnaces and roofs. We're working through a program which continues to add Nova Scotians to it through the Rent Sup program. So there's a variety of things we're doing to help with this affordability issue, even as we see property values rise. I sometimes get asked, what do I think will happen to property values? Will they go back down? And the truth is, I don't think so, because we're still low compared to central Canada, and we're still kind of underneath in terms of property values what it would cost to rebuild a typical home. And so there's challenges from that. I mean, there's going to be ongoing challenges. This is an area of big concern for us as a department. How could we help new home buyers? How can we help people that have more affordable homes? How can we increase the number of homes in the province? Because we know we need so many more homes. So we're addressing that through programs like helping with water and sewer, I know that many Nova Scotians, and I'm one of them, I don't have water and sewer provided. I have a well and a septic field. If you're building a new home, the cost of putting a well and a septic field in can easily exceed $50,000. It's expensive. So can we do that more efficiently by working together with public infrastructure? Yes, we can, where it will work. And so we're trying to address all these equations. We recognize that people's values of their homes have gone up. We sometimes have municipal politicians who don't understand that PVSC is their organization and is only trying to get an accurate value of people's property values. And but that's the reality. And we just, you know, this across the housing spectrum, we're working as a government to solve these issues.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you. I can guarantee you this politician understands property valuation services very well. But what I don't understand is the silo effect that continues to be given back to me in your responses. You are the Minister of Municipal Affairs. You are negotiating an MOU. The education component to it is part of the MOU. And I know that when the revenue is received by the province, I know the taxes that everyone pays, 30% of the taxes received by HRM goes to the province in mandatory funding. And so therefore, the municipalities, all municipalities across Nova Scotia, because they don't have that revenue, they are faced with having to decide whether to put up their tax rate or not. And I was just asking if there was some flexibility to discuss the possibility of using that 30% as a means to keep tax rates down for properties across Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Chair, what I can say to the members, we do recognize how important the municipalities are to our province. We want them to be successful. We continue to invest in them. I do want to point out that the renegotiated service exchange agreement that we were here last fall on, that we saw overwhelming support from our municipalities puts in another $40 million into their pockets, really. We have a commitment to continue to work on the issues in that service exchange that weren't addressed, such as policing, fire services. I hear the member talking about the silo effect, but that's a reality where we have different departments work with our municipalities in different ways in terms of public works and our roads, incredibly important in terms of justice and what happens there, and policing, education, they have a role. So I apologize for the silo effect here, but that's the reality. Some of these questions need to be asked to those ministers in terms of the specifics, because this is what they deal with. The reality is that in municipal affairs, we've had already a historic accomplishment in renegotiating something that was, the reality was the NDP government took a swing at it, the previous Liberal government took a swing at it, and it's complicated. That's the reality. It's complicated. And we worked hard at it, and not only us, but our NSFM and the members on the Service Exchange Renegotiation Committee, which had representatives from our towns and municipalities and rural municipalities, and from the Association of Municipal Administrators and from our department, worked very hard on putting that together. So we're not basking in that achievement, but I'm saying we know that the next step is some of these some of these other issues the members is raising and other members have raised, like roads and policing and education. So all of that stuff, in the fullness of time, we will continue to work as a government. We made that commitment. And for instance, we're fulfilling one in this FMA in terms of the code of conduct, which was an endeavor which was enabled by legislation by the previous government, which we've really fulfilled, working 2 years with our municipal partners. And now, excuse me, the amendments to the MGA and HRM charter that are required are being provisioned for in the FMA. So we continue to work to provide the needs and respond to our municipalities. And we're working hard at that. You know, it's not obviously there continues to be things that need to be done, and we will continue to work on them.
Before I recognize the honourable member, I would like to just point something out. Conduct when other members speaking. When a member is speaking, no member shall pass between the member speaking and the chair, nor interrupt the member speaking, except to rise on a point of order. I say this because 3 times now, my ability as a chair has been impeded by somebody blocking my view of the minister in order to recognize him. So I ask that no members impede this, my ability. I recognize the member of Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Yes, and so thank you. I hadn't noticed. But the questions that I'm bringing up today are to do with what I said about, you quoted as growth is a good problem to have. And the growth that we have seen is primarily here in Halifax Regional Municipality. Other than the Annapolis, they're second. They placed as far as growth goes. And with growth, taxpayers and ratepayers to Halifax Water will have to pay more. So therefore, I am asking if you are entertaining through the service level agreement to understand, like, because Halifax put their taxes up 5% last year. They're entertaining 7% this year. And I'm just, is that going to be a continual thing with regards to, because you see people are complaining that they can't afford to live in Halifax because of the taxes. So you have many powers. And as you discuss these things, I know when I was on council, many people would call, I can't live in Cole Harbour anymore. I'm moving to Windsor. I can't live in Cole Harbour anymore, I'm moving to Truro. Is that our plan for growth? To just continually have people not be able to afford to live here? I mean, when I moved here in the late 80s, I couldn't live on the peninsula. I couldn't afford it. That's how I came to Cole Harbour, but it's getting harder and harder as growth is happening everywhere. And in your special powers, you came in here blustering as the Minister of Municipal Affairs with Bill 329, taking on those powers, and I'm asking, are you giving any consideration to the affordability that the people in HRM are facing with regards to their property taxes?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Chair, what I can say to the member is that the reality is we see growth in every part of the province. Absolutely. Not just in HRM, we see it, and not just in the Annapolis Valley, in particular in the South Shore as well. We see tremendous growth, but we see growth everywhere. But we know if we break the province into regions and we call one region Western and Northern and Central and Eastern and HRM, the demand is approximately 10 times greater in HRM than any one of those single other regions. So we focus a lot of our effort on HRM. We know there's affordability issues with housing. A lot of that is driven by circumstances, global circumstances that are essentially beyond our control. The supply chain issues, the cost of goods, cost of transportation to bring goods here, driven by taxes, driven by the carbon tax, for example. So just one thing, but the reality is the growth that we're seeing has driven the need for skilled trades. So there's a shortage of skilled trades, which we are working hard to address through the MOST program, through Labour Skills and Immigration, $100 million investment in training more skilled trades. We're investing in more building inspectors. We're doing all kinds of things to try to help the affordability thing. We know that, we believe, I think, that one of the solutions in the future will be more modular housing. I've said before that we don't buy a car by having 3 mechanics show up in our driveway and build it right there in the driveway. We don't buy cars that way, but we buy houses that way. And we have to change that. It has to become much, much more efficient. We have to look at every possible thing we can do. In terms of HRM, one of the things that I admire about cities is that they're inherently efficient. But we know in HRM on the peninsula, there were more people in 1961 living on the peninsula than today. And that's simply a demographic issue. Home composition has changed. We now have about 2.1 people in the average home, I believe, whereas in 1961 it was probably like 3 or 4. So we have to get more efficient as a people in terms of density. We have to increase density. We have to allow those find ways to increase the efficiencies in how we deliver housing. People make choices on where they want to live. Some people commute in every day into work in the city. I'm a commuter from the Annapolis Valley every day into the city. So I mean, that's a choice people make for many reasons. It's not necessarily less expensive to live in the Annapolis Valley, honestly. It's not necessarily less expensive in the South Shore than it is in HRM. So, but still, this whole affordability issue and taxes play a role in that for sure. The reality is there's one taxpayer, and whether we're getting it from the bag of chips you buy at the corner store and we're getting our HST on that, or your property tax, or your income tax, which is federal, provincial, there's still only one taxpayer. So the reality is that sorting out who does what, who pays for what, how we interact with our municipalities is something that'll never be finished. We'll continue to work on that. It will continue to evolve as our world continues to evolve and change. And you know, we're committed to that process. We certainly respect the municipal level. I take issue with the suggestion that I was ever blustering in this House. So I think that's unparliamentary language. I don't know. I don't expect the chair here to rule on that, but I'm disappointed to hear that kind of language in terms of what we've done. We've always expressed, as a government, and I've always expressed concern for people who are looking to buy a home and our children. How are our children going to be able to afford a house if we don't address some of these structural problems? And that, if I ask myself, who am I working for here? I'm working for my children. You know, I hope you're working for your children and your grandchildren and my neighbors' children. That's who I'm working for here as an MLA. I want to make this a better world for them, a world that makes sense for them. And you know, that's what we're doing here as a government. That's who my staff are working for too. So they might, you know, I might be in charge, and technically they might be working for me, but in reality, we're all working for the people in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South. Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have a couple of questions more related to the EMO side of the portfolio. Well, and some housing too. The minister would know that I have reached out a number of times about issues on Union Street post July 21st flooding. And so today was talking to some folks on Union Street and hearing from them that they're stuck. They're out of money. They have not heard back from the province. In some cases, I think they've received a small amount of money toward the eventual resolution of their claim, but they don't know if this is their money that they get to keep or not, and they've been warned that. So, you know, one fellow I heard from today, he'd received $10,000, but his claim is for much more than that. So we have people who, in some cases, have 2 mortgages, 2 sets of insurance. They can't move on. They're still waiting to find out what is going on with their particular claim. They are not getting phone calls back about their claim, and they're extremely frustrated. So that's one issue. I'm gonna put them both on the table here now because I know the minister is giving fulsome answers, and so I want to make sure that I get time to get both of my questions in here. And perhaps the solution is that the minister and I have a chat about this offline, so I can bring the particular cases to his attention. But I'm very concerned about, you know, families that still don't have their entire family complement living with them because of the situation their house is in. And a lot of people on Union Street, 7 months later, they still can't move on. There's still damage in there. They're still living in a half-finished house, and it needs those need to be dealt with. And the other thing is, of course, about the homes that were severely damaged, have been repeatedly flooded along Union Street. Some of them are just, you know, a few meters away from the Sackville River, and they continue to flood time after time. I can tell you, this past week when we had that extensive rain, I was driving along looking at the Sackville River thinking, is this the next big one? Because the water was so high. And I know the residents there, every time it rains, they're clenched too. they're very worried after what happened last July 21st. So the two things are, you know, where are we? There are people who are waiting. They need to know. In some cases, they are lawsuits against insurance companies. They can't proceed with those until they have numbers, and they need accurate numbers. And then also the buying of the homes for the people who have flooded repeatedly, sustained extensive damage, and live close to the Sackville River. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing with a reminder that there's 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
So, appreciate the question, and we recognize the tremendous stress that flooding in all parts of Nova Scotia and all of the events that we've gone through in the last year and a half have been on Nova Scotians. In terms of EMO, there have been somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 DFA claims. I can certainly get the exact number, which have put tremendous stress on our entire system. In order to be compliant with the federal government, all of them need an adjuster to be involved, or they won't be honored by the federal government. So in terms of Union Street, we know that we have 25 claims, 9 of them have been paid. The majority of the rest have received an advance. Certainly any one of them that want, and if you want to talk to us offline about anyone, we're happy to do that, or my EMO staff are up there, above there. So we certainly care about every individual. In terms of buying homes one-off, that is not provisioned or envisioned in the DFAA process. It's not provided for as a process. I have raised it with the federal minister. I wrote him a letter about it, and I did ask him verbally. I did ask his deputy minister also. So we haven't heard back. So that's the reality. We know the DFAA program is going to continue to evolve. There's been a fair number of signals by the federal government on that over the last 2 years. We should know in April of this year what the new DFAA program looks like to be implemented in April of 2025. That's what the federal government has indicated to us. So we will continue to work with people not only on Union Street but across the province, and we're working, my staff, we've provisioned for, we've funded more adjusters. It's just been so much work, and there's been adjusters that have been tied up elsewhere and on other claims. If you can understand, if it was just us, that would be one thing, but it's the whole industry has been challenged by the last year and a half in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I think with that, I will reach out to the Minister's office for the particular claim that I heard about today, and I'll encourage the other folks to get in touch with me, and then we can get in touch with your office, and we'll get to work on those, because they really do need to have to know where they stand.
Order. The time allotted for the consideration of supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future date.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. Order. Order. The chair of the Committee of the Whole host of supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met and made progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the time for adjournment 11 p.m.
The motion pursuant to Rule 5C is that the hour of adjournment Wednesday, March 6th be not 5:30 but 11 p.m. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All contrary-minded? Sounds like democracy. That the new host's hours will be at 11 or 5:30. Or sorry, 11, not 5:30. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Which I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a Committee of the Whole House on bills.
Motion carried.
Order. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill 404, Energy Reform?
Bill 404, the Energy Reform 2024 Act. I recognize the Clerk.
Chair, Bill 404 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on March 4th, 2024, with amendments and contains 105 clauses and 2 schedules.
I understand this bill was amended by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments. Unless the committee wishes to proceed immediately with the consideration of the clauses, I would ask the clerk to explain how the bill has been amended. Recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 404 was amended by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments as follows. Page 4, Clause 21, proposed subsection 4E2, line 1, add, in quotation marks, comma, on or after March 1st, 2024, comma, end quotation, after quotation marks received. Page 4, Clause 21, proposed subsection 4E3, line 2, delete 10 and substitute 5. Page 5, Clause 21, proposed subsection 4E4, line 1, delete 10 and substitute 5. Page 5, Clause 21, proposed subsection 4E4, line 3, add at the rate set out in the power purchase agreement after output. Page 14, Clause 43, A, in paragraph B, delete. B, paragraph C, re-letter as B. Page 14, Clause 64, proposed subsection 35A sub 4, line 1, add energy after the. Page 15, Clause 66, proposed subsection 35AB2, line 1, delete energy. Page 18, subclause 84A, proposed subsection 64A, sub 4, line 2, delete 2 or 3 and substitute 2A. Page 18, subclause 84, sub 5, proposed subsection 64A, sub 5, line 2, delete 2 or 3 and substitute 2A. Page 18, subclause 84A, proposed clause 64A, 6A, line 2, delete 2 or 3 and substitute 2A. Page 35, Schedule B, clause 10(1)D, line 1, delete the hyphen and substitute a space. Page 35, Schedule B, clause 10(1)D, line 2, delete and the first time it appears. Page 46, Schedule B, subsection 73, line 3, delete subsection 5(2) and substitute section 24.
Order, just for the viewing public, I guess. We're just waiting for change sheets to make their way around, so we'll get started. Order. I think the change sheets, everyone should have them distributed. Order. Is there any debate on Clause 1?
Yes.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to stand and speak to Clause 1 of Bill 404. I will have to say this change sheet that came in here in the 11th hour that was not included with the bill package is not clear on what these changes mean for the purpose of the bill. Certainly, I'd hope the minister does get up and speak to these changes. I know there may have been a conversation of law amendments, but as the minister knows, not all members are at Law Amendments Committee. This bill's intention, according to the minister and the government, is to address the issue around increasing power rates. This is a really important issue to address. Nova Scotia has gone from being one of the most affordable jurisdictions to live in the country to the most expensive in the last 2 years. We've seen the highest increases in rent. We've seen some of the highest inflationary cost increases in the country. We've seen our housing market explode. And of course, we've seen power rates shoot up over two years. And this has not happened since 2010 to 13, that we've seen power rates shoot up 14%. So we're happy to see a bill that hopefully will address that and create a longer-term plan for rate stability. Again, we did have a rate stability plan for 8 years. We hear constantly from the members opposite how life was so terrible under the previous government, but under the previous government, certainly life was a lot more affordable. Power rates didn't increase by more than 3% a year. There was stability over that whole period of time. And I do think that there's reason to be skeptical about the execution of this bill. Because as we've seen with this government, they come in with a flurry with legislation and big promises. And then the execution of those promises leaves everybody wondering what happened. We saw that with Bill 212. We were told in this chamber that the government had a plan to keep power rates low. They chose to legislatively intervene with an independent process with the UARB. And what happened? Hurt Nova Scotia Power's credit rating, drove their interest payments up as a result, direct result of that piece of legislation. And of course, then ratepayers are incurring the cost of that. So we had a government come in with a bill under the guise of lowering power rates and holding Nova Scotia Power to account. I remember the Premier even chastised me for meeting with Nova Scotia Power to understand the implications of that bill. Premier, of course, wouldn't meet with them at the time. And as a result, they damaged the credit rating of the utility, drove their interest payments up, and power rates went up. What's happened since then? For the first time in our province's history, we have a sitting provincial government that has bought Nova Scotia Power's debt. $117 million to Nova Scotia Power from taxpayers to try and keep power rates low for a year. Who's paying that back? Ratepayers are paying it back with interest. So there's great reason, I think, to be skeptical about Bill 404, although I do believe there is potential in this bill to hopefully do some good. It is a continuation of legislation that was brought in by our previous government to loosen Nova Scotia Power's grip on being the only provider to give power to Nova Scotians. So there may be some helpful things in here. We're hopeful. We're hearing from people that are hopeful about this. But again, there is reason to be skeptical because this government usually does not do their homework. This government has acted very rationally on a number of occasions. This government certainly acts rationally with spending, as was highlighted by the Auditor General's report today on the over-budget spending that this government does, which is now in the billions. $3.7 billion, I believe, has been spent outside of the budget, and done so in a way that the Auditor General deemed to be rash and ill thought out, with no due diligence done, not even having a real understanding if there was a need for some of that spending. And we saw rashness with this government when it came to trying to keep power rates low. Again, created a legislative situation, not thinking out the implications, intervening in an independent process, affecting the utilities' credit rating, driving power rates up even further, and then buying the debt of Nova Scotia Power to try and cover their tracks on it. Right? That's what this government is doing with taxpayer money on this file. And there's still no guarantee that rates are going to go down. You know, the only government to ever give that sort of money to Nova Scotia Power to buy their debt, the risk all being assumed by Nova Scotians. The risk isn't being assumed by Nova Scotia Power. It's now being assumed by the taxpayer. It's a 10-year period for repaying that loan. Anything can happen in the next 10 years. We've seen how markets fluctuate. We know that interest rates can go up and down. These factors are outside of our control, and this government has decided to place that risk on the taxpayer, again, to cover their own tracks on the mismanagement of this energy file. It's unheard of, and it's ludicrous. And again, it's short-term thinking. This is only designed to get this government through to the next election cycle, because I think that's the only thing this government really cares about at the end of the day. And if it wasn't that, then decisions like we saw with Bill 212 and the subsequent purchasing of Nova Scotia Power's debt wouldn't happen. Again, the Premier accused me of being in bed with Nova Scotia Power because I met with them to understand the implications of Bill 212. I'll certainly table at a later date his comments explicitly. He said he might want to sit with Nova Scotia Power's executives and be with Nova Scotia Power, but I'm with Nova Scotians. I don't know if you can be in bed with someone any more than giving them $117 million. I don't think you can. Yeah, I met with him. I wanted to understand what was going on. Wanted to understand the implications of the government's intervention in an independent process with the Utility Review Board that had catastrophic effects on power rates in Nova Scotia. It did the opposite of what the government thought because they acted rashly. So, well, I have some hope that this bill will be better and is more well thought out. There's not a record that this government has, I think, that can allow me to have that full confidence in the outcome of this piece of legislation. And again, where do we go from here? Nova Scotians are being hit with increasing power rates, even though the government promised that that wouldn't happen. The government has had a very expensive Band-Aid to try and put this situation off for a year. We don't know what's going to happen after that. We don't know what the plan is to keep power rates low. We know that by creating another governing body that's going to make decisions on rates, that is going to be another cost to ratepayers. I believe the minister has said that the cost of this new organization is going to be borne onto the ratepayer. What is that impact going to be? Are there going to be rate savings as a result of this? I haven't heard the minister or the government articulate what those rate savings are going to be or exactly how this is going to lower power rates for people at a time when they're desperately struggling to pay their power bills. Again, at a time when the government has cut back also energy rebate programs for the most financially vulnerable in Nova Scotia who are having a hard time paying their power bills, whether it is the heating assistance rebate program that was cut back from $1,000 to $600, or whether it was not allowing the most financially vulnerable Nova Scotians to be eligible for the HEAT program through is administered through the Salvation Army for a second year in a row. Again, that families had budgeted for, that they hope for, and that they need to keep the power on. We also saw a real lack of care from the Premier when a bunch of working Nova Scotians paid for oil. The company went bankrupt, and the province wouldn't even allow those folks to be eligible for the heating assistance rebate program. or any of these things that are available. So again, we have not seen a real plan to date or execution on lowering power rates in Nova Scotia, not just for this year, but for the short, medium, and long term. We don't know what the impacts of this bill are going to be. I hope that the minister can articulate that. And I don't know that we're meeting our timeline on getting to renewables either. You know, we are still burning as much coal as we were 2 years ago when this government took office, despite them legislating targets to reduce carbon emissions and the use of coal and fossil fuels for our energy grid. Nothing's changed over the last 2 years. The Premier has spoken a lot about the use of hydrogen, but none of that's going to be used here in Nova Scotia. We don't have the capacity to utilize hydrogen for a green energy resource. That is all going to be exported. And we don't know what the full plan is for wind. So I hope we get some answers to these questions as we debate this bill through committee of the whole. We certainly have a number of amendments on our side that we will be presenting and debating. And again, with several goals here. First and foremost is to ensure that rates are lowered and stable, not just for the short term to the next election, but over the medium and long run, because people cannot afford to pay the power bills that they're being asked to pay right now. And two, if this is actually going to create a more competitive energy market in Nova Scotia where other players are able to come in and compete with Nova Scotia Power to deliver renewable energy to our grid and to communities from one end of the province to the other. But again, what this government says something's going to do and what happens are two very different things, and there's plenty of evidence around that. There's evidence of that in healthcare. There's evidence of it in the homelessness situation, and there's certainly evidence of it when it comes to energy and power rates. And again, the last time that we saw this government legislatively intervene, it was an unmitigated disaster, ill thought out. I believe the government was derelict in their duties to do due diligence and even consider second opinions on that. Because again, we were told, the government came in like a pack of hyenas and lions saying, we're going to fix this, we're going to stand with Nova Scotia, power rates are going to stay low. The very opposite happened. That very piece of legislation that we were told was going to lower power rates drove them up. And then the government is putting the Nova Scotia taxpayer on the hook for buying Nova Scotia Power's debt directly, and then asking the ratepayer to pay that back with interest. They're the same people, mostly. Every ratepayer in Nova Scotia is a taxpayer. Now those people are paying that bill twice because of this government's mismanagement on the file. I hope they've learned from those mistakes. I believe the government, one thing the government has done right, it sounds like, is bring in David McGregor to help them manage this file. So hopefully that has led to a number of the changes in here, because certainly that individual has seemed to have built some credibility in the energy sector. Hopefully has brought some reason to the government's actions and some caution as well, because we can't afford any more mistakes on this file. Nova Scotians can't afford it anymore. We can't afford to have some of the largest power rate increases we've had in a decade, along with some of the other largest increases in cost of living with rent, housing, taxes, et cetera, and have a government that continues to meddle in the energy market and produce worse results for people, and then try to cover their tracks with large sums of taxpayers' money being given to Nova Scotia Power just to put this issue off for a year. It hasn't been good, and the evidence is there to show that. So our concern right now is what's going to happen not just over the next year or 2 years. What guarantees can this chamber receive and can Nova Scotians receive that this legislation is actually going to have an impact on rate stability, that it's actually going to bring more renewable energy resources to bear in the market so we can reduce our carbon footprint that we all have when we turn our lights on. But also, we also know that's the key to having more stable rates long term. So we certainly need, I think, to have some very good answers to those questions. They need to be specific. I think we need to know timelines because, again, Nova Scotians can't afford to have another debacle with this government bringing forward legislation around energy that it's not well thought out and is going to have a negative consequence on the market and on power rates. The government thinks they can afford that because they are awash with money. They've brought in over $4 billion more in the last 2 years than previous governments from tax revenue and revenues from the federal government, which in one hand they'll take very happily and grittily, and then with the other they'll slap the federal government any chance they get. But they've certainly taken the federal government's money. But while the province may be able to afford this, afford to bail out Nova Scotia Power and spend money to cover the tracks, Nova Scotians can't, because they're paying the highest taxes in the country. They're paying some of the highest costs for housing, whether it's rent or with home ownership. And they've seen some of the highest increase in costs of goods and services in the country. And this government to date has not provided any relief or any hope that the situation is going to change financially for people. We're hopeful that something can happen on power because, again, the previous government was successful at keeping power rates stable for 8 years, keeping them low for businesses and for individuals. And that basically changed overnight when this government assumed office. And it was worsened the last time this government tried to intervene legislatively. So we look forward to debating the clauses of this bill, presenting amendments that we think can strengthen it. But most importantly for me, we need to have some actual assurances based on evidence and rationale that this is going to have the impact that we are promised it will have, because Nova Scotians can't afford for it not to. And with those short words, I'll take my seat, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to just say a few words on Clause 1 of Bill 404 tonight. I don't really share the hope that this bill is going to impact the energy bills of Nova Scotians. I don't see much in here that would. I don't even think that's necessarily what it's purported to be. That being said, I think there are a number of probably good items in this bill. I think we, in general support the idea of an independent regulator, but before I get to that, since the theme of the day seems to be transparency, I want to talk a little bit about how this bill came to be. And I do that because I think it's important, and this is not the first time I've done this, that in Hansard we record the fact that it is 8:31 at night in a session where there are two pieces of legislation where we were told it would be reasonable hours. We are in committee of the whole House. We were given this bill less than a week ago. It impacts our entire energy system. We have law amendments where experts can present on bills and help to inform the House on how to understand them. That meeting was called at 4 p.m. on a Friday for 11 a.m. the next Monday. The people who understand this work are busy, professional people, many of whom may not have the time or even inclination to present to us at all, let alone with that kind of timeline. But then in that Law Amendments Committee, where there's a rotating crew of legislators who take shifts. The government brought this change sheet, which has still not been explained to any of us, which we are told is administrative. This isn't the first time this happened. This happened with the Patient Access to Care Act, but in that act, at least the minister herself presented that change sheet and spoke to it on the floor of the legislature. Here, we had a change sheet presented by a member of the PC caucus who, you know, through no fault of their own, was not an expert on this piece of legislation. It wasn't the minister, it wasn't their area, who brought it and said, well, this is housekeeping. But not only that, Mr. Chair, this, and I know I'm into the minutia, but we do things terribly in this chamber. We make laws in the worst possible way. And this is an example of it. And I'm not speaking to the merits of the bill, but what I'm saying is that this change sheet, which we never should have gotten, because if it is housekeeping, it should have been caught in the initial drafting, which must have just been too quick. I don't know if it was the Department of Justice who drafted this, or if there was another legal team hired to draft this. I'm not sure. But whoever, but it's not the legal team, it's the instructions and it's the timeline. It's the timeline. So we are going to upend our energy system as we know it with a piece of legislation that needs to be amended the very next day. But those amendments, Mr. Chair, were not brought in at the beginning of the Law Amendments Committee, when the presenters who did have the time to come and know about the committee could have spoken to them and maybe helped us to understand them. It was not brought in on the floor of this House where the minister could have spoken to them and helped us understand them. It was brought in by motion at the end of the Law Amendments Committee by a member who couldn't speak to them. That is not a good way to make a law. I think everyone would agree with that. And it's incredibly frustrating that, again, it's 8:34 now. We will be here until 11 p.m. tomorrow night in a session with two pieces of legislation doing this work at 10 o'clock at night because why? Because the government doesn't want to be in this chamber. And that is not a good enough reason. My colleague, the member for Dartmouth North, actually brought a motion at Law Amendments Committee asking to defer this, to bring it here, to bring it back when the minister could speak to it. Of course, that was roundly rejected. With those thoughts on procedure, I will say that while I do think that the big pieces of this bill around an independent energy regulator seem like they probably make sense. Again, I don't have great hopes that they're going to impact the bills that Nova Scotians pay for power. I think that, again, we see certain things that are buried in this bill. When this bill was announced, there wasn't a big fanfare about lifting the moratorium on uranium mining. There wasn't a big fanfare about lifting the moratorium that existed on using uranium or building nuclear power plants in Nova Scotia. That might be a conversation some people want to have. It's certainly not a conversation we want to have. But if this government wants to have that conversation, have the conversation. Don't bury it at the back of a bill that goes for conversation, 24 hours after after you introduce it. It's ridiculous. This is a very contentious issue in our province. It has been for decades. It's one that has very strong feelings on all sides. There's a lot of science behind it. There's a lot of environmental issues behind it. There's a lot of conversation to be had. But we're not going to have it because, yet again, this bill is going to be railroaded through this House in the late hours of the night when only the most committed will even be able to pay attention. And that's a real tragedy. And aside from what we see as the somewhat nefarious aspects of this bill, which have to do with uranium, there are also hugely wasted opportunities. So what would make an impact? Are you instructing the chair? Or?
Oh, then stand up. Just like you did to me a couple of years ago.
I'm referring to the bill. There are nefarious aspects of this bill. I don't think that, I'm not calling anyone any names.
Order, everybody. Order. Just let's take her back a step here. If anyone has any issues and wants to raise, you know, that's more than welcome. Yeah. Okay. Order. Are we good? Okay, I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
So the wasted opportunity here is the opportunity to actually comply with the recommendations of the Clean Energy Task Force. I'm not actually going to table this right now, but I will table it at the end of our comments. Which in section 12 recommended a low-income energy rate. A low-income energy rate is something that our caucus has been advocating for years and years and years. And the challenge was always that you couldn't do it under the Electricity Act as it stood. It wasn't allowed. It was actually had been found by the courts that it could not be done by the UARB. And so we lobbied the government and we said to successive governments, can you change this act? Can you change this act so that this bill can be created, this rate can be created? And the government refused to act. And now they have a new Electricity Act. They've opened up that act. They have transformed things. And not only that, but we understand that in fact a low-income energy rate would be allowed in this piece of legislation. But have they created one? No, they have not created a low-income energy rate. We have the highest percentage of people living in energy poverty in the country. We have Nova Scotians across this province, from Yarmouth to Sydney, struggle to pay their power bills. And for the people who are struggling the most, for whom this government has done the least, a low-income energy rate would be an incredibly meaningful intervention. And I don't know if it's not targeted enough. I don't know why the government decided not to take that opportunity, but they didn't. And so the fact that they went out of their way to ensure that we could mine and process uranium, but they couldn't go out of their way to make sure that Nova Scotians can afford their power bills, certainly raises a lot of questions. And so with those few comments, I will look forward to the amendments that will be brought forward. I will look forward to hopefully hearing from the minister on these housekeeping amendments, as well as the comments and questions that are raised from the opposition. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just feel compelled to rise for a few moments to speak a little bit about procedure. So I've sat here for the last 4 or 5 sessions and listened to the leader of the third party talk about the hour of the day that we're sitting here and the fact that we're getting amendments at this time.
Order. Are you raising a point? Okay. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
So there's criticism of Clause 1 during a speech I just heard recently that we don't follow the rules of this House. And for me, I take great offense to that, and I find it completely disrespectful to this entire institution to listen to the leader of a party talk about the fact that we're not following our own rules. We have a rule book here that I take a lot of pride in following. And I know that my colleagues on this side of the House also take a lot of pride in following the rules of this House. The member opposite talked about sitting late on ungodly hours. And the most we've ever sat is maybe 11 hours a day. There are plenty of Nova Scotians out there who worked 10, 11, 12 hours a day. The only thing I can figure about the criticism, Mr. Chair, is that she just doesn't like the way that we're ruling this province. And to that I say, too bad.
Order, everybody. Let's take her down a notch. Order. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was kind of an unfortunate turn of phrase, ruling. But maybe it's telling. Maybe it's telling. I'm not sure we make the best decisions when we're here long hours, because most of us will have, before we come here at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, most of us will have already worked half a day. So it is the equivalent of, oh, I don't know, asking nurses to finish at the end of their shift. Instead of going home after 8 hours, they have to stay for another 8-hour shift because there's no one to back them up. But we'll talk about that on another day when we're here. So first of all, we would like to thank the work of the task force working hard for Nova Scotians to reform energy in the province. I had the opportunity to actually go to be briefed on that particular report when it came in, just because no one else was available that day. So that wasn't, my area of expertise. It's certainly not an area where I was a minister or anything like that. But I found the folks who were briefing us were very well informed and walked us through the report, and I really appreciated that. So I would like to give my thanks to them and to everyone who worked on that report for taking the time to do that. Now, obviously, we support renewable energy in this province, but we do have some concerns that the government's approach will hurt ratepayers. And I think, when we stop and ask ourselves, why are we doing this? What are we doing here? We're here to make sure that Nova Scotians aren't adversely affected by decisions of the government. And what we saw in recent sessions in the House was, in fact, that things were not quite as advertised. Let's put it that way. So we were told a piece of legislation was going to make things better for Nova Scotians, but we had Nova Scotia Power come in, the head of Nova Scotia Power, come into law amendments, and I was sitting there in law amendments when he did it, and he said, this will affect our credit rating. And the government said, no, it won't. And you know what happened? It affected their credit rating. And you know what that meant? It cost Nova Scotia Power more money to borrow. And what does that mean? That means Nova Scotians pay more for power. So even though I think the government came in with the best of intentions, but they would not stop when presented with contrary evidence. And I get it. You have a bill, you want to move it forward, you don't want to listen. But the fact of the matter is that we told you, the members on this side of the House told the members on the opposite side of the House, we told them, this is going to affect power rates. This is going to be more expensive for Nova Scotians. You should not do this. You should take some sober second thought and think about this, because this is going to cause problems. And they wouldn't believe us. Now, I understand why they wouldn't believe us, because it kind of didn't fit in with their narrative. But that was the end effect of it. And so we shouldn't be surprised that you have opposition parties here who are questioning what is actually going on with this piece of legislation. We are 6 years away from being required to be off of coal. 6 years. 6 years goes fast. I've been here for a long time, so I'm telling you, it goes fast, right? The board is going to need 2 years to get up and running, so that gives us 4 years. Conveniently, an election cycle. We have some questions. And so we're going to be asking those questions about this particular bill. What are the costs associated with the board? Why are we not focused on the cost to ratepayers? And quite frankly, we are concerned about the procurement of projects, given this government's track record on procurement of late. Because this government has a record of when it's trying to do things more faster. I know for Hansard, there should be a comma between those two because otherwise it's bleh. But when they try to do things quickly, when they try to go around the procurement rules, they end up in trouble. And as the Auditor General said most recently about the development of transitional care facilities, although we acknowledge the significant challenges and pressures that exist throughout the healthcare system in this particular case, addressing them should not promote a culture where expediency takes precedence over appropriate due diligence and value for money. And so we are also talking here, as my colleague from Dartmouth spoke about, due diligence. And it's hard to do due diligence when you're rushing bills through. It's hard to do that. Again, there were changes made. I went through and because we asked to have these changes actually distributed to us, I was able to put them in and put in the bill so I could actually see what they meant. And a lot of them just are administrative, some grammatical things. Sometimes grammar, though, makes a big difference. Talk to lawyers about that. So here we are, talking about the government taking over this grid. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, when has government done anything more efficiently than the private sector? Public housing. Boy, I would rather have someone I know and love live in housing that's been provided by a community group over public housing anytime. And I say that as the former housing minister. Currently, we have an unreliable grid, and we had a great conversation the day the report came out about how much more cost-effective it is to actually do maintenance rather than to do repairs. Is that going to happen? We don't know. But what we do know is that this government has yet to be successful in their attempts to keep power rates low. They're not. And we know that, and the other thing is that that report came out on, I think, February 24th, I believe it was. And the House went back in on February 27th. And then all of a sudden we have this 51-page bill landed here so quickly. It's almost like they had the report ahead of time, but I mean, that could have happened. But it feels like it was put together awfully quickly. Or maybe the report was just delayed. Our concerns, I believe, are well-founded. When we look at the government's record on procurement of late, and all we have to do is look at Hogan Court, referred to as a highly unusual transaction, noted there was inadequate market assessment of alternative locations, insufficient due diligence, not independently verified prior to purchase, some hinky deals on deed transfer taxes and contract break fees, construction work procured by alternative procurement sole source process, not the normal way of doing it. And so we don't have a lot of confidence that the government inserting itself in this particular sector, so important to every Nova Scotian, basically, is going to turn out well. They didn't bother to even have the fire marshal approve the facility until 10 months after they'd actually bought it. There was not adequate due diligence. So when we have, you know, and there's another report out today, I'm concerned about the speed at which this bill is moving through. I do share the concerns of my colleague who, you know, noted that we're doing this at, well, it's now 8:53 at night. Not that we can't make good decisions when we're tired, but we often don't. But there are reasons why people work 8-hour days, generally. Some work 12. But we don't always make good decisions when we're rushing things through. And here we are yet again. And it's not like we have this jam-packed legislative agenda and we've got to sit late every night. Like, have we ever seen a government come in with 2 pieces of legislation before? Like, right? And now we're calling hours tomorrow night till 11 o'clock. Like, every night the hours are creeping up a little longer. Probably be 11:59 before long. And so I'm not sure that when we look at this,
Those are real pieces of legislation.
I mean, I have no doubt that this is a real piece of legislation, the Energy Reform Act of 2024. I have no, you know, it's a real piece of legislation, but it's one of 2. Like, I'm surprised the government members could show up. They don't have, they must be ashamed. Like, 2 pieces of legislation with all the issues facing Nova Scotia. We have, in addition to rising power rates, which we hope would be addressed in the Energy Reform Act of 2024. We have more than 153,000 people on the doctor wait list, double the number that were on the list when this government came in the door. And we didn't realize when they said more faster, they meant more people on the list faster. We didn't realize that. And I don't think Nova Scotians did either. So we think about that. We think about poverty. We think about food insecurity that has increased since this government came in. And so in addition to the Energy Reform 2024 Act, we could have all kinds of bills here to help Nova Scotians. But we have 2. And that's all we have.
In over budget spending?
And as you know, today, once again, the Auditor General is looking at all of the spending outside of this. This is the place where we're supposed to decide what gets spent. I mean, yes, we did some of that during COVID. Nothing like $1 billion. Nothing like $1 billion. We had to do it if
Order. A little bit of heckling back and forth going on here. Order. Come on, order. Order, please. Thank you. I would ask before I recognize the member, you know, I have been a bit flexible tonight, and I just ask that we keep our remarks on the bill. So I will recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first clause says this act may be cited as the Energy Reform 2024 Act. That's what the first clause says. Doesn't say a whole lot. I mean, there's not a lot of meat there to talk about it. But that's what the first clause says. And so I will talk about each one of these words. So the first word in that clause is the word this. And what does that word mean? It refers to a thing. It's a pronoun. It's not gender specific, but it is a thing. Similarly, act. Act can have a number of different meanings. In this particular case, I do believe it is referring to this piece of legislation. But an act can be a number of different things. An act can be part of a play. You can have a show. You know, I have an act with some friends. It can be movement. It can be movement. So when you do something, you act. Or you don't act. And what we have seen is this government has decided not to act on a number of significant things that they could be doing to help Nova Scotians. Instead, they have chosen not to act. They have chosen not to introduce acts that would help Nova Scotians. This is one bill, and there is another. And there is a budget. And that is all they're coming in with here in this House. B. I think we know what B means. It's a state of being. State of being. Can you use the word in the definition? It's a state of existing. There we go. The definition.
Order. We have reached the hour of adjournment. We will now rise and report progress to the House. Order. The House comes to order. Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 404, and has made some progress in its consideration of that bill.
As we have reached the hour of adjournment, I move that we do now. We go home. That's it. All right. We'll meet again tomorrow between the hours of 1 and 11 p.m. We stand adjourned.
Bye.